Dedication of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 9060, California, USA. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 0, Dedication. Disguise! I see thou art a wickedness, wherein the pregnant enemy does much. Shakespeare. 2. Eliza B. What does the world care about either you or me? Nothing, but we care for each other, and I grasp at every opportunity of telling it. A letter, they may say, would do as well for that purpose as a dedication. I say no, for a letter is a sort of corruptible substance, and these volumes may be immortal. Beside, it is perhaps my pride to write a dedication and your pride to receive one. I desire the world then to let it pass. For to tell them a truth, you have paid me for it beforehand. End of dedication.
Section 1 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in October 2016. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1. Letter 1. From Caroline Ashburn to the Honourable George Valmont. Sir, I am by no means indifferent as to the opinion you may form of me, in consequence of my abrupt and, in a degree, rude conduct, when you so peremptorily denied the boon I would have begged on quitting your castle. If the reasons which guided your refusal were such as fully satisfied yourself, however incompetent they might be in my judgment, I was wrong in being offended, and in showing my resentment by something like invective. Ere we had travelled 2 miles, I became sensible of my pride and injustice, and it is from our first resting place I thus present myself to acknowledge my fault, to ask other favours, and to tell you that I have no pleasure in view equal to that I expected to enjoy in the society of Miss Valmont. But though you denied me the charm of associating with your niece, you will not also refuse me her correspondence. A letter, sir, cannot waft down your drawbridges. The spirit of my affection breathed therein cannot disenchant her from the all-powerful spell of your authority. No. And you surely will not forbid an indulgence so endearing to us, while unimportant to yourself. Already I feel assured of your consent, and, with my thanks, dismiss the subject. As your seclusion of Miss Valmont from the world is not a plan of yesterday, I imagine you are persuaded of its value and propriety, and I therefore see nothing which should deter me from indulging the strong propensity I feel to inquire into the nature of your system, a system so opposite to the general practice of mankind, and which I am inclined to think is not as perfect as you are willing to suppose. Remembering your contempt of the female character, I am aware that you may possibly treat this part of my letter only with neglect or disdain. Gladly would I devise a means by which to induce you to lay aside this prejudice against us, and in the language of reason, as from one being to another, discuss with me the merits or defects of your plan, which from its singularity, on the first view, excited my curiosity, and has since, from my observation of some of its consequences, interested me by worthier feelings than that of mere curiosity. If Miss Valmont's education, treatment, and utter seclusion were most valuable for her, why should she, yet so young, and removed from the common misfortunes of life, why should she be unhappy? You, sir, may not have perceived this effect of your system, for, although shut within the same boundary and resident under one roof, you seldom see her, and when you do see, you do not study her. I believe I know more of her mental temperament in our 7 days' intercourse than you have learned in 7 years, and I affirm that she is unhappy. Yet it is only from her sudden wanderings in conversation, and that apparent restlessness of dissatisfaction in her, which seeks change of place, because of all places alike are irksome, that I ground my opinion; for having flattered myself that you would permit her to accompany me from your castle, I passed the days of my abode there in closely observing Miss Valmont, rather than in endeavouring to gain her entire confidence; and have perhaps made but little progress toward obtaining a friendship, to which my heart aspires with zeal and affection. In the hope of a speedy and candid answer from you, I remain, Sir, your well-wisher and humble servant, Caroline Ashburn. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 2. From Sibella Valmont to Caroline Ashburn. I am come from Mr. Valmont's study. Can it be? Oh, yes, I am come from Mr. Valmont's presence to write a letter to you. Ah, Miss Ashburn, to write a letter to you by my uncle's— Can command ever be indulgence? No, no, I will not believe that. No, not even would I believe it, though when my heart expands with swelling emotion, he were then also to command me to— Miss Ashburn, the command of Mr. Valmont in this, as in all other instances, is stern and repulsive, but as his commands are odious to my acceptation, so in equal degree is the action of writing a letter to you grateful, delightful, overwhelming. How came it? How have you prevailed? Oh, teach me your art to soften his power, to unloose the grasp of his authority, and I will love you as— I believe I cannot love you better than I do. For have you not cast a ray of cheering light upon my dungeon? Have you not bestowed upon me the only charm of existence that I have known for many and many a tedious day? But why did you do so? Do you love me as I love you? You never told me so. 7 days and 7 nights you lived in our castle, and you walked with me by day, you wandered with me by night. I talked to you almost without ceasing. You spoke infinitely less than I did. You pressed my hand as it held yours, but you never said, I love you, Sibella, with all my soul. Nor did you ever quit your rest amidst the darkness of the night to hover near my chamber, as I have done near yours. Yes, Miss Ashburn, when at night you had retired from me, I beheld only solitude and imprisonment, and I have waited hours in that forlorn gallery that I might catch the whisper of your breathings, that the consciousness of being near a friend might restore me to hope, to hilarity, to confidence. Yet now I recollect it, and you do love me, for you asked the imperious, the denying Mr. Valmont to let you take me from the castle. Oh, you did urge, you did entreat. You do love me. I am writing a letter to you, and perhaps one day I shall have all my happiness. I wish Mr. Valmont would show me the letter you wrote to him. He has charged me to answer it, and I have been obliged to walk a great while, and to think a great deal, before I could remember a word of what he said I was to repeat to you, and now I do not think I recollect the whole. I would return to his study and ask him to tell it me again, but he has an aversion to trouble, and perhaps, irritated by my forgetfulness, might say I should not write to you at all. Ah, if he were to say that, Miss Ashburn, and if it were possible for me to send a letter out of the castle in defiance of his commands, do you think I would obey him? No, no. Andrew came to me in the wood, to bid me attend my uncle in his library, and I went thither immediately. He was but just risen, and a letter, which I suppose was your letter, and which must have arrived yesterday, was laying open on the table beside him, and when he spoke to me he laid his right hand upon the letter. Numberless are the hours, child, Mr. Valmont said to me soon after I entered, that I have employed in pondering on your welfare, yet you are not the docile and grateful creature I expected to find you. Sir, I said, If in all those hours of pondering you never thought of the only means by which my welfare can be effected, am I therefore forbidden to be happy? Am I to be unhappy because I and not you discovered how I might be very, very happy?" Mr. Valmont raised himself more erect on his chair, and he frowned too. "Always reasoning," he said. "I tell you, child, you cannot, you shall not reason. Repine in secret as much as you please, but no reasoning. No matter how sullen the submission, if it is submission." I replied, "I do not think as you do." "Child, you are not born to think. You were not made to think." He turned the letter on the table as he spoke, and took a leaning attitude. "But I cannot—" "Silence, Sibella!" cried my uncle. He fiercely recovered his upright posture, and then, for I was effectually silenced, he gradually and slowly fell back into his reclining station. Indeed, Miss Ashburn, I am in some instances still a mere child, as Mr. Valmont calls me, and yet, I wish you would account for it, for I do not know how, I feel every day bolder and bolder. I can speak to him when I first meet him as calmly as I can to Andrew, and I can oppose him, a little. And when I have not opposed him as much as I wish to do, and have ran away from the sight of his face, and the sound of his voice, I take myself to talk, and say, "Foolish Sibella, can a frown kill you? Can your uncle, though he should be tenfold angry with you, do more to you than he has already done?" And when my throbbing heart denies the possibility of that, I resolve the next time to tell him everything I feel. And then I wait, and long, and wish that the next time would arrive. When it does arrive, I begin without fear, or at least I have only a weak trembling, which I should soon lose, if he did not call up one of those frowns which infallibly condemn me to silence and to terror. But I know, and he knows too if he would but own it, that I do think, that I was born to think, and I will think. Oh dear, dear Miss Ashburn, I am writing a letter to you. And what was it but my power of thought, which gave birth to that affection which would impel me on with a rapidity that my pen cannot follow? It seems to me that my thought dictates volumes in an instant, and that in an instant I have said volumes. Yet I have only a few pages of paper under my eye and my hand. If Mr. Valmont tells me I cannot cut the air with wings, I will answer, "'Tis true, but in imagination I can encompass the vast globe in a second. Hail thought! Thought, the soul of existence! Not think! Why, do not all forms in which the pulse of life vibrates possess the power of thought? Have I not seen the worm, crawling from his earthy bed to drink the new-fallen dew from the grass, swiftly shrink back to his shelter, his attentive ear alarmed by my approach? The very insect, while sporting in the rapture of a sunbeam on my habit, is yet wary and vigilant, and will rather leave his half-tasted enjoyment, if apprehension seize him, than hazard the possibility of my inflicting injury upon him. And what but thought, imperceptible yet mighty thought, could make a creature so infinitely diminutive in its proportions, so apparently valueless in the creation, shun the hand of power, and seek for itself sources of enjoyment? I could tell you, Miss Ashburn, how I have imagined I met sympathy and reflection in that flower, which enamoured of the sun mourns throughout the term of his absence, droops on her stalk, and shuts her bosom to the gloom and darkness which succeeds, nor bursts again into vigour and beauty till cheered by his all-inspiring return. It is not for you, happy you who live with liberty, live as free to indulge as to form your wishes, I say it is not for you to find tongues in the wind. It is for the imprisoned Sibella to feed on such illusions, to waft herself on the pinions of fancy beyond Mr. Valmont's barriers, within which, for the 2 last years, her fetters have been insupportable. For 2 years, except when she saw you, has she been joyless. I could talk of those 2 years, but then I should want also to tell you, Miss Ashburn, of the previous hours, the days, the months, the years that came, that smiled, and passed away. I wonder if I should tire you. Surely I think not. Yet I have already written much, and I have also my uncle's words to deliver. Ah, to quit such a theme for my uncle! I told you Mr. Valmont silenced me by his frowns. He was sometimes silent himself. He took the letter from off the table and appeared to read parts of it. At length he said, Miss Ashburn has very properly apologized for her behavior to me the morning she went hence. Doubtless, child, you also were much disappointed that I did not consent to your going with her and her mother. No, sir. No, my uncle said, seemingly surprised. And why not? Because I did not expect you would suffer me to go. Methinks it was a mighty natural expectation. My uncle looked angry. He presently added, Did you wish to go with them, child? Oh, yes, sir, I did indeed wish. It was natural enough, Sibella, that you should wish for such an indulgence. And he said this very mildly. But I alone am capable of judging of its propriety. Miss Ashburn, I believe, has been little used to disappointment. I pity her. Perhaps a miserable old age is in store for her. Impossible, I exclaimed, but the exclamation was swift and low, and my uncle, absorbed in contemplating his own designs, did not hear me. And at last he told me, after many pauses, many slow speeches, that you may write letters to me, and that I shall write letters to you. I would have kissed him, for I had seized his hand, but his eyes spoke no encouragement, and I sat down again to glow and to tremble. Part of what followed has escaped me, as I feared it would. I remember that my uncle said, Tell Miss Ashburn from me, Sibella, that like all other females she has decided with more haste than judgment. Thus much for Mr. Valmont. And now for myself, Miss Ashburn. No, dear Caroline, adieu. Sibella Valmont. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Secresy or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in October 2016. Secresy or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 3. From Caroline Ashburn to Sibella Valmont. Thankful to Mr. Valmont for his consent to my request, and more endeared to you, my Sibella, by the joy with which you receive his consent, I am impatient till I have explained the motives that withheld me, while in the woods of Valmont, from saying, I love you, Sibella, with all my soul. To have these motives fully understood by you, it is necessary I should make a sketch of my education, the incidents of my life, and their consequent effect upon my character. Yet I know you will continue to read with avidity. Ask yourself if the ear of affection is easily satiated with the communications of a friend, and wonder that you should have repressed your wishes when they incited you to unfold to me with minute attention the feelings of your heart. The breaks, the allusions in your letter, led me for a time into the tormenting and silly practice of forming conjectures. Now I have ceased to conjecture, but I have not ceased to be desirous of being admitted to your utmost confidence, to the full participation of your remembrances, whether of joy or of sorrow. You have seen my mother, Sibella, but people of a superior class must have superior forms, and the endearing name of mother is banished for the cold title of ceremony. Mrs. Ashburn, as I am now tutored to call her, was the very fashionable daughter of very fashionable parents, who died when she had attained the age of 23, and left her in possession of the most aspiring longings after splendour and dissipation, but destitute for every means for their gratification. Among the many friends who came to pity or advise, one offered her his assistance. His proposal was abrupt and disgusting, but there was no alternative. He would equip her to go in search of a wealthy marriage among the luxurious inhabitants of India, or, with her other professing friends, he would leave her to the poverty which lay immediately before her. The offer, after little deliberation, was accepted. Rather than be poor, she humbled the pride of her birth and pretensions. She strengthened her nerves for the voyage, and, having safely arrived in India, her recommendations, but above all her personal charms, secured her the addresses of Mr. Ashburn, who, though he was neither young nor attractive, had gold and diamonds in abundance. A very short interval elapsed between the commencement of their acquaintance with each other and the celebration of their marriage. After my birth, my father bowed to no other idol than me, for although my father had gained a very handsome wife, and my mother almost the wealthiest of husbands, yet happiness was still at a distance from them. Indolent in the extreme, he abhorred every species of pleasure which required a portion of activity in its pursuit. He equally abhorred solitude, and expected to find in his wife a lounging companion, a partaker of his habits, something little differing from a mere automaton. She, on the contrary, was laborious in the pursuits of pleasure and dissipation. She had pride and spirit to maintain her resolution of gratifying her own wishes. He was too idle to remonstrate, and theirs was a union as widely removed from the interruptions of bickerings and jealousies as from the confidence, esteem, and endearments of affection. From me, then, my father expected to gain the satisfaction his marriage had failed to afford, nor were his hopes better founded than heretofore. Admired, adored by him, flattered by his slaves, incited by indulgencies showered upon me without distinction to make demands the most extravagant and unattainable, I oftener tormented my father by my caprice than delighted him by my fondness. But still every species of advice or of restraint was withheld, and I continued fruitful in expedients for the exercise of my power, continued the discontented slave of my own tyranny. Happily for me, I met with an adventure when I was little more than 13 years of age that wrought miracles upon me. Near to a seat of my father's, as near as the cottage of poverty dare rise to the palace of opulence, lived the wife and family of a poor industrious European. The blue eyes of one of their children had spoken so submissively once or twice, as she viewed me passing, that I became enamoured of her interesting countenance, and demanded to have her for a playmate. Day after day Nancy came, and my fondness for her increased daily. If the turbulence of my temper sometimes broke loose in the course of our amusements, I afterward endeavoured, by increased efforts of condescension, to relieve Nancy from the terror my pride or violence had excited, and to impress her with a strong sense of my attachment to herself. In her presence I affected to be more than commonly overbearing and insolent to those around us, while to her I was attentive and obliging. At length I became resolved to have her wholly at my command, and, without troubling myself to inquire whether or not my father would object to my plan, I rose earlier than usual one morning and dispatched a messenger for Nancy, and, while he was absent, pleased myself with anticipating what answers she would make, and what joy she would evince, when I should tell her that henceforward she should live with me, and should have as fine clothes, as fine apartments, as many slaves to obey her as I myself possessed. My messenger returned alone. He told me Nancy was ill. What a disappointment! How insolent, methought, to be ill, when I wanted her more than I had ever wanted her before! And so much did she appear to merit my resentment, that I gave orders she should be forbidden to see me again, and that all the valuable trinkets I had heaped upon her should be taken from her by force, if she would not yield them when demanded. But no sooner were the toys brought into my presence than I relented, sent them back with many additions, and wept while I delivered messages, entreating that she would be well by the next day. On the morrow, still no Nancy came, and I passed the day in alternate paroxysms of rage and sorrow. The third morning I hastened to the cottage, and the first object I beheld was Nancy, blooming as health could make her. The insolence with which I reproached the mother of Nancy on this occasion may be easily imagined. But I shall relate minutely to you, Sibella, the good woman's answer. I have never forgotten it. Miss, she said, I might as well have told the truth at once, for out it must. Nancy is not sick in body, miss, and if I can help it she shan't be sick in mind. Your papa is a great rich man, and you will be a great rich lady. You, miss, who are so high-born and so rich, need not care if people do hate you. But my Nancy is a poor child, and will never have a penny that aunt of her own earning. She never used to fleer and flout and stamp at her little brothers and sisters, as she does since she came to your house, miss. And so, miss, as she will never be able to pay folks for saying she is good when she is bad, I, who am her mother, must make her as good as I can. You may be good enough for a great lady, but Nancy will never be a great lady, and be as angry as you will, miss, indeed she can't come to your fine house any more. Yes, Sibella, she persisted, in defiance of my resentment and its probable consequences. The worthy woman persisted in preserving her child from the infectious example of my vices. Her lesson had awakened in my mind a true sense of my situation, nor could anger or disdain once force me from the painful conviction that people were hired and paid to lavish on me their insincere encomiums. All the instances of attention or kindness I could recollect, I believed had been mine only because I was rich and powerful. I imagined I saw lurking hatred and loathing in every eye, and though I ceased to command, I resented with an acrimony almost past description every effort that was directed towards increasing my pleasures or convenience. These ebullitions of a wounded vanity insensibly wore away, while I considered how much of amendment and happiness was yet in my power, and at length I began seriously to remedy the defects which had made me unworthy to be the companion of Nancy. But, ere I had courage to demand again the society of my little friend, her parents had removed to a distant part of the country, and in this instance frustrated the end of my labours. Yet the labour itself had become delightful, and was amply rewarded by the satisfaction betrayed in the eyes of my numerous attendants, but who, however, as I was a great lady and a rich lady, durst not openly rejoice in my amendment. I longed to hear them burst into praises. I almost sickened for the accents of a well-earned commendation, but shame of my former unworthiness, and perhaps a remaining degree of pride, withheld me from encouraging such an explanation, and they continued silently to receive the benefits of my reformation. And now, Sibella, I must bring you back again to my mother, with whom in these years of childhood I have been but little acquainted. She hated children. Their noise and prattle and monkey tricks threw her into hysterics. For a few minutes after dinner I was sometimes admitted, hushed to silence with a profusion of sweetmeats, and dismissed with a kiss or a frown, just as the avocations and pleasures of the day happened to fix her disposition. As I grew older, I was occasionally allowed to sit in her dressing-room, or to take the air with her in the same carriage, and on those occasions I reached the highest pinnacle of her confidence, and used to listen while she poured forth her longing desires to return to England. As I had been frequently disgusted at witnessing the malignant feuds existing among the Europeans resident in the East Indies, it was easy for her to interest me in the first of her wishes, namely, that my father would return to England. She spoke of this island as of the abode of pleasure. She described an almost innumerable circle of friends, amidst whose society delights would abound. My imagination gave a stronger colouring to her pictures. I indulged the visionary theme till I also panted to become an inhabitant of this climate of peace, joy, and felicity. No sooner had I adopted the project than my father's lethargic indolence gave way to his desire of gratifying my wishes. He vigorously completed the necessary arrangement of his affairs, and we were in daily expectation of quitting India, when he was attacked by the malignant disease of which he died. My mother was now the uncontrolled mistress of a world of wealth, and, placing her remittances in a proper train, we speedily set sail for our land of promise. Safely arrived in London, I expected Mrs. Ashburn would instantly fly to the embraces of her friends. But no! A sumptuous house and equipage were first to be prepared, and, while she exulted in preparation, I repined at her want of sympathy for the feelings of those who I imagined were expecting her with fondness and impatience. Alas, Sibella, I had not followed my mother 3 times into her circles of friendship, ere I discovered that the enjoyments she had looked forward to, during so many years, consisted only of triumphing with superiority of splendour over those who formerly, with the same motives, had triumphed over her. Here my enthusiasm in the search of sincere and uniform friendship would have been extinguished, but that my hopes yet rested on Mrs. Valmont. Of Mrs. Valmont my mother had spoken as playmate, schoolmate, and the confidant of juvenile secrets. Separated, I said to myself, nearly 20 years, what emotions must a first interview produce? The fire of youth in Mrs. Valmont and Mrs. Ashburn will be, for some moments, renewed, and I shall anticipate the effusions of my own heart when it finds a friend. After exhibiting our pomp at every place of resort in the metropolis, we began our tour, and passed by several invitations to pay our first visit at Valmont Castle. What a freezing sensation crept in my veins as we waited for the raising of your uncle's drawbridges, as we rolled along his dark avenues. Such gloom, such menacing grandeur brought into my mind a feeling totally opposite to the hilarity, the glow of expectation I had cherished on the journey. Many persons had spoken in my hearing of Mr. Valmont as the most absurd, ridiculous misanthrope of his age, but I had not the highest respect for the authorities from which the information was derived, and I had also conceived with much more fancy than judgment of the delights of a life of solitude. I, in my dream, had forgotten the name of castle, and the ideas associating with the name. My imagination in its reveries had blended elegance and simplicity, nature and art with their most fascinating productions, when, instead of smiling lawns and gay parterres, without I found moats, walls, and drawbridges, frowning battlements that looked as uninviting on the friend as threatening on the enemy, turrets all cheerless, all hostile and discouraging to the wandering stranger. The castle's Gothic magnificence within reminded us at every step of the dignity of the Valmont race. The apartments received their guests without welcome. The domestics were obedient, but neither cheerful nor attentive. Through carved saloons and arched galleries, into which the bright sun of spring can only cast an oblique ray, we were conducted to Mrs. Valmont's dressing-room. My Sibella, can you not imagine you hear your aunt mingling complaint and compliment, languor and restlessness, and labouring to interest real sensibility by moans of imaginary disease? Can you not imagine my mother secretly urging her triumphs over the immured Mrs. Valmont, by lamenting the slavery of pleasure to which she herself is perpetually compelled? And can you not see your disappointed, disgusted Caroline Ashburn viewing caresses without warmth, hearkening to professions without sincerity? Your uncle entered the room for a moment. Appearing to act, to speak, to look according to some rule settled for the hour, I deemed his character too much assumed to be quickly understood. From the solemn pride which sat on his brow, I judged, however, that he was fitted for his castle, and his castle fitted for him. Here, thought I, in this place and with these people have we promised to remain for 7 long days, and I quitted Mrs. Valmont's dressing-room to search for amusement and variety in the park and surrounding woods. I must have been devoid of taste and feeling, if in viewing the exquisite scenery of the park I had not forgotten the gloomy entrance and the dreary building. I found a seat on the margin of that fine sheet of water which is skirted by your majestic wood, and I rested there till twilight began to spread itself over the horizon. Who would not, Sibella, although evening had cast its misty shade over the tall trees, and impressed an awful serenity on every surrounding object, who would not, I say, like me, have ventured into the wood rather than have returned to Mr. and Mrs. Valmont and their castle? I found the paths so admirably contrived in their breaks and windings that I could not forbid myself to proceed. Every now and then I had an imperfect view of something dark, rugged, and mountainous. On a sudden I caught a glimpse of a rude pile of stones, seemingly carried to a tremendous height, which as suddenly vanished from my sight, amid the intercepting branches. A few steps further, it was again before me as a wild ruin tottering on the projecting point of a rock. Silence, solitude, the twilight, the objects filled my mind with a species of melancholy. Fancy had become more predominant than judgment. I slackened my pace. I breathed heavily, when, suddenly turning into a new path that I expected would bring me to the foot of the rock, I beheld a female form, clothed in white, seated at the foot of a large oak. Her hair, unrestrained by either hat or cap, entirely shaded her face as she bowed her head to look on a little fawn, who, in the attitude of confidence and affection, was laying across her lap. The names of wood nymph, dryad, and hymadriad, with a confused number of images, arose in my memory, and I was on the point of reverently retreating, but a moment's pause prevented the romance of the fence from thus imposing on my reason, and I resolved to examine whether the face like the form bespoke more of divinity than of mortal. As I approached nearer, away bounded the fawn, up sprang the nymph. Again, Sibella, I stood still, unknowing whether to fall at your feet or to clasp you in my arms. Such was our first romantic interview. There was something wild in your air, your language was simple and concise, yet delivered with an impressive eloquence, and I thought you altogether a phenomenon. My heart could not help partaking the transport with which you received my promise of staying with you in the wood. Yet it was to me incomprehensible how you could talk so familiarly of roaming in woods at night, without seeming to know anything of the ideas of loneliness and apprehension generally supposed to belong to such situations. But my habits would not so suddenly yield to yours. You saw that the damp and darkness affected me, and you instantly led the way to the castle. But you became silent, you sighed, you walked at a greater distance from me, and I began to fear lest you could only submit to be pleased in your own way. The instant we entered the outer court of the castle you seized my hand, and, having pressed it forcibly to your bosom, you darted through a small door in the building, and closed it after you. I was going to follow. "This way, if you please, madam," said the servant who had been sent to search for me in the park. "I will accompany Miss Valmont," I said. "Miss Valmont does not see company, madam," replied the man. "Her uncle does not permit it." I suffered myself to be conducted to the supper room, where I related the manner of our meeting, the information you had given me of your relationship to Mr. Valmont, and finally I spoke of the singular way in which you had quitted me, and expressed my surprise at not finding you of the supper party. Mrs. Valmont said you were a strange, unformed child. Mr. Valmont would gladly have been silent, but, as I continually addressed myself to him, he could not rid himself, without gross rudeness, of the necessity of answering me. He spoke mysteriously of his systems and his plans, of his authority, his wisdom, and your dependence, of his right of choosing for you, and your positive duty of obeying him without reserve or discussion. At last, with tones and gestures by which I was to understand that he went to the extreme of condescension in my favour, he consented that, provided no other company came to visit him in the time, you should associate with us while we remained at Valmont Castle. Your very extraordinary seclusion and your extraordinary self occupied my mind during the greatest part of that night. I had found you highly interesting, and I believed you to be infinitely amiable. I thought I might embrace you as the first choice of my affections, but I doubted whether you might not, if now exposed to the glitter of the world, lose that vigour of feeling which in solitude made you appear so singular, so attractive. I longed to make the experiment, for my hopes of you were stronger than my fears, and, as I had so far prevailed on Mr. Valmont, I flattered myself I should also prevail on him to suffer me to conduct you from the castle. And these were the motives, this the expectation, dearest Sibella, that withheld me from confessing in Valmont woods, that I loved you with all my soul. The 7 days I remained at the castle I forbore, although with difficulty, to ask you questions, that I might gradually develop your character, as surrounding circumstances should operate on your feelings. Sometimes I saw you devoted to me. Sometimes I saw your imagination soaring, as it were beyond the bounds prescribed to your person, in search of a remoter object. Why, dear Sibella, are you so pensive? Why do you gaze on that portrait of yourself with so much earnestness? And why do you caress that little fawn, who wears a collar inscribed with the initials C.M., till your eyes fill with tears? Let me be the partaker of your unrestrained emotions, while I, who have a wider range of observation, will place my opinions before you without check or limit. Our next resting place is to be the seat of a nabob, Sir Thomas Barlow's, among whose laboured pleasures I shall wish to return to gloomy Valmont, where I found a felicity of which I have no promise in the scenes I am now destined to partake. Adieu. Adieu. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 4. From Sibella Valmont to Caroline Ashburn. Was I pensive? Did I gaze? Did I sigh? Did I weep? When you, Miss Ashburn, were with me? What do I know when I have only for companion the faithful, the exquisite but torturing representation of memory? Can I do more than gaze and sigh and weep? Oh yes, I can. For Miss Ashburn, I can raise altars on 1,000 spots in these woods, which were once hallowed by the footsteps of him I love. 2 years have elapsed since he bade me farewell, therefore did you see me pensive. That picture of me was painted by himself, therefore do I gaze on it. The fawn he took from a dying mother, by him she was nourished into familiarity. Nina has ceased to mourn the absence of her benefactor, she is satisfied with my caresses, but the heart of Sibella Valmont, nor now nor ever, can find any substitute for her Clement Montgomery. I was nearly 6 years old when they told me that I had lost my father. He had travelled a 12-month before to foreign countries for the benefit of his health, and I knew not that his death more than his absence would deprive me of my happiness, till my uncle Valmont came and carried me away in his coach from my governess, my maid, and all the domestics who loved me and whom I loved, of my father's household. Then indeed I mourned, and my uncle attempted to soothe me. He said I must be happy, for I was now dependent upon him, and it was my duty to love him, obey him, and be satisfied. My swelling heart revolted against being commanded to be happy, and I found not one person at the castle who could supply to me the want of my kind governess and kind maid, except a little dog, that on my first entrance had fawned on me, as if he wished to make me happier. Him I carried incessantly in my arms, and I told him, whenever we were alone, how I longed to get back to my father's house and to carry him along with me. In a fortnight after I arrived at Valmont, the affectionate little animal died, and I remained inconsolable. I was sitting weeping on the hall steps, when my uncle came to me. He wiped away my tears, bade me be cheerful, and said he had procured me a better playfellow than Fidèle. My uncle led me with him into the library, and presented me to a boy 3 years older than myself, blooming, blushing, beautiful. "Clement is my adopted son, Sibella," said my uncle. "He will henceforth live with you in the castle. Take him out, child, and show him where you find the prettiest flowers and the ripest fruit." Ah, need I tell you how we advanced from shyness to familiarity, from familiarity to kindness, from kindness to love, all powerful, all potent? The castle then seemed no prison, the moat seemed no barrier. Sometimes my uncle carried Clement abroad to visit him, but then I was sure of his return. Even the hours of instruction I shared with him. He had a good and amiable tutor, who delighted in teaching to me also every science he taught to Clement, and if Mr. Valmont frowned upon me, or checked my industry, Clement was still at my side, and I smiled through my tears. Thus passed away the years from 6 till 16. On the day that I became 16, we had run races with our little fawn, and having wearied ourselves with exertion, we had lain down to rest in each other's arms, at the foot of that oak where you, Miss Ashburn, first beheld me. My uncle broke our happy slumbers. He came to the oak, and sternly commanded Clement to rise and follow him. I followed too. My uncle sat down in his library, and appeared to meditate, while we looked on each other with love and pity, and on him we looked with suspicion and affright. When my uncle began to speak, Clement trembled. But all my emotions were chained up in astonishment, for I heard him say that Clement should that day quit the castle, that he should seek new companions, new countries, new climates. "Never, never!" I cried. I folded my arms round my lover. "Thou shalt not go, Clement," I said. "We have world enough. No, thou shalt not go, my Clement." Mr. Valmont furiously bade me desist, but he had awakened a dread in my mind more powerful than my dread of him. For a time I expostulated with vehemence and courage, but I could not repress my tears. And while I was compelled to listen to my uncle, his tone, his words impressed me with my former awe of him, and rendered my remonstrance timid and useless. To Clement he said, "You are now to leave these boyish follies, and learn the duties of a man. You shall mix with society, but remember that you are not to be attracted by its specious appearances. Scrutinize into its follies and enormities as I have done, and let my precepts and instructions be your guide and law. Remember, Clement, that I took you from poverty and obscurity. Remember, too, that on your duty and gratitude depends your security. That child," he pointed to me, "mind me, sir, that child is in future to be considered only as your sister. As for you, Sibella," he said to me, "your duties in life are easily performed. I have chosen a part for you, and nothing is required of you but obedience. You have heard me declare to Clement, and I now repeat it to you, that to Clement Montgomery you are to be no more than a sister. This day he quits us. When he shall return I have not determined." Yes, Caroline, my Clement went. 2 years has he roamed in a world which I am forbidden to know. But alike in viewing the palace or the cottage, the burning mountain or the fertile plain, must the idea of Sibella accompany him. Our minds, our principles, our affections are the same, and, while I trace his never to be forgotten image within my breast, I know how fondly he cherishes the remembrance of mine. Caroline, adieu. I go to the oak. On that consecrated spot, mountains, seas, continents dissolve, and my spirit unites with his. Sibella Valmont. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in November 2016. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 5, from Caroline Ashburn to Sibella Valmont. Yes, dearest Sibella, charming Sibella, in that one short but rapid sentence you have taught me to understand your progress, from shyness to familiarity, from familiarity to kindness, from kindness to love, all-powerful, all-potent. Oh, be that love happy in its continuance as at its commencement! Be it the pure garb of your Clement's soul, upon which vice shall leave no spot nor wrinkle. Be it, as you say, that your hearts, your affections, your principles are the same, and I would trust this lover amidst allurements such as virtue held seldom rejected, had seldom turned from without contamination. Your uncle, my Sibella, I perceive, intended you for your lover, and your lover for you. His project, then, was to place a second Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Well, Sibella, innocence remains with you. Your Eden will yet bloom, for, trust me, innocence and happiness cannot long be separated. Why will that uncle of yours so strenuously uphold his mysterious reserve and silence? Ah, I long to ask him a million of questions, and he knows that I do, and he wishes that I should. It is not because he is altogether convinced of the wisdom and utility of his plans, that he does plan. It is that he will oppose himself to general customs and general experience. It is singularity and not perfection that he is in search of, and, since experience formerly taught him that even the renowned name of Valmont might mix undistinguished with a herd of less illustrious names, he now bravely resolves to enforce the wonder of his compeers, if he cannot claim their reverence. Perhaps, with the flattering promises of success, he sometimes soothes the rancour of his solitude. And occasionally, indeed, his existence is remembered, and his whimsies are made the subject of ridicule, contempt, and laughter, but some novel circumstance, such as the gay Mrs. Ashburn's visit to his gloomy retirement, must call them into this remembrance, or the name of Mr. Valmont would rest as undisturbed as does, in every memory but his own, the deeds of his forefathers. It is to my mother's excursion to Valmont Castle that I owe the felicity of calling you my friend. It is to her escape from thence, as she herself terms it, that I owe my knowledge of Mr. Valmont's history. Surrounded on her arrival at the house of Sir Thomas Barlowe by a crowd of visitors, as gay, profuse, and dissipated as herself, she hastens to communicate her joy at the agreeable change, and to inveigh against the morose Mr. Valmont and his insipid wife. A conversation ensued of some length for such a subject, during which I discovered that two of the party, the Earl of Ulson and Colonel Ridson, were once the intimate companions of Mr. Valmont. The former of these gentlemen appeared eager to place his defects in the strongest point of view, while the latter, with less zeal, to be sure, but with a sweetness of temper infinitely endearing, was willing to smooth the rugged parts of Mr. Valmont's character, and to place a vice behind the glare of a virtue. By setting aside, to the best of my judgment, the Earl's exaggerations, and making also some allowance for the palliative temper of Colonel Ridson, I had succeeded in learning as much of Mr. Valmont's history as enabled me to form some, and I believe no inaccurate estimate of his worth, abilities, and character. Your grandfather, Sibella, a being quite as eccentric though less whimsical than your uncle, lived in the castle you now inhabit. Nor would he, of his own free will, have quitted that castle for heaven itself. Every stone of the building that had kept its station in times of turbulence and discord against the attack of an enemy was to him an idol. If he was thoughtful, it was in recalling the great deeds of his ancestors. If he was talkative, it was on the same theme. If he had wishes, they were that he had lived in those glorious days, when fighting well was the most eminent of virtues, and a strong fortified castle and obedient vassals the most valuable of possessions. As is the established practice in families of such renown and dignity as that to which you, my friend, appertain, the first-born son of your grandfather was the only hope, the only joy, the only object of the careful solitude of his anxious parents, while your father, coming into the world 2 years after his brother, was adored, flattered, and spoiled by no creature but his nurse. Your uncle, I understand, received a stately kind of education within the castle walls, and your father, happier because of less consequence, passed his early years with other young men of fashion at school and at college. Mr. Valmont was not a whit behind his father in his veneration for high birth, but he could not boast so unqualified a love of fruits of armour, nor did he think that civil war was the only time when a man could gather honours worthy of a distinguished name. No sooner was your uncle emancipated from the fetters of his minority than he resolved to repair to court, where he expected to find only his equals, and those equals alive to and exact in the observance of all that haughty decorum which Mr. Valmont deemed indispensably necessary to the well-being of social institutions. Poor man! He feels himself lost in the motley multitude, sees his high-born pretensions to notice and deference pushed aside by individuals obscure in their origin, but renowned for artful intrigues, for bold perseverance and dazzling success. Shocked at the contaminating mixture, he had fled back with precipitancy to his castle, but love detained him, for he had made an offering of his heart to a woman of rank and fashion. Nothing could be more unfortunate than this passion. Nothing further from congeniality than the minds and manners of Lady Margaret B. and Mr. Valmont. He, just risen, as it were, from the tomb of his progenitors, loaded with the punctilio of the last age, recoiling from the salute of every man who could not boast an unblemished pedigree, and lastly, and most worthily, possessing refined ideas of female delicacy, of honourable love, and of unchanging fidelity. And she, on the contrary, a graceful coquette, without an atom of real tenderness in her heart, and valuing her rank merely as it gave her opportunities of extending her conquest. Lady Margaret B. was highly diverted with Mr. Valmont's formalities, and, in spite of the torture her dissipated coquettish manners inflicted on him, she had sufficient power to make him the most ardent of her lovers. In fine, she rejected him, laughed at him, despised him. I could not hear this anecdote, nor can I repeat it, without a sensation of pain, so strongly do I enter into the irritable feelings of your uncle, when, hitherto accustomed only to receive homage and obedience, he is at once foiled in his ambition by low-born courtiers, and betrayed in his love by a high-born jilt. Mr. Valmont consulted no other guide than his passions, and instantly drew an angry and false picture of mankind. With such people as I have spoken of he could not associate, for their vices he abhorred, but his mind had not fortitude enough, had not comprehension enough, to cast aside his own prejudices, and, instead of attempting to reform mankind, he retires to rail at them, and carries with him the pride, selfishness, and love of power, in which all the vices of society originate. Wrapped in the impenetrable selfishness of high birth, Mr. Valmont denies the possibility of eminent virtue existing without rank. Who shall presume to arraign his principles, to sit in judgment upon his actions, to teach him his duty? I stand, cries Mr. Valmont, within the sacred verge of nobility. Look on that coat of arms. I derive from the Normans. Wisdom in rags. Keep off. True, his ancestors conquered, that he should be wise. Oh, cede to him the palm, bind his brows with the laurel. After a few months' retirement, Mr. Valmont ventured once more into the heterogeneous multitude, in search of a wife, for I suspect he found himself as ill qualified for solitude as society. Beside, he had formed the virtuous project of instructing a new race, to put the old world out of countenance. I cannot but pause to reflect upon your uncle's toils in search of his helpmate. He must have a wife whose pedigree his future sons might place beside his own, and he must have one of a temperament and character opposite to that of Lady Margaret B. And his good stars, his ill stars, or whatever else you please, led him to the feet of Mrs. Valmont. It is true, your aunt was neither as coquettish, nor had she the sprightly wit, nor the mischievous gaiety of Lady Margaret, but she loved crowds, detested solitude, and was a votary of dissipation. To convince her how much he had studied her inclinations, and how much he meant to gratify them, no sooner was Mr. Valmont in possession of his bride than he snatched her from the scenes where her existence was alone valuable to her, and buried her amidst obscurity and horror at Valmont Castle. What is the consequence? She had no mental accomplishments in reserve for their mutual benefit and delight, nor had he mind enough to steal fire from heaven and animate with life the marble. From the struggle of tempers and the warfare of words, she droops into a hypochondriac, he degenerates into a cynic, proud of himself alone. Among the disappointments produced by his marriage, the want of children was the most offensive to Mr. Valmont. Your father, who had pursued a course of life quite different from his brother, tasting all the excesses of dissipation, died, and, very improperly in my opinion, left you to the guardianship of your uncle. That Mr. Valmont should adopt a son from the lowly condition of a cottager's child has occasioned much wonder and many surmises. However, as I do not find anything material either to you or me in the conjectures I have listened to on this occasion, I shall not be at the pains of relating them. But how comes it to pass, my dearest Sibella, that when your uncle had the means of gratifying his darling wish in educating 2 children, and one of them a female, to whom according to his creed nothing should be granted beyond what the instinct of appetite demands, how comes it, I say, that you possess the comprehensive powers of intellect? From what sources did you derive that eager desire of knowledge, of which I find you possessed? And how came you to be learned on subjects, which, in the education of females, are strictly withheld, to make room for trifling gaudy and useless accomplishments? Tell me by what miracle I find you such as you are, and let me cease to wonder at you, but never let me cease to love you. Tell me, too, how came you to be dependent on your uncle? Does your dependence only mean the protection due from him who stands in the place of a parent to you? I wish to be informed what explanation Mr. Valmont and yourself affix to the term of dependent when it is applied to you, for Colonel Ridson talks so familiarly of the fortune you must possess from your mother, and also the wealth of the Valmont family, which he says is yours by heirship, that I must own I am puzzled. I care little about your being rich, but it seems unnatural and unjust to have you a dependent on your haughty uncle. Ah, my dear Sibella, how often in a day do I feast my imagination by allowing it to bear me back to you, and yet perhaps our separation gives a spur, a stimulus to our friendship. I am not convinced indeed, but that temporary separations are even useful between lovers, and that Mr. Valmont may have acted rather wisely than otherwise in parting you and your Clement for a season. Why he should bid you remember him only as a brother is really too far plunged into obscurity for me to discover. Do not, however, suppose for an instant that my affection for you would decay were I at liberty to enjoy your society as I wish. On the contrary, I am persuaded that every hour I should pass with you would add something to my improvement, and render us more valuable to each other. My expression arose from my being at that moment in idea a partner of your seclusion, and feeling that I should want in the same situation that energy and activity which is the support of your solitude. I am fond of society, and indeed I find myself most excited when I have most opportunities of observing the various characters and pursuits of those around me. Gladly would I possess the power of selecting my society. From that happy privilege I am debarred. But I seldom make one of a circle in which I do not find some novelty of character, and something either of excellence or absurdity from which I may draw improvement. Yet a 2 months' visit at the villa of Sir Thomas Barlowe is rather a hard trial of my patience, and unless we are enlivened by new visitors, I fear the company here will afford me but a trifling harvest of observation. I shall soon be glad to turn from them to my own resources, and fly, even oftener than I do now, to the ever vivifying remembrance of my Sibella. Sir Thomas Barlowe has risen from some very obscure station to the wealth and dignity of a nabob. He has risen too, I greatly fear, by the same depredating practices, which the unfortunate natives of India seem destined constantly to suffer from those who perfidiously call themselves the protectors of the country. Sir Thomas Barlowe's riches have become his punishment. Each morning his fears awaken with his faculties, lest that day should bring tidings of the dreaded scrutiny. And when evening arrives, and he struggles to yield himself to mirth and wine amidst the circle he has assiduously gathered round him, a word, a look, or the most remote hint or allusion gives his watchful terrors an alarm. A sudden turn of his head, perchance, discovers his shadow on the wall. Legions of threatening phantoms then crowd upon his apprehension, and the evening, yet more miserable than the day, concludes with an opiate, administered to lull the feeble body into lethargy, and hush the perturbed conscience into silence. And my mother can look on this existing fact with indifference, while I shudder. Those enormous sums of wealth she lavishes away, that cluster of pearls she triumphantly places in her hair, those diamonds heaped into different ornaments, how were they obtained? Thousands, perhaps. Oh, Sibella, I have laid aside my ornaments. A dress plain as yours supersedes them. Lady Barlowe is a composition of a very curious kind. She is about 40 years younger than her husband, is tolerably pretty, and has a showy talent of repartee that she mistakes for a sublime genius, and her inclinations are perpetually at warfare without being able to decide whether she shall be most renowned as a wit or a beauty. She is extravagantly fond of admiration, which she formerly enjoyed unlimitedly, being the head toast of a small country town, till she became the wife of a nabob. Prosperity has not increased her happiness, for in the great and gay world she has found rivals of such magnitude that malice and envy have sprung up within that bosom which till now owned no inmate but vanity. These are our host and hostess. The first in precedency among the visitors ranks the Earl of Ulson, an antiquated gallant, who in public affects not to feel the approaches of age, and in private broods over the consciousness of its effects till he sickens with ill nature. The Countess of Ulson hates her husband, nor has she overmuch charity and goodwill towards other men. She talks largely, indeed, of her piety, and the strict performance of her manifold duties. This amiable pair are attended by their son and 2 daughters. Lord Bowden is so perfectly satisfied within himself, that, if you will take his word for it, there is not a more amiable and accomplished young man in England. His elder sister, Lady Mary Bowden, claims no praise beyond what is justly due to the complacency of her temper. She is at once too giddy and too indolent to aim at meriting a more enlarged praise. She loves dress, company, cards, and scandal, and indulges herself in the use of the latter as a mere matter of course, without entertaining the smallest particle of ill will towards the very persons she helps to vilify. I have endeavoured to convince Lady Mary of the folly of this practice, and she acknowledges that what I say appears very much to the purpose, but then how can she cease to do what everybody does? All the beauty that exact regularity of feature and transparency of complexion can bestow is in the possession of the Earl of Ulson's youngest daughter, Lady Laura Bowden. Beyond this description I hardly know what to say of her. I can perceive she entertains a very hearty contempt for her sister, and perhaps she may hold me in as little estimation, but a woman so perfectly well bred as Lady Laura does not display such sentiments, if she entertains them, unless some species of rivalship should unfortunately call her passions into action. I do not think her either witty or wise, yet I have been told she bears the reputation of the former, and is poet enough occasionally to pen a rebus or an acrostic. It may be so. I have not been favoured with her confidence. A delicate languor pervades her manners, and this is generally honoured with the name of sensibility. I am apt to call it affectation, for the sensibility that I understand and admire is extreme only in proportion to the greatness of the occasion. It does not waste itself in vapours, nor is it ever on the watch for wasps and spiders. Colonel Ridson assures me that Lady Laura Bowden is admired by the whole world, and that he must be the happiest of men on whom her ladyship bestows a preference. Colonel Ridson loves his white teeth and his epaulet. He likes everybody, praises everybody, is attentive to everybody, lives without attachment, and will probably die in the same torpid state, without ever knowing felicity or ordinary misfortune. The Colonel hitherto has been the only unmarried man amongst us, except Lord Bowden, who really is so assiduous in remembering his own recommendations that no one else finds it necessary to remember him or them at all. But we are now to be enlivened. It seems we damsels are to be excited to call forth our charms for the conquest of a youth of no common value, as his fame goes here. Sir Thomas Barlow's nephew, Mr. Murden, arrived at the villa this very day. I know not why I should be particularly selected from the party by Sir Thomas Barlow to listen to his encomiums on his nephew. From the most insignificant occurrences, the baronet has constantly occasion to say, "Ha! ha! Miss Ashburn, if my nephew Arthur was but come." If I praised a dish of fruit at table, the nabob's nephew Arthur had certainly done the same thing. Let me speak of walking or riding, let me complain of hail, rain, or sunshine, Arthur was still my promised chaperon, the future knight-errant of all my grievances. "Tell me something," said I one day to Colonel Ridson, "of this Mr. Murden, this hope of the family." "He is very handsome," replied the Colonel. "But is he good?" "Assuredly." "And amiable?" "Infinitely." "And wise?" "To a miracle, madam," replied the Colonel. "Good, amiable, wise! Who could desire more?" Lady Mary Bowden stood beside me one afternoon while the baronet was reminding me of his dear Arthur. "Sir Thomas, I believe, intends," said I to her, "that I shall be in love by anticipation. You know Mr. Murden. What is he?" "Oh!" cried Lady Mary, lifting up her right hand to enforce the spirit of her emphasis, "he is the most abominable rake in the universe." I absolutely started. "Is it possible, Lady Mary, you should mean what you say?" I asked after a moment's pause. "Yes, certainly," replied her ladyship, quite gaily. "Everybody knows of hundreds with whom he has been a very happy man." "I do not want," said I, "to hear what everybody says. I want, Lady Mary, to know your own sincere opinion of Mr. Murden. If you have already told me a fact, my situation, to be sure, will oblige me to be sometimes in his company. But, in that case, there exists not a reptile, however noxious or despicable, from whom I should shrink with more abhorrence than from this boasted nephew of the nabob." "Good God!" cried Lady Mary. "Why? What did I say? I protest I have forgotten already. I am sure I know no harm in the world of Mr. Murden." "Did you not tell me he was an abominable rake?" "They say so," replied Lady Mary. "He certainly is very engaging. He admires fine women. But I don't know whether he has ever made serious addresses to any one. Miss Ashburn, I'll tell you a secret." "You had better not. I don't keep secrets." "Oh, all the world knows it already. Lady Laura is quite fond of Murden. You would have laughed to have seen her last winter, as I did, plunged over head and ears in sentiment and sensibility. Well, I do hate affectation." "And you do love good nature." "So I do," said she, smiling, "and I hope with all my heart that my poor sister may now secure her conquest, unless, indeed, Miss Ashburn, it should interfere with you." Neither the baronet's hints, the colonel's all good, all wise, nor the motley dubious character given by Lady Mary Bowden of Mr. Murden would have tempted me to devote thus much of my paper to him. I have other inducements. I have heard that the domestics of Barlowe Hall anxiously expected the day of his coming. A gardener, who has been discharged for no worse fault, I believe, than his being too old, assures himself that the prosperity of him and his family will be restored when Mr. Murden arrives. I have heard also that the neighbouring cottagers bless him. Such a man must have worth. Agnes, who is zealous to tell me all the good she can of any one, has related several anecdotes of Mr. Murden, from which I learn that he possesses sympathy and benevolence. I cannot tell how such qualities can exist in the mind of a man who is, either in principle or practice, a libertine. Yes, Agnes also had been told that Mr. Murden was a libertine. I bade her inquire more, and she could hear of no particular instances wherein the peace of individuals or families had been injured by him. Still, those with whom Agnes conversed bestowed on him this hateful title. I fear the reproach may belong to him. Young men are frequently carried into these excesses, from the pernicious effect of example, sometimes from vanity, and from a variety of other causes, all which tend to one uniform effect, to destroy the understanding, deprave the heart, corrupt the disposition, and render loathsome and detestable a being that might have lived an honour and a blessing to his species. If Mr. Murden is indeed devoted to this error, farewell to his benevolent virtues, to his sense of justice, and farewell to the pleasure and instruction I might have gained in the society of a virtuous man. I said Mr. Murden was already arrived, but I have not seen him. He paid his duty to his uncle, in the baronet's own apartment, and then retired to dress before he would present himself in the breakfast parlour. Lady Laura appeared impatient. She was adorned in a new morning dress, perfectly graceful and becoming. The hour came in which I was to write to my Sibella, and I would not sacrifice that employment for 20 such introductions. Farewell, my friend. Close to your altar of love raise one of friendship, and I also will meet you at the Oak. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 6. From Sibella Valmont to Caroline Ashburn. A confused recollection sprang up in my mind when you questioned me concerning my dependence. On the day of his last departure, my father caressed me fondly. He held me a long time in his arms, and he shed tears over me. He spoke, likewise, at intervals, not perhaps with any expectation of being understood by me, but to relieve the weighty pressure of his thoughts. I well remember that he named my uncle. He had many papers on a table before him, and I think there was a connection in his discourse between them and me. I believe he spoke of some disposition of his fortune, but the time is now remote, and the idea is indistinct. I cannot clothe it in expression. I do not possess a fortune, for my uncle calls me dependent, talks of obligations I owe to him for the gratification of my wants. He talks of obligations who denies me instruction, equality, and my Clement. He provides me food and raiment. Are there not thousands in the world where you and Clement live, who supply such wants by labour? And I too could labour. Let Mr. Valmont retire to the shelter of his canopy and the luxury of down. I can make the tree my shade, and the moss my pillow. Mr. Valmont calls himself my father, and calling himself such, he there rests satisfied. Cold in his temperament, stern from his education, he imagines kindness would be indulgence, and indulgence folly. Ever on the watch for faults, the accent of reproof mingles with his best commendations. He demands my obedience too. What obedience? The grateful tribute to duty, Authorized by reason, and sanctioned by the affections? No. Mr. Valmont, here at least, ceases to be inconsistent. He never enlightened my understanding, nor conciliated my affections, and he demands only the obedience of a fettered slave. I am held in the bondage of slavery, and still may Mr. Valmont's power constrain the forces of this body. But where, Miss Ashburn, is the tyrant that could ever chain thought, or put fetters on the fancy? I charge you, cease to repeat my uncle's useless prohibition that I should remember Clement otherwise than as a brother. Let him give his barrier to the waves, arrest the strong air in its current, but dream not of placing limits to the love of Clement and Sibella. Do I weary you with this endless topic? You read the world, I my own heart. Imprisoned during so many years within the narrow boundary of this castle and its parks, the same objects eternally before me, I look with disgust from their perpetual round of succession. Nature herself, spring, summer, autumn, degenerate into sameness. Where must I turn me then but to the resources of my own heart? Love has enriched it, and friendship will not reject its offerings. Yes, they are many, my Caroline, various and increasing. Shall my uncle tell me that my actions are confined to the mechanical operations of the body, that I am an imbecile creature, but a reptile of more graceful form, the half-finished work of nature, and destitute of the noblest ornament of humanity? Blind to conviction, grown old in error, he would degrade me to the subordinate station he describes. He daringly asserts that I am born to the exercise of no will, to the exercise of no duties but submission, that wisdom owns me not, knows me not, could not find in me a resting place. 'Tis false, Caroline. I feel within the vivifying principle of intellectual life. My expanding faculties are nurtured by the passing hours, and want but the beams of instruction to ripen into power and energy that would steep my present inactive life in forgetfulness. Bonneville, when shall I cease to love thy memory, to recall thy lessons? It was thou, Bonneville, who first bade me cherish this stimulating principle, who called the powers of my mind forth from the chaos wherewith Mr. Valmont had enveloped them. Thou, Bonneville, taught me that I make an unimpaired one of the vast brotherhood of humankind, that I am a being whose mistakes demand the conviction of reason, but whose mind ought not to bow down under power and prejudice. He of whom I speak, Miss Ashburn, was chosen to be Clement's tutor. Can you conceive the sensations which swell within my breast while I recall the memory of this friend of my infancy? My friend, ere I lost Clement, ere I knew you, Caroline. Methinks I hear his voice, I see his gestures. Again he enters the wood path. Again I behold that countenance, beautiful in age, radiant in wisdom. He speaks. My soul hangs on his utterance. All my lesser affections fade away. Ah, no, no, no. Bonneville is gone forever. Clement is torn from me. You are interdicted, and I am alone in the wood path. I hailed him by the name of father. He called me his child. He was enervated with disease. The chill damps of evening pierced him. The wintry blast shook his feeble frame. Still would he endure the damps of evening and tremble under the cold blast, rather than Sibella should be sunk in ignorance and sloth, for her cruel uncle had forbidden her an entrance into that apartment where Bonneville gave Clement his daily instruction. 5 days passed away, and Clement had not met his tutor in the library. 5 long evenings Clement had taken his usual rides with Mr. Valmont, yet no Bonneville had visited the oak. My mind anticipated the hour of his approach, and mourned its disappointment. My questions accumulated. I stored up demand upon demand. I recalled the subject of all our conversations. I carefully selected for another investigation those parts which I had not fully comprehended. I arranged my doubts, and perhaps had never so prepared my mind for improvement as when I heard that Bonneville was in bed, ill, dying. I flew to his apartment. Clement followed me. We saw him die. My father, I cried. You will not leave us. We are your children. Better were it that we should die with you than be left without you. My father. Sobs and tears could not delay the inexorable moment, and my life seemed to fade from me when I found that his lips were closed forever. Would you believe that my uncle... Yes, you would believe, for you know his haughty sternness. But no matter. 'Tis past, and ought to be forgotten. But a few days, and not an eye save mine wept for the absence of Bonneville. Clement was satisfied with a new tutor. The new tutor was wise, good, and kind, for Clement said so, but he strictly obeyed Mr. Valmont, and Sibella was abandoned of guide, of father. Death, an object new, hideous, and awfully mysterious, was now ever before me. Multitudes of dark, perplexing ideas succeeded each other in my mind, with a rapidity which doubt and dissatisfaction created. Why is it, said I to myself, and what cause can produce an effect so overwhelming? Throughout life the mind invariably rules the functions of the body. It transports itself from, and returns to its abode at pleasure. It can look back on the past, or fly forward to the future. It passes all boundary of place, creates or annihilates, and soars or dives into other worlds. Yet in one moment its weary tool, the body, had extinguished these omnipotent powers, and to me quenched its vast energies forever. I wrung my hands in bitterness, and in anguish of heart, and I called loudly on the name of my lost instructor, for I had now no instructor. Caroline, do not expect me to speak again of Bonneville. The tumult, the perplexity returns, and no solution is at hand to soothe or to cheer me. 17 days Mr. Valmont, his steward, and their labourers have occupied my wood. My uncle himself gave me a command not to appear there during the day. I said, "At night, sir, I am, I hope, at liberty." "You are, child," my uncle replied, and I failed not to avail myself of the privilege. On the rising ground of the broad wood path, and nearly opposite to my oak, I found the earth dug away and preparations made, of which I could not give an explanation, but from the progress of a few days' labour, a small beautiful edifice of white marble gradually rose under the shade of a clump of yew trees, whose branches were reflected on the polished surface as in a mirror. Its structure appeared to me beautiful. I was charmed with it as a novel object. I rejoiced that it was so near my oak, but I stood utterly at a loss when I attempted to form an opinion of its design or utility. Perhaps when you were at the castle you became acquainted with the defects and singularities of the two attendants whom my uncle assigned me. Andrew, almost inflexible in silence, attempts, when I put him to the trial, to explain himself by signs, while his daughter possesses not, that I could ever discover, in the smallest degree the faculty of hearing. Andrew often looks on me with affection, but Margaret, who has a most repulsive countenance and demeanour, appears, even while I endeavour to conciliate her by kind looks, to be scarcely conscious that I am in existence. With such companions intercourse is rigorously excluded. In cases of peculiar uncertainty, I sometimes venture to apply to Andrew, as I did on the morning after I had seen the beautiful edifice in the wood path completed. Andrew said, "'Tis a tomb." Shortly after, I called at Mrs. Valmont's door to inquire of her health, for she is now recovering slowly from a severe indisposition. Very unusually, she desired I might be admitted. I stood while I spoke to her, for the wood was at liberty, and I was impatient to be gone. The surprise of Andrew's concise information was new in my mind, and I began to describe the structure in the wood path. I perceived Mrs. Valmont's attendant directing strange looks and gestures to me, and I paused to ask her meaning. She positively denied the circumstance, and I proceeded. When I mentioned the name of tomb, Mrs. Valmont started forward on the couch where she sat. "Raise the tomb!" cried she. "For whom?" And then, again falling back in seeming agony, she added without waiting for my reply, "Yes, I know it well. He has opened a tomb for me." "For you, madam?" I said. "You are not yet dead." "Barbarian!" exclaimed Mrs. Valmont, looking fiercely on me. "Not yet dead! Insolent! Begone! I shall be dead but too soon. Begone, I say. The very sight of any of your hated infidel race destroys me." I wished to understand how Mrs. Valmont's anger and agitations were thus excited, for she began to utter strange assertions, that my uncle intended to murder her, and that he had made me his instrument. She groaned and wept. One of her attendants urged me to withdraw, and I complied. From thence I visited the tomb. Again I admired its structure and its situation, but I could not devise why a receptacle for the dead should be reared amidst the living. At this time Mr. Valmont himself, followed by his steward and by Andrew, came to inspect the tomb. Methought he looked pleased when he saw me resting upon it. He viewed it round and round, walked to the foot of the rock, and contemplated it at that distance. Mr. Ross did the same, but Andrew stood still some yards on the other side. My uncle spoke thus at intervals. No doubt strange reports will circulate throughout the neighbourhood of this monument. The vulgar fools, who lend so ready a belief to the ridiculous tales of that ruin, will now have another hinge on which to turn their credulity. Sibella, take again the attitude I saw you in when I entered the wood. There, child. Keep that posture a short time. Your figure improves the scene. Does the monument excite much wonder, Ross? It does indeed, sir, the steward replied. They wonder at the expense, they wonder more at the object, and still more than that, they wonder at the unconsecrated ground. And my impiety is, I imagine, the topic of the country. The steward remained silent. Andrew, remember my orders, and repeat them to your fellows. I will have no idle tales fabricated in the servants' hall. What are the opinions of other men concerning holy and unholy to me? It belongs to men of rank to spurn the prejudices of the multitude. Shortly after, my uncle addressed himself to me. A strange message, child, has been sent me from Mrs. Valmont, which you, it seems, have caused. What have you been saying to her? I repeated the conversation. My uncle smiled in scorn. Contemptible folly, said he. The vicinity of a tomb becomes a mortal disease. It is hard to judge whether the understanding or the frame of such animals is of the weaker texture. Child, you have killed your aunt by reminding her that she may one day happen to be buried. I was startled with the phrase of I had killed my aunt, and I began eagerly to speak. My uncle interrupted me with saying, There is no real harm done, child. These nervous affections are tremendous in representation, but trifling in reality. You will, however, do well to remember that I do not approve of your frequenting Mrs. Valmont's apartments. My uncle then left me, not quite satisfied with myself, nor with his representation of Mrs. Valmont's case. Yet, on a careful review of the past, I did not feel that my words, my manner, or my information could justly tend to produce uneasiness either to her or me. Yet Mrs. Valmont persists in holding me culpable, and has twice rejected the messages I have sent by Andrew. Still, Caroline, I do not understand why my uncle should have expended money to rear a marble tomb, when any spot of waste ground might serve for the receptacle of a lifeless body, nor can I understand how Mrs. Valmont is injured by the knowledge of the circumstance. My uncle's conversation with Mr. Ross is for the most part beyond my comprehension. I observe, too, that every part of the family, more carefully even than before, now shun the wood. Last night, when Nina and I had held our evening converse at the oak, till the moon shone at her height, Andrew came in search of me. He stood at an unusual distance, and having beckoned me to return, he with a soft quick step hastened before me to the castle. Thus, dearest Caroline, I pass from the weight of a tedious uniformity to view and wonder at the mysterious actions of mysterious people. Oh, speak to me, then, my friend. You I can understand. You I love, admire, revere. Speak to me often, Caroline. Bring the varieties of your life before me. Awaken my feelings with yours, and let my judgment strengthen in your experience. Sibella Valmont. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in November 2016. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 7. From Caroline Ashburn to Sibella Valmont. My dearest Sibella, to all that I yet know of you I give unmixed praise. Your own rectitude, your own discernment, and your reliance on my sincerity satisfies you of this truth, and I am assured that I have your sanction when I speak less of yourself than of frailer mortals. On casting my eye over the foregoing lines, I smile to perceive that I felt as if it were necessary to apologize for the strong propensity I have to begin this letter as I concluded my last, namely, with Mr. Murden, whom, in the moments of my best opinion, I cannot wholly admire, nor, at the worst of times, can I altogether condemn. As he is, then, or as I think he is, take him. Colonel Ridson, you know, said Mr. Murden was handsome. So say I. At times divinely handsome, but only at times. His figure, it is true, never loses its symmetry and grace, but his features, strongly influenced by their governing power, the mind, vary from beauty to deformity, that is, deformity of expression. What would Lady Mary, Lady Laura, or the two Miss Winderhams, who were lately added to our party, say to hear me connect the ideas of Murden and deformity? Yet in their hearing, incurring the terrible certainty of being arraigned in their judgments for want of taste, of being charged with prudery, affectation, and I know not what besides, I shall dare repeat, that I have looked on Murden, and looked from him again, because he appeared deformed and disgusting. The libertine is ever deformed, the flatterer is ever disgusting. His daily practice in this house justifies me in bestowing on him the latter epithet. I own, and I rejoice to own, that of the justice of the former I have my doubts. Vain he is. That he is gratified by, encourages, even stimulates the attention of fools and coquettes, I cannot deny, and when I view him indulging a weakness so contemptible, so dangerous, I am almost ready to believe he may be anything that is vicious, and that, having taken vanity and flattery for his guides, he may attain to the horrid perfection of a successful debauchee. Yet what man, plunged in the whirlpool of debauchery, ever retained delicacy of sentiment and pungency of feeling? I think Murden possesses both. What man of debased inclinations would preserve that perpetual delicacy, that happy medium between neglect and encouragement, by which Murden regulates his conduct to Lady Laura Bowden? Lady Laura, celebrated as a wit and beauty, betrays to every observer her passion for Mr. Murden. I dreaded, on such an occasion, to see a vain young man, insolent in pity or barbarous in neglect, but Lady Laura has not a particle more or less of his admiration, his flattery, and his services than any other lady of the circle. Ah, I feel already that my description languishes. The Murden before me is a being of more vigour and more interest than the Murden on my paper. I have failed in discriminating the contradictory parts of his character, and I give up description, leaving those circumstances I may, on further acquaintance, select from the round of his actions to speak for him. These insatiable devourers of amusement tear me from my pen. The morning, which in my mother's house in town I possessed uncontrolled, is no longer my own. The days are wasted in the execution of projects that promise much and perform nothing, and I made a whimsical attempt the other day to convince my good friends here that we ought at least to be rational 1/2 of one's time, if we would find any pleasure in being foolish the other half. But while I am complaining to you, Sibella, the party are perhaps complaining of me. Adieu for a short time. I go to taste simplicity. Not the simplicity of a golden age, but the simplicity of gold and tinsel. On the banks of a charming piece of water we fish under a silken awning. Horns, clarionets, and bassoons are stationed in a neighbouring grove, with their sweet concords occasionally to soothe our fatigues. Ices, the choicest fruits, and other delicate preparations for the refreshment of the palate are at hand, and, notwithstanding all this costly care, it is very possible we shall pass a listless morning, return without any increase of appetite or animal spirits, and be mighty ready to bestow loud commendations on the pleasures of a morning, from which we derive no other secret satisfaction than the certainty of its being at an end. A summons. The carriages are at the door. You understand, I hope, that this is a rural expedition, therefore a coach and a chariot attends. Mr. Murden drives one phaeton, Colonel Ridson another, and Mrs. Ashburn, who has arisen from the voluptuous luxury of the palanquin, and 8 slaves, to the more active triumph of a high seat, reins, and long whip, will drive Lady Laura Bowden in her curricle. It would be vain for me to attempt to sleep, for I endure at present a very considerable portion, though from a different cause, of those restless feelings which so often, my Sibella, urge you from your bed. I believe I shall not go to bed this night, yet I have not to tell you that I am roused to this wakefulness by events strikingly removed from the ordinary course of our lives. On the contrary, the accidents of the day, though new in their form, are by no means of an uncommon character. It is, alas, no novelty for some people to be inconsistent, and for others to imagine that rank and riches, as it places them beyond the reach of the common misfortunes of life, gives them full privilege to censure the weak and condemn the unfortunate. I hope benevolence is not a novelty. I would not subtract from the due praise of any individual, but I feel it as it were a tacit reproach upon human nature, or rather upon human manners, when we loudly vaunt the benevolent actions of any single man. I love the man, be he whom he may, who will perform the offices of a brother to the weakest, the most despised of his fellow creatures, but I lament that the example should be so unusual, and, when seen, rather vaunted than valued, and speedily forgotten. I have no reason to accuse myself of a want of penetration. Our morning was anything but pleasant. The air from the water chilled Sir Thomas. Lady Barlow could find no scope amidst the very small talk for one single repartee. The Earl of Ulson had the toothache. The Countess detests the music of wind instruments, and my mother found out that she hated fishing. The young ladies lost their spirits and temper by losing Mr. Murden, whose absence occurred in such a way as put me out of temper, and out of spirits also. As we were on the road to the destined spot of diversion, a pretty country girl on a horse loaded with panniers drew up to the hedge side, while the cavalcade passed her. I was in Mr. Murden's phaeton, and we were the last carriage but one. The girl, in making her awkward obeisance to the company, no sooner lifted her eyes to Mr. Murden than she blushed deeper than scarlet. It was a blush of such deep shame, of such anguish, that I felt a sudden pain like a shock of electricity. The time of passing was so instantaneous that I could not see what effect the blush had at the moment on Murden's countenance, but when I did look on him, I found him lost in thought, from which he presently started, to gaze back upon the girl, while she continued in sight. It was palpably obvious that in this incident Murden had a concern more powerful than any interest he took in the party, for he remained dispirited and absent, and, after refusing to angle, and walking a few turns to and fro on the banks of the water, he said he should join us again before we returned to dinner, mounted his servant's horse, and disappeared. Thus we were left without one satisfied person of the party, except the ever-satisfied Colonel Ridson and the self-satisfied Lord Bowden. We saw no more of Mr. Murden till late in the afternoon. I must now, my dear Sibella, call your attention to the history of an unfortunate woman, who, in occupying the greatest part of this afternoon, gave scope to the display of that hard-heartedness and that benevolence to which I alluded in a former passage of this letter. When Sir Thomas Barlow left the East Indies, he retained in his service a young Creole as secretary. At that time the youth, who was sanguine enough and young enough to believe that his situation would increase in gain and be permanent in favour, wrote to his mother, whom he contributed to support, saying it was his wish she should come to England. He expected she would wait for a remittance for him to pay her passage, but the mother, impatient to join her only child, sold her little property, borrowed on her son's credit the remainder of the money for her passage, and set sail from Bengal much about the time that her son, with whom the climate had disagreed, and whom Sir Thomas had discharged, set sail from England. Arrived in London, she hastens to Sir Thomas Barlowe's house to meet this beloved son. The family are in the country. The porter surlily assures her that her son is gone. She will not believe him, demands the name of Sir Thomas Barlowe's country seat, returns to her lodging with trembling limbs and an aching heart, writes a letter to Barlowe Hall, which probably was never sent, and falls ill of an ague and fever. 8 weeks the unhappy woman languished in the extreme of misery and disease, receiving no tidings from her son, having no friend, no acquaintance, either to pity or relieve her. Her money all spent, her clothes almost all sold, she availed herself of a small recruit of strength, and begged her way, half naked, to Sir Thomas Barlowe's seat, kept alive, no doubt, by the feeble hope that she should yet find her son. At Barlowe Hall the tidings of her son's departure was confirmed. Despair gave her strength. In spite of the servants' opposition, she forced her way into the dining parlour, ere the dessert was yet removed. She designed to have thrown herself at the feet of Sir Thomas, but on whom did her eyes first fix? On no other than Mrs. Ashburn, whom, in her own land, in her happiest days, she had served in the capacity of housekeeper. Had the apartment held the first potentates of the earth, I firmly believe they would have been as so many straws in the poor woman's way when she rushed forward to Mrs. Ashburn. She clasped her knees, kissed her hands, her gown, the very chair on which she sat, and was so wild and extravagant in her joy that I do not wonder at the result. I only wonder that her intellects survived. It was in vain the company expressed their disgust at so miserable an object. In vain my mother and Sir Thomas commanded her to rise and withdraw. She would, in her imperfect language, curse the climate of Britain. She would entreat them to send her back to her own country. She would relate the history of her griefs, till combined recollections, or perhaps the frigid countenances of those around her, wrought a passionate flood of tears, and she then quietly suffered the footman to conduct her from the room. The rigid Countess of Ulson instantly began a severe investigation of the folly of the young Indian, who sent so far for his mother, while his own prosperity was yet wavering and uncertain. Lady Barlowe and the young ladies appeared disconcerted. The Earl of Ulson had dined in his own chamber. Colonel Ridson often shifted his seat. Mrs. Ashburn and Sir Thomas Barlowe gave their assent to the invective of Lady Ulson, adding at the same time all the shades of imprudence in the mother's enterprise. They agreed, however, in the necessity of affording her some relief. 2 guineas from Sir Thomas and 2 from Mrs. Ashburn was the vast sum contributed, and with this 4 guineas the servant was ordered to deliver the following commands: that she should immediately go back to London, where she might easily find employment for her support till her son should know she was in England, and remit money for her return to India. Colonel Ridson stole to the door after the servant, and gave into his hand a benefaction for the widow. I had only waited the conclusion of the nabob's and my mother's determination, and I now left them. The Indian did not, as before, attempt to rush into the parlour, but in the hall she wrung her hands, gnashed her teeth, tore her hair, exclaiming she must go back, she could not work, she could not live in a climate that would kill a dog. My remonstrances she did not hear. I might as well have spoken to the dead. It was then that Mr. Murden returned home. Astonished at the frantic agonies of the poor distressed woman, he inquired the cause from the servants, whom pity had drawn around her. He drew his whip out of his hand, and coming up to the Indian, yes, Sibella, this seducer perhaps, this very elegant, fashionable, handsome, and admired Murden, immediately lifted in his arms the poor miserable despised object from whose touch others had revolted, carried her into an apartment, and seated her by himself on a sofa, still holding his arm round her to prevent her relapsing into those violent excesses. "You shall go back," cried Murden. "I swear by the God that made me, you shall go back to-morrow, to-day, this very hour, if you will but be calm." She looked on him steadily. It was such a look, Sibella. "See," said Murden, "Miss Ashburn says you shall go back. You know Miss Ashburn? Ay, and you love her too. I know you do." In a fainting voice she said, "Then I shall die with my poor Joseph at last." Her head fell upon Murden's breast, and he suffered it to remain there, till he found she had become insensible. He then requested the housekeeper to see a bed prepared for her, and, by his kind speeches and charming tones, he rendered every servant as eager to do the poor woman service as he himself had been. All this time I forgot the country girl. While I attended the Indian to her bed, Mr. Murden visited the drawing-room, and when I also went thither, I found Murden's face in a glow. He was debating with his uncle on the danger that might befall his sick patient, by removing her from Barlow Hall to the next village, and the danger Sir Thomas might incur by allowing her to remain where she was. The nabob recollected she had spoken of her fever in London, and already he saw himself in the utmost danger, and half his family dead or dying of the mortal disease. Any sum of money, anything in his house that could tend to her accommodation she might have, so that she was but removed. He absolutely shook with apprehension, and Murden was at length compelled to yield the point. A post-chaise was accordingly got ready, 2 maids went in with her, to support her, for successive faintings had reduced her to the weakness of an infant. Murden, although it was a rainy evening, walked by the side of the chaise to the village, to see that she was there taken proper care of. In the drawing-room, the interval between this arrangement and the time of Murden's return from the village was passed in the most irksome state. The weather would not allow of walking or riding. No casual visitors arrived. Every common topic of conversation languished, and each individual dreaded lest some other of the party should begin to speak of the Indian, whom they were one and all laboriously urgent to forget. The entrance of tea and coffee was an immense relief. The cups were received with unusual complacency, and their drooping spirits revived. The card tables were just arranged when Murden entered. Good God, what a charm was diffused over his countenance! He was pale with fatigue and want of food, his linen soiled, and his hair disordered with the wind and rain, but there was such a sweetness in his eyes that no heart could resist it. Every one pronounced his name at once. "Dear Murden!" breathed Lady Laura in the melting voice of love. Then, covered with confusion, she added, "Dear Mr. Murden, you will kill yourself." At the same time she made an involuntary motion for him to seat himself between her and her sister. He did so. His heart was open to the reception of all tenderness. He could not reject Lady Laura's tone. He took her hand. I saw him press it. He said something low and soft, and her cheeks were instantly suffused with a burning colour. Ah, that country girl, thought I. I could not help sighing for her. I sighed too for Murden. Would, said I to myself, that he could suffer me to possess his confidence, would suffer me to advise, exhort, and entreat him to be worthy of himself. Perhaps, while these and other such reflections occupied my mind, my eyes were fixed upon Murden, for suddenly I perceived that his cheek took a stronger glow than even Lady Laura's, and he sprung up from his seat. "James, bring me some biscuits and a jelly," said he carelessly. "Egad, I believe I have not dined to-day." This was enough to rouse Sir Thomas. "There now," cried the nabob. "Was ever anything like it? You have had no dinner, and here you are all this time in wet clothes. Lord have mercy upon me. Call your valet." And he began to ring the bell furiously. I am sure, Arthur, you will be ill. You will have a fever. You will certainly kill yourself, as Lady Laura says. I had too much compassion to look at Lady Laura, and so had Murden, for he crossed the other side of the room and immediately withdrew. As Murden shut one door, a servant opened another, and gave into my hands your last dear letter. I retired to my own chamber to read it. You are a glorious girl, Sibella. You elevate, you excite me. You awaken my mind to more and more love of those fervid qualities that shine so eminent in you. Had your Bonneville lived— well, fear not, my love. The day of your liberty will come. There are perhaps other Bonnevilles in the world, who will, like him, delight to give you that instruction for which your mind pants. Already you possess energy, fortitude, and feeling, and those qualities, now kept alive and fostered by your love, may one day be called into action by objects of higher magnitude, of far higher value, forgive me, than love, though it were the love of a Sibella. I stood at my window to read your letter. The rain and wind had ceased. There was not even breeze enough to shake away the drops that yet rested upon the leaves. The dim, grey, melancholy remains of day just afforded sufficient light to read by, and when I had finished your letter, I threw up the sash and leaned out, thinking of you, my Sibella, in my imagination seeing you, seeing your fawn, your wood, your oak, your black angry-looking rock, your solemn ruin, your clumps of yew trees, your white marble tomb. And these objects engrossed my whole attention, while those which surrounded me became hid in darkness. Footsteps passed underneath my window through a path leading to the stables. One voice said, "Many and many a hard day's work have my poor dame and I done since, and have gone to bed to cry and moan all night for Peggy's naughtiness. We were ashamed to show our faces in our own parish. But your honour assures me you won't forget her." Another voice answered, "All that I have promised I will perform, depend on it." The latter voice was Murden's. Now I felt the chill air of evening, and I shut down my window. "Won't you have candles brought, ma'am?" asked Agnes, entering my chamber. "Only think, ma'am," continued she, "if that good Mr. Murden is not going to send one of the grooms 8 miles for a physician to come to the poor Indian, because the laundry maid, who is just returned from her, told him she is not any better. I believe there never was such a young gentleman." "Do you know where he is now?" said I. "Gone to the stables, ma'am, to hurry away the groom." "Is any one with him?" "Only an old farmer who has been in his dressing-room while he dined. I dare say Mr. Murden has been doing some good thing or other for him too." "I hope he has," replied I. "All that I have promised I will perform, depend on it," I repeated to myself. "Light me downstairs, Agnes," said I. "I hope, indeed, Mr. Murden has done him some kindness." Agnes looked at me attentively, and did not reply to me. I returned to the drawing-room, divested of that pleasurable glow of feeling which I enjoyed before the voices spoke underneath my window. As I entered the room, Lord Ulson was saying to my mother, "Such a reference as you propose, madam, would be unpardonable from me, nor can we possibly expect the lady will be sincere." I was surprised to understand, from the Earl's bow, that I was the subject of their conversation, and I requested that, if his lordship meant me, he would hereafter never expect to find me insincere, and I begged to know I had merited the accusation. Mrs. Ashburn and the Earl mutually explained. His lordship was persuaded, it seems, that a letter exciting such visible pleasure as that did which the servant delivered to me must be from a favoured lover. My mother was certain the effect was produced by my romantic friendship, to use her own expression, and, as the Earl was incredulous, she was desirous of referring the decision to me. Lady Laura affectedly begged I would defend the sweet powers of friendship, and my mother sneeringly observed that I had a fine scope for my talents in the present instance. I took your letter from my pocket. I unfolded and spread it open in my lap. This is the letter, said I. A pretty hand, said Colonel Ridson. Nay, it is not a female character, Miss Ashburn, the Earl said. I asked if I should read it. The Earl professed to admire my condescension, but my mother yawned. I selected 2 passages from your letter and read them. Lord Ulson, who had only chosen this subject for want of something to do, was now perfectly satisfied and convinced, for Sir Thomas had invited him to piquet. The Colonel thought your style very charming. Lady Barlow thought it very dull, and, as no one contradicted her ladyship's opinion, the subject would here have ended, had I not, as I put the letter again into my pocket, told my mother that her friend Mrs. Valmont had lately been ill. A poor inanimate vapoured being, Mrs. Ashburn called her friend, dying, she said, of diseases whose slightest symptom had never reached her, a burden to herself, and a torment to every one else. Nevertheless, her fate to be pitied, lamented, and deplored without bounds. Then it became your uncle's turn, and his sum of enormities was divided and subdivided into multitudes of sins, so that I was ready to ask myself if I had really ever known this Mr. Valmont. No one spark of pity remained for him. No, he was neither pitied by Mrs. Ashburn, nor prayed for by the Countess of Ulson. When my mother had exhausted her topic, I said to her, Your pictures are vivid to-night, madam. Suppose you finish the family. Miss Valmont, what say you of her? I leave her to you, replied Mrs. Ashburn. I only think her a little handsome, a little proud, a little ignorant, and half insane. You can tell the rest. Pray do, Miss Ashburn, cried Lady Mary Bowden. I dearly love to hear of queer creatures. I am to add, said I, all that remains of a queer creature, already declared to be proud, ignorant, and half mad. To the best of my judgment, I will. The door opened, and in came Mr. Murden, and the poor Indian, the country girl, and the old farmer, who had wept sleepless nights for Peggy's naughtiness, together rushed upon my imagination. Again Lady Laura made room for Murden, and again he took his seat on the same sofa. I said to myself, as I looked at him, where are the signs of remorse? There are none. Not even the softened eye of new-born virtuous resolutions. Strange that I read of nothing in the face but inward peace and freedom. Do go on, Miss Ashburn, cried Lady Mary. I did, Sibella. I began once more to speak of you, and in a little time I called back a part at least of the vigour and warmth which Mr. Murden's entrance and a train of fugitive thought had chased from me. I began with your beauty. I omitted nothing which I could devise to make the picture worthy of the original. I spoke of the first sight I had of you, the impressive effect at that moment of your face, your form, your attitude, your simple attire. I appealed to my mother, to testify the singular beauty of your eyes, your forehead, your mouth, your hair. I told them that your hair had never been distorted by fashion, that, parted from the top of the head and always uncovered, it fell around your shoulder, displaying at once its profusion and its colour, and ornamenting, as well by its shade as its contrast, one of the finest necks that ever belonged to a human figure. Lady Laura now grew restless in her seat, for Murden listened. He had even dropped the shuttle he had taken out of Lady Laura's hand, and either inattentively, or quite unconsciously, had allowed her ladyship to stoop to the ground for it herself. Still he listened. Thus adorned by nature, said I, in what way shall I further recommend her? Art has disclaimed her. This queer creature, Lady Mary, never out of her uncle's castle since she was 6 years old, has been left utterly without the skill of the governess and waiting maid. An old tutor, indeed, gave her some singular lessons on the value of sincerity, independence, courage, and capacity, and she, a worthy scholar of such a teacher, as indeed you may judge from the specimen I read of her letter, has odd notions and practices, and, half insane, as Mrs. Ashburn says, would rather think herself born to navigate ships and build edifices than to come into a world for no other purpose than to twist her hair into ringlets, learn to be feeble, and to find her feet too hallowed to tread on the ground beneath her. "Stop!" cries Murden, bending eagerly forward. "Tell me, Miss Ashburn, of whom you speak." "Of a Miss Valmont," said Lady Laura peevishly. "Miss Valmont?" rejoined Murden. "Miss Ashburn, do you really speak of Miss Valmont?" "I really do, Mr. Murden." He did not reply again, but, folding his arms, he leaned thoughtfully on the back of the sofa. Lady Laura, now quite out of temper, began to complain that he was an encumbrance, and, forgetting to offer the least apology, he instantly sprang up and took a distant chair. I should tell you that by this time my mother, Sir Thomas, the Earl, and the Colonel were at cards, so that I had only Lady Barlow and the younger part of the company for my auditors. "And how," asked Lady Mary, "does this odd young lady, I must not again say queer creature, employ her time?" "Playing with cats and dogs, and chattering with servants, I suppose," said Lady Barlow. "No, Lady Barlow," I replied, "the resources of her mind, various and increasing, to use her own description, furnish better expedients. She wishes for communication, for intercourse, for society, but she is too sincere to purchase any pleasure by artifice and concealment. She is too proud to tempt the servants from their duty, all of whom, except 2, are forbidden to approach her. A grey-headed, unpolished footman brings her breakfast and supper to her apartment. If she is there, it is well. If not, he leaves it, be the time longer or shorter, till she does come. Her female domestic, deaf and deformed, would attend if summoned, but Miss Valmont finds her dress simple enough, and her limbs robust enough, to enable her to perform all the functions of her toilet. A true child of nature, bold in innocence, day or night, is equally propitious to her rambles, and always mentally alive, she has the glow of animation on her cheeks, the fire of vivacity in her eye, alone in a solitary wood at noonday or at midnight." "At midnight!" Lady Laura exclaimed. "Surely you did not go alone into the woods at midnight?" I removed the idea her ladyship and others perhaps had of its impropriety, by informing them your wood was of small extent, not distant from the castle, and enclosed within the moat, which, by means of a canal, had been carried round the park as well as castle. "No human foot," said I, "but those admitted over the drawbridge can enter this wood, which though small is romantic, and though gloomy has its beauties. It rises on the side of the canal, and terminates at the foot of a rock. It contains a tomb. On one part of the rock are spread the tottering ruins of a small chapel and hermitage, and these objects serve to invite Miss Valmont to her wood, while they check the approach of diseased imaginations. I spoke further, Sibella, of your favourite lonely haunt, the flying speed with which I have seen you bound there, the affectionate caresses of your little fawn, and numberless other circumstances. Lady Laura was resolved neither to be amused by the novelty, nor seduced by the merit I had attributed to you. She found you more whimsical than pleasing, more daring than delicate. She wished you all manner of good things, and, among the rest, that you might not at last fall in love with one of your uncle's footmen. I smiled and replied to her ladyship that your uncle's wisdom and foresight had provided against that misfortune. You already had a lover worthy of you. Good God! Are you acquainted with Clement Montgomery? It was Murden from whom this exclamation burst, and I looked at him without power to reply. It almost appeared miraculous to hear anyone in that room name Clement Montgomery. "Is that the Mr. Montgomery," Lady Barlow asked, "you went abroad with, Murden?" "Yes, madam." "Then," said I, "you know Clement Montgomery intimately." He replied that he did. "How could you be so cruel?" said I. "Why did you not interrupt me long since? You, who know Miss Valmont's lover, must know Miss Valmont also. Why did you not take the voice of that lover, and paint, as you must have heard him paint, her attractive graces, her noble qualities? Oh, it was barbarous to leave that to be done by monotonous friendship, to which the spirit of love could alone do justice." Methinks his answer was a very strange one, so cold, so abrupt. I felt displeased at the moment, and checked myself in some eager question I was about to ask respecting Clement Montgomery. Murden's reply, Sibella, was, that I had done enough. And he withdrew too, immediately withdrew, as if weary of me and my subject. At supper his place at table was vacant. His valet alleged he was writing letters. Sir Thomas would be positive he was ill. We heard of nothing but the fever, and it is highly probable the house would have been presently half filled with physicians, and Sir Thomas really in need of them, if Murden had not come smiling and languishing into the supper-room. This time I had the honour of his choosing his seat next me, and, as I saw that he only pretended to eat in order to appease his uncle, I told him in a low voice I believed he was ill. "My mind is my disease," he said. "Ah, then," thought I, "he does perhaps repent." I longed to talk to him, but I could think of no subject, no name but Peggy, and Peggy I had not courage to mention. I made an awkward remark upon our ride to the water side. Then I introduced as awkwardly, and to as little purpose, the time of my leaning out of my chamber window. Murden, unconscious of my meaning and allusions, heard me composedly, and I ended only where I began. He found me absent and embarrassed, and, though little suspecting that his mind was also my disease, his attentions were more exclusively mine than I had ever before experienced them to have been. A few minutes before the company separated, Murden said to me, "I am informed, Miss Ashburn, that you intend visiting our poor Indian to-morrow morning." "Yes," I said, "I had ordered my horse early for that purpose." "I should request your permission to attend you, madam, but I am in some sort engaged to eat my breakfast on brown bread and new milk at a farmhouse." "A farmhouse?" said I. "Yes, madam," rejoined Murden, as calmly as though he had carried content and joy into that farmhouse, instead of remorse and misery. "Yes, madam, the most charming spot in this country. My constant house of call in the shooting season. Many pleasant brown bread breakfasts and suppers have I eaten there." So unblushing, so hard-hearted a confession absolutely startled me. I had already risen to retire. He rose also, and said, "Will you, Miss Ashburn, allow me to ride with you in the morning?" "And neglect the farmhouse, Mr. Murden?" He replied, "The time is of little consequence. I can go there afterward." "Oh, but it is," said I, "now of infinite consequence. Not for the world would I be the means of your dispensing with one title of your promises to that farmhouse. Pray," said I, turning back after having bade him good night, "Mr. Murden, do you correspond with Clement Montgomery?" Again I became reconciled to him. Again I was persuaded that he repented of his error, and that he is not hardened in his transgressions, for he understood the fullest tendency of my question. His countenance instantly expressed shame, surprise, and sorrow too, and his voice faltered while he said, "Why, Miss Ashburn, why should you wish to know that?" And when he added, "I do indeed, madam, correspond with Mr. Montgomery," he looked from me. My good night was more cordial than the former one, and I hope that if Mr. Murden finds his breakfast at the farmhouse less pleasant than heretofore, its usefulness will increase, as its pleasure ceases. Daylight bursts into my chamber. In another hour I shall prepare to visit the Indian. My Sibella, farewell. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Secrecy or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. Secresy or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 8. From Clement Montgomery to Arthur Murden. Infidel as thou art toward beauty, and indolent as thou art in friendship, whence dost thou still derive the power to attract the homage of beauty and the zeal of friendship? That Janetta, the empress of all hearts, but callous thine, possessed sensibility, susceptibility, or even animation, thou, infidel Arthur, didst deny. Yet Janetta can sometimes torture her admiring Clement by the repetition of thy praises. 4 letters of mine, long letters, letters to which I yielded hours that might have been raptures and enjoyments, those letters lie, the last as the first, unanswered, unheeded, in thy possession. I devoutly thank the star that shed its influence over the hour of my birth, that it gave me a temperament opposite to thine, Arthur. For have I not seen thee more than insensible, even averse to the offered favours of the fair? Have I not seen thee yawn with listlessness at an assembly where rank and splendour, the delights of harmony, and the fascinations of beauty filled my every sense with ecstasy? Give me the sphere of fashion and its delights. Fix me in the regions of ever-varying novelty. Mine is life. I sail on an ocean of pleasure. Where are its rocks, its sands, its secret whirlpools, or its daring tempests? Fables all, fables invented by the envious impotence of snarling cynics to crush the aspiring fancy of glowing youth. Thy apathy, Murden, I detest. Nay, I pity thee. And I swear by that pity I would sacrifice some portion of my pleasures to awaken thee to the knowledge of 1 hour's rapture. Soulless Arthur, how couldst thou slight the accomplished L? How could thou acknowledge that she was beautiful, yet tell me of her defects? Defects, good heaven! Defects in a beautiful, kind, and yielding woman! Arthur, Arthur, in comparison to thy passing youth, thy graceful figure, and all those manly charms with which thou art formed to captivate, forget thy wild chimeras, thy absurd dreams of romantic, useless perfections, and make it thy future creed, that in woman there can be no crime but ugliness, no weakness nor defect but cruelty. Every day, every hour, Janetta brings me new proof that thy judgment is worthless. She has tenderness, she has sensibility. She does not, as thou didst assert, receive my love merely to enrich herself with its offerings. And constancy she has, even more boundless than I, except for a time, could desire. For she talks of being mine forever, and says, wherever I go, thither will she go also. And I will soothe her with the flattering hope. Why should I damp our present ardours by anticipating the hour when we must part? Why should I suffuse those brilliant eyes with the tears of sorrow, or wound that fondly palpitating heart by allowing her to suspect that she but supplies the absence of an all triumphant rival. Ah, let not my thoughts glance that way. Let not imagination bring before me the ethereal beauty of my Sibella. Let it not transport me to her arms within the heaven of Valmont wood, or I shall be left a form without a soul, and be excluded from the enjoyment that I now admire, as being in absence my solace, my happiness. I expected I should have been dull without thee, Murden, but I hardly know, except when I am writing, that thou hast left me. I dress, I dance, I ride, I visit, I am visited. My remittances bring me all I wish in their profusion. I adore and am adored. The nights and days are alike devoted to an eternal round of pleasures, and lassitude and I are unacquainted. Read the hearts of men, says Mr. Valmont. I cannot. I am fascinated with their manners. I pant to acquire the same soft polish, and their endearing complacence to my endeavours. That graceful polish is already thine, and there I envy thee. I envy too thy reputation, but I hate thy cold reserve. Why, if these triumphs which are attributed to thee be really thine, why conceal them? Others can tell me of thy successes, can show me the very objects for whom thou hast sighed, whom thou hast obtained. When I allege that I found thee constantly dissatisfied, contemplating some imaginary being, complaining that too much or too little pride, defective manners, or a defective mind gave thee an antidote against love, I am assured that it was the mere effect of an overweening vanity. Seymour, who pretends to know thee much better than I do, declares thou art vain beyond man's belief, or woman's example. He is thy sworn enemy, and well he may, provided his charges against thee be true. For the other night, in the confidence of wine, he assured me that thou art the seducer of his mistress, a mistress fond and faithful till she listened to thy seductions. Is it possible, Murden, thou canst have been thus dishonourably cruel? I doubt the veracity of Seymour's representation, for I think thou art not only too strict for the transaction, but too inanimate to be assailed by the temptation. Prithee, Arthur, banish this thy ever impenetrable reserve, and tell me truly, whether thou art inflated with victory, fastidious from change, or whether, as I deem thee, thou art not really too cold to love, whether thou hast not cherished the indolent caprice of thy temper, till it has deadened thee into marble. Once more, I thank heaven I am not like thee. Ever may I thrill at the glance, the smile of beauty. Ever may I live to know no business but pleasure, and may my resources ever be as unconfined as my wishes. Clement Montgomery. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 9. From Sibella Valmont to Caroline Ashburn. It is now a week since, one evening at sunset, I carried your letters and that portrait painted by Clement in the days when we knew no sorrow, into the wood, where, shutting out every remembrance, save those of love and friendship, I was for a time wrapped in the sublimity of happiness. Is the mind so much fettered by its earthly clog the body, that it cannot long sustain these lofty flights, soaring as it were into divinity, but must ever sink back to its portion of pains and penalties? For this I have before experienced, and, at the time of which I speak, pain and grief suddenly burst in upon me. I rushed from the foot of my oak to the monument, and resting there, wept with a bitterness equal in degree to my former pleasure. Nina was at my side, and her flying from me into the wood was a signal that someone approached. I raised my head, and beheld, descending from the ruin on the rock, the tall figure of a venerable man, with a white and flowing beard. He was wrapped in a sort of loose gown. A broad hat shaded part of his face. His step was feeble, he frequently tottered, and when he had come near to me, he leaned both hands on his staff, and addressed me thus: "Fair virgin, weep not. The spirits of the air gather round you, and form a band so sacred that the malignant demons hover at a distance, hopeless of approach. Your guardian angel presides over this grove. Here, mildew, mischief, and mischance cannot harm you. Fair virgin, weep not." He paused. I said, "Who are you?" "Once," he continued, "I was the hallowed tenant of yon ruined mansion. Once an inhabitant of earth, it was my lot to warn the guilty and to soothe the mourner. Well may such tears as thine draw me back to earth. I come, the spirit of consolation. Fair virgin, why weepest thou?" "I know," I said, "that the sleep of death is eternal, that the grave never gives back, to form and substance, the mouldering body. And it indeed matters little to me who or what you are, since I well know you cannot be what you would seem." I stepped down from the monument, and turned up the wood path leading to the castle. "Stay!" cried he. "Do you doubt my supernatural mission? View my testimony. Behold, I can renovate old age." I looked back. The beard, the hat, the mantle were cast aside, and a young man of graceful form and fine physiognomy appeared before me. I stood an instant in surprise, and then I again turned toward the castle. He stepped forward and intercepted my path with outspread arms. "Fear me not," said he. "No," I answered, "I do not fear you, though I know of no guardian angels but my innocence and fortitude." He folded his arms, fixed his eyes upon the ground, and I passed on without further interruption. When Andrew brought supper into my apartment, I asked if there were strangers in the castle, and Andrew shook his head, by which I understood that he did not know if there were any. The following morning I expected my uncle's commands to absent myself from the wood, and though no message came, I did absent myself, both on that day and on the succeeding day and their nights, confining all my walks to the open ground behind the castle and the lawn. During these 2 days I was attended only by Margaret. Poor Andrew was indisposed. Banished from my oak, deprived of my Nina's society, excluded even from the slight intercourse the table afforded with Mr. and Mrs. Valmont, for my uncle has lately determined that it is an indelicate custom to meet together at stated times for the sole purpose of eating, and refreshment is now served up to each in our separate apartments. It is nearly impossible to tell you, Caroline, how much alone I felt myself, while these 2 days and 2 nights lasted. The 3rd day was bleak and stormy, the wind roared, and showers fell frequently. Every one of this household seems at all times loath to encounter such inclemencies, and I imagined that to me alone these were things of little moment. I went therefore to the wood, but ere Nina had expressed half her joy, the stranger appeared. "Why fly me," he said, "if you do not fear me?" "I shun you," replied I, "because I do not understand you." "But if you shun me, you cannot understand me." "I do not deem you worthy of inquiry," I said, "for you came with pretences of falsehood and guile, and those are coverings that virtue ever scorns." "Fair philosopher," he exclaimed, "teach me how you preserve such vigour, such animation, where you have neither rivalship to sustain nor admiration to excite. Are you secluded by injustice from the world, or do you willingly forsake its delights, to live the life of hopeless recollection? Say, does the beloved of your soul sleep in that monument?" The supposition, Caroline, was for an instant too agonizing, and I called twice on the name of Clement, with a vehemence that made this man start. His face flushed with colour, he retreated a few steps, and looked every way around him. "No," said I, as he again approached, "my beloved lives. Our beings are incorporate as our wishes. The sepulchre need not open twice. No tyranny could separate us in death. But who are you?" I added. that come hither to snatch from me the moments I would dedicate to remembrances of past pleasure, and to promising expectation? Is then your heart so narrowed by love that it can admit neither friendship nor benevolence? I answered, to my friendship you have no claim, for we are not equal. You wear a mask. Esteem and unreserved confidence are the only foundations of friendship. As he had done on the former day, he again intercepted my path, for I was going to quit the wood. Stay, he said, and hear me patiently, or I may cast a spell around you. He interrupted the reply I was beginning to make thus. I do not bid you fear me. My power is not terrible, but it is mighty. Tell me then, he added, have you no sense of the blessings of intercourse? Have you never reflected on the selfishness of solitude, on the negative virtues of the recluse? I find you here, said I, in Mr. Valmont's wood, and I expect, therefore, that you already know my seclusion is not the effect of my choice. But from whom, other than yourself, am I to learn why it is the effect of your submission? This was a question, Caroline, which I had never steadily put to myself, and I stood silent some moments before I found my answer. I said, I am not yet convinced that the time is arrived when my submission ought to cease. Ah, rather honestly confess, he replied, that you shun a stern contention with that power which here detains you. But there are other means, a secret escape, if you resolve to exert yourself for that purpose. No, I said, I am not weak enough to descend to artifice. Did I think it right to go, I should go openly. Then might Mr. Valmont try his opposing strength. But he would find I could leap, swim, or dive, and that moats and walls are feeble barriers to a determined will. Oh, stay, stay in these woods forever, he vehemently exclaimed. Go not into the world where artifice might assail, and example corrupt that noble sincerity. Or if, as I think, your courage, your integrity are incorruptible, oh, yet go not into the world. View not its disgusting follies, taste not its chilling disappointments. My answer was, I am accustomed to listen to inconsistencies. You just now spoke of the pleasures and blessings of society. As he did not reply, but stood as though he was musing, I thought I could pass him, which I attempted to do. He immediately knelt on one knee before me, spread one hand on his bosom, and said, You are above my control. I would not dare profane you by the single touch of my finger. But I beseech you, by that firmness, that innocence which holds distrust and danger at defiance, I beseech you, listen to me a few short moments longer. Have you anything to impart which can interest me? I asked him. I have that which ought to interest you. He rose from his kneeling posture, and appeared to hesitate. Alas, he then added, I have many, many faults. I am unstable in wise resolutions, and yielding, as childhood, to temptation. I wanted a guide, a monitor. I sought one in the world, and found only tempters. I have quitted the world. I have chosen my abode in that ruin. There I would fain learn to amend myself. I want to learn to be happy, but I come not to that ruin to banish you from this wood. This is your selected spot, and that is mine. Only a few paces divides them, yet if you say it must be so, the distance shall be as impassable as though entire kingdoms lay between us. Ah, reflect a moment before your single word forms this immense barrier. A moment, did I say? No, reflect a day. Leave me now in silence, and return tomorrow, the next day, when you will, and then tell me if you could not sometimes find me a more sympathizing auditor than trees and marble, when you would breathe complaint or utter joy. Go then. But... A second time he hesitated, and when he spoke again his articulation was changed from its clear decisive character to a thicker, lower utterance. Be aware, he said, that there are certain requisites necessary to form the utility of my solitude, uninterrupted retirement, and perfect secrecy. Was I unjust, Caroline? But his mention of secrecy instantly filled my mind with the supposition that his words wore one form, and his intentions another. I warned him to depart. I told him I despised concealment, that I had ever scorned to separate my wishes from my acts, or my actions from my words. I said his caution pointed out my duty. I bade him, as I then thought, a final adieu. I proceeded immediately to the library to relate this conversation to my uncle. There I was told that my uncle was gone from the castle, not to return till 4 days were past. I then requested to be admitted into Mrs. Valmont's dressing-room, and she received me. Her conduct disgusted me extremely at the time, and I have since thought it very extraordinary that Mrs. Valmont should doubt my veracity. Scarcely had I described the manner in which the person in the wood first came to me, than Mrs. Valmont broke my narration by asking me over and over again, I know not how many times, had I indeed seen a hermit come out of the ruin? Was I quite sure I had seen him? Could it really be true? Not disposed to hear such offensive repetitions, I declined entering any further into the story, and merely said that, if the person was a visitor in the castle, it might be proper for her to signify to him that his intrusion in the rock and wood would be displeasing to my uncle, and highly inconvenient to me. I went to my own apartments. On the next morning I rose, as I frequently do, at the first dawn of day. Do you recollect the situation of my apartments? You will certainly remember that the southwest wing is rather distant from that part of the body of the castle where most of the family inhabit. You know too that my rooms open into a long gallery, but you never explored this gallery. My hours with you were rich in pleasure and variety, and I thought not then of the solitary haunts to which I fly when I seek amusement and find none. This gallery at a remote end from the body of the castle closes with a staircase. These stairs descend into a narrow and winding passage of the west tower, and lead to the door of the armoury. It is probable you never saw either the west tower or the armoury. They are both out of repair, and altogether out of use, nor do I recollect any that I ever saw one of the family enter them but Clement and myself. In very tempestuous weather, the armoury was a favourite place of resort for us. The various implements and cases of steel with which it is furnished were subjects of wonder and conjecture. Besides, it is a hall of large dimensions, and we possessed it so free of interruptions that it served better for play and recreation than any other apartment we were allowed to frequent within the castle. At a very early hour on the succeeding morning, as I before said, I rose and left my chamber to walk in the armoury. After I had gone down the stairs, and as I had nearly reached the end of the dark stone passage, I heard a sudden creaking noise, but whether or not it proceeded from the armoury I could not be certain. I entered the armoury. The door closed heavily after me. There was scarcely light enough to distinguish the surrounding objects. I stood still, but all was silent. I walked about, and other thoughts entirely effaced an impression of something unusual in the noise, till again, in a louder degree, it assailed me. I hastened toward the door, but the voice I had heard in the wood called me to stay. I turned round, and the same figure was before me. Andrew interrupts me. My uncle is returned home, has something to communicate, and expects me now. I go. In continuation. Farewell, thou precious resemblance, I must part with thee. From yesterday until the present hour thou hast been mine. Farewell, then, exquisite shadow. Caroline, I left my letter unfinished yesterday, and hastened to the library. Come hither, child, my uncle said as I entered, and tell me if this be a likeness. He presented to me a small case, and I beheld the picture of Clement. I folded both hands over it on my bosom. I had not words to thank Mr. Valmont, but the tears that rolled upon my cheeks were tears of gratitude. I ordered Clement, my uncle continued, to send me his portrait done by an eminent artist, and his obedience has been as prompt as I could desire. You may retire, Sibella, and take the picture with you, but you are to bring it back to the library tomorrow after my dinner hour. Only conceive, Caroline, how I flew back to my apartment. Think how many fond avowals, how many rapturous caresses I bestowed on the insensible image. While I eat, it lay before me, and while I slept, the little that I did sleep, it rested on my pillow. I have counted the stroke of 5 from the great clock. Now Mr. Valmont dines, and the picture is no longer mine. I have placed it in its case, ready for the hand of Mr. Valmont. I become dispirited. Farewell, precious shadow. Farewell also, Caroline, to you. Sibella Valmont. I have torn the seal away from this letter. I am breathless with the tidings. Clement, my Clement, is to return. O Caroline, Caroline, did you ever weep for joy? End of section 9.
Section 10 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in November 2016. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 10, from Caroline Ashburn to Sibella Valmont. Certainly, a picture is at all times a very pretty toy, and I can readily imagine that the picture of an absent lover must be indeed a precious blessing. But you will forgive me, Sibella, if I honestly confess that I have 100 times, since the receipt of your letter, wished Clement had not been so willing, or his artist not so ready. Oh, that Mr. Valmont had withheld the picture but 1 hour longer! Then would the womanish curiosity of Caroline Ashburn have been gratified. For, trust me, Sibella, your surprise at finding your enigmatical hermit in the armoury could not exceed my disappointment at leaving him and you there without further explanation. I have imagined and imagined, returned to the subject, and quitted it again, more wearied than before. And, though I did, after a time, discover that I never should, by the mere aid of suppositions, find of what materials your hermit is composed, yet I have persisted in comparing accidents, and combining circumstances, perhaps totally remote from each other, with the vain hope of tracing him. Knowing how much your uncle worships mystery, I sometimes think it may be one of his stratagems. Sometimes that... Pshaw! The folly of conjecture grows with me. Pardon me, Sibella, you are above these things. Uniform in rectitude, you steadily pursue the path before you, nor mislead yourself to follow the swervings of others. In compassion, however, to the longings of your friend, hasten to communicate the remainder of this your adventure. Our poor Indian is dead. She survived her reception at Barlow Hall only about 10 days, and, during the visits I made her, I never found her capable of sustaining any conversation with me. From her, as she was long a resident in the family, I hoped and expected to have been informed by what means my father amassed his fortune, for the suspicions which I find generally attached to East Indian riches sit heavily on my mind. I do not love to encourage suspicion, for it is cowardly, nor can I indeed fairly give my opinions the name of suspicions, for I am persuaded that in whatever clime or country it be found, the mind that grasps at such inordinate wealth must be vicious, and that there can be but little to choose among the degrees of vice wherewith it is obtained. Yet, being convinced as to that point, I still wish to know the employments of my father's life, for it is possible there may be some retribution to make to individuals. A voyage to India for such a purpose, Sibella, would be but as a pleasant summer day's excursion. Your letter has been sent after me to Bath, for Barlow Hall no longer retains her circle of gay visitors. The Alson family have gone, I forget where, and taken the Winderhams with them, while we, together with Sir Thomas, Lady Barlow, and Colonel Ridson, arrived at Bath last week. The season is crowded, and my mother and the nabob think themselves fortunate in having been able to secure one large and commodious house for the reception of both families. This arrangement Lady Barlow and Mrs. Ashburn profess to find very pleasing. They declare a violent friendship for each other, and use it as a cloak for the working of their secret malignities. My mother is the object of Lady Barlow's envy, for the nabob's fears have made him covetous. He hoards his diamonds in their cases. And Lady Barlow's glitter is outglared by the happier uncontrolled Mrs. Ashburn. On the other hand, Lady Barlow has youth, and has beauty, and these attractions Mrs. Ashburn finds the lustre of the diamond will not altogether outshine, though there are many among the venal crowd who daily offer up at the shrine of wealth the incense due to merit, wit, and beauty. Sir Thomas, I believe, considers himself as bound to play both his own part and his nephew's, and to overwhelm us with the attention and kindnesses his ungracious Arthur withheld. Did I not tell you, or rather did I not intimate, that before Mr. Murden made his appearance among us, the baronet evidently bestowed him upon me? But, alas, scarcely had he arrived, when his uncle, remembering the value of a certain old proverb, left me to seek another lover, and gave, or would have given, his all-prized nephew to my mother. It was highly whimsical to see the baronet's labours to promote this end. He dared not be quite certain that Murden, although dependent on him, would yield him an implicit obedience. And yet, according to his understanding, the scheme had so many and such important recommendations that they were not to be hastily rejected. Fearing to be out-talked, if not convinced, should he at once resort to his nephew's opinion, the baronet would not venture to do so. But, secure in the presence of numbers, he grew bold at hint, and soon made his plan fully comprehended by every person present, and put his nephew's ingenuity to the trial to find methods how to express his disapprobation, without being rude and offensive to the feelings of any one. I cannot say that Mrs. Ashburn appeared to think Sir Thomas very absurd in his designs. After playing his game of hint, till the party talked of separating, the baronet then acquired courage enough to make a direct attack on his nephew. The latter gave an explicit refusal to the proposal, and the former for some days lost his good humour and his patience. It was, I suppose, in consequence of this marked displeasure from his uncle, that Murden thought of paying a visit to a friend at some distance from Barlowe Hall. At first Sir Thomas opposed it not, but when Murden was actually on the point of going, the nabob relaxed his solemn displeasure, and earnestly requested Arthur not to leave him. Arthur in his turn became inflexible, and would not be entreated. He had written, he said to his friend, and go he must. At length, however, he condescendingly offered to hasten to join us at Bath, and, having thus accommodated their difference, the nabob and his nephew parted very good friends. This serious altercation on the subject of Mr. Murden's quitting our party took place in the breakfast parlour. Lady Mary Bowden invited me soon after to walk with her. "Don't you think," said she, putting her arm through mine as soon as we had crossed the threshold of the hall door, "that Murden is very obstinately bent on making this excursion?" "I think him determined," answered I, "and perhaps very properly so." "Thereby hangs a tale," said Lady Mary. "I don't love tales, Lady Mary." She looked at me and smiled. "Yet I believe you are willing to hear this," she said, "and I am resolved to tell it you." Lady Mary certainly did not lay that to my charge, of which I was undeserving, for I quietly suffered her to proceed in her story. It was an accusation against Murden, that his pretended visit of friendship to Mr. Villiers was in fact a visit of a different kind, to a female in Mr. Villiers's neighbourhood, of whom Lady Mary said Murden had not been the original seducer, that she had been lured from her friends by another person, and that, having preferred the attractions of Murden, she made a pretence of returning to her friends, in order to be the more conveniently under his protection. Lady Mary added a number of little corroborating anecdotes, which gave the affair a striking appearance of matter of fact, and I was inclined to believe it, till I recollected how much my opinion had been misled by appearances in the affair of Peggy, of which I spoke to you in my last letter. Warned by that example, I began to doubt the representations of her ladyship, and begged she would join me in having better hopes of Murden, and endeavouring to discountenance the unsupported assertions that were spread abroad concerning him. Lady Mary willingly promised, and I dare say as readily forgot it the very next instant. As I told you, Sibella, my suspicions of Peggy, I will now tell you her history at once, without going through the round of circumstances that brought me acquainted with it. In Murden's own words, you have learned that the Pleasant Farm was his house of call in the shooting season. The farmer is an industrious and worthy man, and his daughter Peggy is, or rather was, ere disappointment fed upon her bloom, a very pretty girl. Joseph, Murden's servant, fell in love with Peggy, and Peggy with Joseph. He was sober, he had some expectations from friends, and his master thought very well of him, and all this together induced the father of Peggy to consent. The marriage was settled as a certain thing, but a delay of time was agreed on among all parties, and Joseph went to London with his master. It so happened that at Christmas Joseph's father died, and, as he was a shopkeeper in a country town, Joseph might, if he chose, succeed him, and marry Peggy directly. He consulted Murden, who approved much of his designs, and likewise gave him £30 to assist in forwarding them. Thus, rich in pocket and in expectation, ere the commenced shopkeeper, Joseph went to stay a week at Peggy's farm, to settle the time of marriage, etc., etc. Alas, the week began with much happiness, and laid the foundation for much sorrow. Peggy became too indulgent to her lover, and, in consequence, her lover cruelly forgot to come back, as he had promised, at 6 weeks' end, and marry her. Peggy's father had a strong sense of honest pride. He disdained to solicit an ungenerous man. On the contrary, he exhorted Peggy to forget him, be industrious, and hereafter irreproachable. But while he was thus daily kind to Peggy, the poor old man, as he told Murden underneath my window, wept through sleepless nights for Peggy's naughtiness. Murden knew nothing of these transactions. He had not called at the farmhouse since he had arrived at Barlow Hall, when we met Peggy in the narrow lane. I can now well account for her blushes and his surprise. He, struck with her appearance and her manner, left us to fish, and went to inform himself at the farm why Peggy was still in that part of the world. The father was absent, but the mother told him the whole story, and he promised to do all that lay within his power to restore the peace of the family. It was Peggy's earnest longing to save herself from present pain at any future risk, and Murden thought it right to forward her wishes. He sent for Joseph, who was growing rich at 25 miles distance, but who, not having more vices than his neighbours, was willing enough to be ruled by a greater man than himself, and accordingly became either really or seemingly very penitent. The end of the whole is, that Peggy's present disgrace is salved by marriage. A foolish and impotent remedy, in my opinion, removing a partial evil, most probably to begin a lasting one. How I misjudged Murden in this affair! Others too may have misjudged him. I persuade myself they have. Men, my dear Sibella, have not that enthusiasm and vigour in their friendships that we possess. I never could get Murden to talk much of Clement Montgomery, though I urged him to do it repeatedly. As an incentive thereto, as well as to gratify my own feelings, I made you and your manners a perpetual theme of conversation when I held conversations with Murden. Perhaps my descriptions interested him, for he was never unwilling to listen to me, though he uniformly persisted in repressing my inquiries, if they led to the subject of his friendship for Clement, with an insuperable coldness. Too vain, possibly, to praise the perfections of another, yet too honest to deny their existence. Inconsistent being. Inconsistent in all things that I know of him, except in his conduct to his uncle. There he is firm, settled, and manly, respectful, but never fawning. He opposes Sir Thomas without petulance, and obeys him without humiliation. Such conduct will ever secure its proper reward. The nabob feels his superiority, and still loves him. Sir Thomas Barlow rejoices, I am glad, while Mrs. Ashburn and Lady Barlow are neither pleased nor displeased, that tomorrow is the day of Murden's arrival. The other ladies of his acquaintance here, to whom I have been introduced, are not so indifferent as the two last mentioned to Murden's appearance, for I have already heard some praise him indiscriminately as Lady Laura Bowden would, and others comment upon his attractions and his vices with as little true feeling of either as Lady Mary did. I am glad he comes to Bath, for I shall now see him amidst the multitude, where new faces, new forms will continually present themselves, where temptations will rush in crowds, and where the sober pace of reflection is outstripped by the flying speed of pleasure. If I do not now learn to appreciate his character, it will be owing rather to the idleness of my discernment than its want of space enough to practise in. Do not imagine, dear Sibella, that because I have run through so many lines without a word of congratulation, I am insensible to the joy which swells in your bosom on the expected return of your lover. I do indeed congratulate you. Your uncle becomes reasonable. His mysteries and his contradictions vanish. Sibella expects her Clement, and the heavy gates of Valmont Castle will fly back, that peace and liberty may enter. Nevertheless, in the prosperity of your expectations, forget not the hermit in the armoury, and the longings of your Caroline Ashburn. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Secresy or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. Secresy or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 11. From Clement Montgomery to Arthur Murden. Dear Arthur, precisely such a command to return home so sudden and so unexpected as you received 5 months past from Sir Thomas Barlow, have I received from Mr. Valmont. But the speed of your obedience bore no proportion to mine, for hither I have come with a rapidity which scarcely yielded to rest and refreshment. Here I am already arrived, almost within sight of the castle's prison-like towers, and here have I been traversing the paltry room of an inn for 1 hour and 3/4. How much longer I shall stay here I know not. But by heaven, were I to depart with a thorough good will, it would be to take the road back to the continent. Arthur, Arthur, what a lesson it is that I have to get by rote. Fully assured, Clement, says Mr. Valmont in his letter, that you cannot have departed from the rule of conduct I desire you to pursue, I do not doubt but that you will joyfully quit the haunts of treacherous, sordid men, to enjoy with me the pleasant solitude of Valmont Castle, etc., etc. No one knows better than yourself, dear Murden, how closely I have pursued Mr. Valmont's rule of conduct. And I think you can guess also how greatly I shall now enjoy the pleasant solitude of Valmont Castle. For a week, a month, perchance the blooming Sibella will render the wilderness a world. Could I flatter myself that Mr. Valmont recalls me to give her to my arms, how I would bound over the distance which now separates us? No, Arthur, no such blessing awaits your luckless friend. I am to look on her as a sister, says Mr. Valmont. Good heaven! And he recalls me to stand perpetually on the brink of a precipice. For how can I hear her, look on her, touch her, and be a brother? Nay, the very first moment of my entrance into that castle may undo me, for she will rush to my embrace, she will cover me with kisses, and his chilling eye will be on me. Had Mr. Valmont left me with the cottagers, my parents, I had never seen Sibella. Then I had dreamed through a stupid existence, without knowing life and love. Had he kept me the recluse of his woods, she had by this time infused her wild untamed spirit unto me, and I should have torn her from him, imagining we could live on berries and drink water. No more of that, Arthur. No, no. I now see the full value of my obedience to Mr. Valmont's commands, for I would, by heaven, rather this moment endure the rack than be blasted to a life of hateful indigence, abhorred poverty. I must obey, Murden. Must, while my heart, my desires, my wishes are still the same, must cloak them to please Mr. Valmont's eye. To fit his fashion I must be a brother to my charming Sibella, must abjure a world I adore, rail at men, curse women. I invite you to the castle, Arthur. Come and visit me in my disguise. Come, and by reminding me of times past, keep alive my hopes and expectations of times that may come. Here, while I stay in this inn, I prepare for the first essay of my practice in the cynical science. I have been recollecting as well as I could the scraps and remnants of Mr. Valmont's harangue of man and womankind, and I think I have made of my memory a sort of commonplace book of this delectable jargon from which I can pick and cull for all Mr. Valmont's occasions. Half an hour or so I stood before the looking-glass to find what face was fittest to carry to the castle. The glances I have of late been used to may do for the wood when Mr. Valmont is out of sight, but they will not suit the library. They speak a promptitude for pleasure. I must hide them under my cloak, and borrow something if I can of Mr. Valmont's sallow hues. Yet these prudent necessary considerations found not an entrance into my mind till I came within 6 miles of Valmont Castle. I was engrossed by a circumstance that hastened me to fly from the scene where I had known so much of joy and pleasure. Abandoned, artful, cursed deceiver, I speak, Arthur, of JANETTEA, who has plundered, duped, and jilted me. How well she feigned her passion! How artfully she drew me on continually to sacrifice to her avarice and vanity, till I was almost beggared! And with what management did she evade my first suspicions, and elude my enquiries, till at length an accident gave me proof too strong to be doubted or evaded that she was falser than falsehood, that she was at once mine and the mistress of her friend's husband. I would not trust myself to hear her plead in her defense. I would not stand the fascinations of her divine face, but having received Mr. Valmont's letter an hour before, I ordered my clothes to be packed up, and without taking leave of one single acquaintance, I set off post for England. Ha! Was ever anything more unfortunate than this? Ross, Mr. Valmont's steward, and one of the grooms from the castle have come into this inn, and know I am here. The groom I could manage, but Ross is not to be tampered with, and as sure as I live he will inform Mr. Valmont of my passing half a day so near the castle. Had I possessed an atom of common understanding, I might have foreseen such an accident, and now, for want of this small share of foresight, I am panic-struck. Ross was going from, not to the castle, therefore I will take 1/4 of an hour to chill my looks into brotherhood, and then brave the worst. Clement Montgomery. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 12. From Sibella Valmont to Caroline Ashburn. Hail, dearest Caroline! Yes, Peace and liberty, with every blessing for which Sibella pants, will enter when the heavy gates of Valmont castle fly back to receive her Clement. I do not count the minutes, for that would be to make time more tedious, but I walk with a quicker step, with a firmer mien. I am ever seeking change of place, and sleep and I are almost unacquainted. Yet other countenances wear the uniformity they did before. No matter, but a short time, and when I went to compare my own transports, I can look on the eye or read the heart of Clement, and find them more than equalled. My thoughts haste so pressingly to the future that it requires an effort stronger than you can conceive, you who expect no Clement, to turn them back to the detail you require. I cannot be minute as to a conversation in which the hermit, as you call him, was chief speaker, for some parts of it I have forgotten, and others I did not understand. He spoke with a rapidity which made him almost unintelligible, and his pauses seemed rather the effect of sudden anxiety than of attention to my answers. He talked of escapes and accidents in a disjointed manner, so that from his broken sentences one might have supposed he meant I had placed him in hazard, and that I had conducted him to the armoury. That which I remember most clearly was the earnestness with which he urged me to lay no future restraint on myself. He said his interruptions were now ended, but he added, and several times repeated, we should one day or other meet again. He then spoke something of dangers, but I know not whether they related to himself or me. He was very pale, wildness and apprehension were marked on his features. He wore his hermit's hat and cloak, but the former was quite misshapen, and both disfigured by dust and cobwebs. Once in the vehemence of his speech he raised his arm, the folds of his cloak became loosened, and I saw a sword glitter beneath it. I left him in the armoury, nor have I entered it since. The wood is all my own again. No figure glides upon me but that my imagination loves to form. On the day succeeding that in which I found the hermit in the armoury, I saw Mrs. Valmont walking on the terrace. I went to her and spoke of the circumstance. She appeared agitated by my words. She grasped my hand, and said the finger of heaven was in it. And she talked further in a strange way of something that she called it and it. She would not be me, she said, for worlds. I do fear the disorder has affected her intellects. But a little interval between me and perfect happiness. I cannot write. You know, Caroline, I love you, but now, indeed, I cannot write. Dearest Caroline, adieu. Sibella Valmont. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 13. From Clement Montgomery to Arthur Murden. 'Tis all gone, Murden. The pinnacle of my hopes and expectations is crumbled to the dust. Where shall I turn me, or what consolation shall I ask? Arthur, do not bestow on me that insolent pity which only augments misfortune. I am not the same Clement Montgomery you formerly knew, brought up in the castle with homage and respect, afterward introduced into the circles of fashion as Mr. Valmont's heir, and supported with an allowance equal to that expectation. No, I am only one to whom he gave an accidental kindness, on whom he bestowed temporary favours, and whom he now condemns to the abhorred life of care and plodding with the lower orders of mankind. Cursed be the hour in which I entered that inn from whence I wrote you my last letter. In that hour my misfortunes began. When I arrived at the castle, Mr. Valmont was from home. Every creature rejoiced in my arrival. Even the insensible Mrs. Valmont lavished caresses on me and praised the improvements of my person. Ah, but how can I tell you of Sibella's joy? I know nothing that describes it, so unrestrained, so exquisitely soft and tender, exquisitely delicate in all its effusions. She appeared to me quite a new creature. I could not but acknowledge to myself that her charms surpassed even the faithless Janettea's charms. I loved her the first moment I beheld her better than I had ever loved her before, and I in secret cursed myself for having sacrificed my innocence, and cursed you also, Arthur, who once said, "Forget her in other arms." 1 hour I passed in heaven, and then Mr. Valmont returned home. Ross came with him. I saw them ride over the bridge, and I trembled with apprehension. Mr. Valmont did not leave me long in doubt, for when I would have hastened to the library, I was stopped by his gentleman, who denied me admittance. 3 days Mr. Valmont preserved his inflexible resentment, and these 3 days were passed with Sibella. She knew not why her uncle was in anger with me, and she reviled him, and cheered me with her smiles and sweet sounds of love, that I might not droop at my reception. She bade me talk of the world. Alas, it was an alluring theme, and I talked with more ardour than discretion of its abounding delights. I did not tell her, though, Arthur, of all the delights I had tasted there. On the 4th morning a messenger came to summon me to the library. I turned pale. I loitered. "Go, fly, Clement," said Sibella. "Cast away these apprehensions. Recollect, my dear, dear Clement, that my uncle's favourite maxim is, that disappointment should be always the forerunner of pleasure. Who knows but Mr. Valmont at this moment waits to bestow happiness on us?" I went. With very different forebodings from Sibella's, I entered Mr. Valmont's presence. He received me like a stern, haughty judge. I stood an abashed, fearful culprit. He bitterly inveighed against my want of duty in resting so long in that inn so near his castle after 2 years' absence. He demanded the reasons of my conduct, and I stammered an incoherent something about want of horses and having had letters to write. He saw I lied. He knew I lied. "Well, sir," said he after a pause, "we will pass that by for the present. Now give me an account of your travels and their effect upon your opinions." No matter what I said, Arthur, 'tis enough to tell you of the manner. It seems I had not rancour enough for Mr. Valmont. I could not belie my feelings with sufficient warmth. I could not renounce enormities I had never known, and which have no existence but in his own inflated imagination. Sensible that the manner of my description and Mr. Valmont's expectations bore no sort of affinity, I became more and more confused, until one of those frowns and gestures which at 9 years old made me tremble for my life, now imposed on me a sudden silence. My sentence remained unfinished, and Mr. Valmont, leaning upon the table, beat an angry tattoo with the fingers of his right hand. His eyes rolled from one object to another, without resting upon anything. It might be a minute, or more perhaps, in my estimation it was an age, that we remained thus. Suddenly Sibella opened the door and entered a little way in a light and cheerful manner. But seeing the state we were in, she hesitated, turned an enquiring look upon me, and then made a graceful bend to Mr. Valmont. "How now, Sibella?" said he. "Who bid you come hither?" "I came, sir," she replied in a sweet but irresolute accent, and then she again looked at me. "I say, by what authority do you come, since you have not mine?" While Mr. Valmont sternly asked that question, she kept her eyes fixed on my pale, perplexed countenance. "Ah, sir," said she anxiously, "don't you love Clement now?" Mr. Valmont made no reply for 2 or 3 seconds. I dared not look up to see whether he was more or less angry. "Tell me, child," said he presently to Sibella, "what has that boy said to you, since he returned so affectionately, so dutifully, so speedily to Valmont Castle?" Sibella paused. Tell me no falsehoods, said he still more sternly. Falsehoods, she repeated in a forcible tone, the colour mounting higher in her cheeks. Sir, I have nothing to do with falsehoods. I paused because I thought I could not readily collect the matter of our conversations into the compass of one answer. I might indeed have done it, for they have been uniform. We have talked, sir, of our unchanging truth, of times past and times to come, of the world, of its pleasures and its virtues, of— Enough of it, cried Mr. Valmont, darting on me a glance of extreme wrath. You talked, you say, of times that are to come. Pray, who endowed you with the gift of foretelling what times are to come? Sir, our endowments are perfectly natural. We do not presume to tell of the future, except as far as it is confined to the feelings of our own hearts. We know, fully and entirely know, that our hearts must cease to throb with life when that love is extinguished, which has borne and nurtured to its growth under the encouragement of your approbation. Do not frown on me, sir. Mr. Valmont did not speak while Sibella made a faltering stop. She shortly went on again thus. I confess, sir, that I do fear you. Habit is prevalent with me, and I still tremble at your frowns. I would not offend you, but I must expostulate. Oh, be not, I entreat you, be not angry with Clement for loving me. He must love me. Our love is the very soul of our being. Give us then, sir, new life, unalloyed felicity. Say— She seized my hand, and leading me close up to Mr. Valmont, she added with rapid vehemence, Say now that he is mine, and I am his forever. Her emphasis made me tremble. I had neither power to brave him and speak with her, nor attempt conciliating him by withdrawing my hand from hers. In a much less angry tone, although she had been so much more bold than he had used to me, Mr. Valmont said, You are strangely presumptuous, child. Have I not told you I have other designs? Have I not a right over you? No, you have none, replied Sibella abruptly. No right to the exercise of an unjust power over me. Why dream of impossibilities and talk of other designs? I tell you, sir, I have looked on every side, and I find it is your caprice, and no principle of reason in you that forbids our union. Had you seen him, Arthur, you could alone judge of the rage into which this daring speech threw Mr. Valmont. He sprang up. My caprice! He vociferated, and after bestowing on Sibella an execration, he rushed past us out of the library. Sibella, neither abashed nor terrified, would have me go with her into the park, but I dared not, fearing that Mr. Valmont might think I joined in braving him if he saw us together. I endeavoured to persuade her it was necessary I should remain in the library, and proper that she should leave me. The lovely romantic girl called me weakly timid, and left me somewhat displeased. I set out the time of Mr. Valmont's absence from the library full 2 hours, Arthur. When he came in, he said, Go, sir. I shall have occasion for you by and by. So much prudence had I that I did not go near Sibella, but shut myself for the rest of the day in my chamber, and sent her word it was by Mr. Valmont's order. My servant found her weeping, with her little favourite fawn in her arms. At 6 o'clock in the evening I was again commanded to appear before Mr. Valmont, which I did with the most humble and submissive deportment I could possibly assume. Before he spoke to me, he ordered Andrew to stand without the door to oppose Sibella if she attempted to enter the library. Thus he began. Little did I expect, Clement, when I sent you from Valmont Castle, guarded by the lessons of my wisdom and experience, that you would return with inclinations so different to those I would have had you possess. Your folly is excessive, and it will work its own punishment. And on this theme he laboured most abundantly. It would weary you were I to repeat it all. The second part of his subject commenced thus. You know, young man, I am a young man now, Arthur, that I have been a friend to you, a more than common friend, such a one as you will not readily find among those people you admire, with equal mischief to yourself and ingratitude to me. Pshaw! I have not patience to recount the dull monotony of his charges. Let me at once proceed to the distracting summing up of the whole. He told me, Arthur, that he was about to send me again from Valmont Castle. But how? Not with affluence at my command and honours in my possession, no, like a poor discarded wretch, condemned to disgrace and slavery. Yes, by heaven! Mr. Valmont, with a brow and heart of marble, told me he had determined, as the best means of promoting my happiness, that I should go to London, and there choose for myself a profession, hereafter to live by it, and that his friendship and assistance would always be mine, according to the decency and propriety of my deportment. I thought I should have sunk upon the floor, Arthur. The barbarian went on to torture me. In my castle you remain but 1 month from this day, and then I shall give you £50, which will be sufficient for you while you prepare your plans, and what future services you require must be regulated by your deserts, young man. I think, continued Mr. Valmont, it is my lot to receive nothing but disobedience and ingratitude from those to whom I have shown most kindness. You heard the insolence with which Sibella to-day dared to arraign my conduct. Tell her from me, Clement, that she almost urged me to counteract the great good I intend her. But I will not be rash. Tell her that implicit obedience and humble submission may expiate her offence. I declare solemnly that if she dares enter into my presence to plead for you while you stay in the castle, she shall that instant be confined close prisoner in her chamber, and shall see you no more. If she becomes modest, temperate, and submissive, and things turn out as I expect, she will live yet to be very happy with the husband I intend her. Much longer did he enlarge upon Sibella's offence, his anger, her expected penitence, and his future designs for her. I heard him but imperfectly. The other part of his harangue had conjured up a horrible fiend. Dead-eyed poverty glared before me. At length he stumbled on a supposition that Sibella would attempt to leave the castle with me, and I readily promised, as he desired, that I would neither make nor assist in the attempt, but would inform him if she resolved on so dangerous and mad an enterprise. Not one consolating hint did my ready obedience purchase. He said indeed that the propriety of my present deportment merited commendation, and he dismissed me. After 4 hours of this cruel interview's duration, he permitted me to stagger, sick, oppressed, drooping, dying, to my chamber and seek rest, if I could find it. I number the moments with more exactness than the sands of an hourglass. 1 month is wasted now to 1 fortnight, and the end of that fortnight is wretchedness certain and endless. I have not told Sibella, yet she sees misery in my looks. She hears it in my sighs, and the contagion has reached her. We meet but seldom. Complaint and remonstrance have usurped the place of transport and endearment. To her I attribute my sorrows, to my jealousy of this rival to whom Mr. Valmont dooms her. Alas, my jealousy has but a small share in them. 2 years back, but to have dreamed another had gained possession of her charms would have driven me mad. Now I know it an inevitable certainty, and my feeble jealousy has none of the fierce characteristics of that raging passion. No, it is just fitting the grovelling lover who is condemned to earn his abject livelihood. She has seen him too. Mr. Valmont, in his own inexplicable way, has contrived 2 whimsical meetings for them. She does not conjecture this. Having related the circumstance, it is removed from her thoughts, and she mourns my supposed jealousy as a cruel misfortune. My impending fate she must know sooner or later, and this very morning, when she quits her apartments to go to the wood, I am resolved to follow and tell her my despair. Perhaps she will join in seeming to renounce me, and thus, so far, conciliate Mr. Valmont, that some pity may arise for me in his obdurate breast. You, Arthur, may perhaps be as insensible to the calamities of your friend as you have hitherto appeared to his pleasures. I have seen some letters that speak of you, and by them I learn you are not less inexplicable to others than to me. Who is this Miss Ashburn that Sibella rapturously speaks of? I think I should not like her. She appears to have far-fetched ideas. I wonder Mr. Valmont should have suffered her and Sibella's intercourse. Are you, Murden, in love with this lady? Answer me these questions, and above all, assure me that you will not breathe a whisper of this change in my affairs to any living creature. Sibella this instant crosses the lawn. I depart on my desperate errand. I have performed my task, and gained nothing by it. No, nothing. She will not, cruel as she is, she will not soothe Mr. Valmont by pretending to renounce me. By heaven, I do not believe she loves me. Scarcely did she betray a particle of surprise, not one of grief. When I declared myself disinherited, I expected to have seen her frantic. Well, then, it is all at an end. Ay, she is wise. She talks of love to amuse me, and already prepares to yield herself to the wealthy lover Mr. Valmont provides. Oh, distraction! They will live in splendor and happiness, while I, an outcast, the contemned, unpitied, and forgotten. Farewell. Would I could say forever. Clement Montgomery. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 14. From Sibella Valmont to Caroline Ashburn. Why in that moment should I turn coward and rush from my purposes? Why did imagination cast an unusual gloom around me? Why did I sigh and tremble? Such alone ought to be the emotions of a guilty mind, and surely I am blameless. I am about to do nothing rash. I obey no impulse of passion. I have not separated duty and pleasure. I have examined the value of the object I would obtain with calmness, and whatever view I take of the means, still duty points to the part I have chosen. O Caroline, could I once have imagined that I should require hours to deliberate whether I ought to become the bride of Clement? No longer the animated noble Clement, whose love, the very essence of his existence, soared beyond murmurs, jealousies, and fears, whose eye ever spoke the fullness of content, he is now wan, desponding, as ardent, yet less chaste, misled by the wild creations of his distempered fancy, ashamed of poverty, brooding over imaginary evils, over doubts, fears, jealousies. What a dark and fatal cloud must have overspread the mind of Clement ere he could fear Sibella, for her love is not a mutable passion, it is incorporate with her nature. My love and reason have become one, my fancy only subservient to its predominant command. Clement still loves, and I know he would view the fairest beauty, the brightest grace, with an unmoved look, with an unpalpitating heart, for who that loved could be faithless? But this cold, this cruel uncle has done it all. He heaps secret on secret, uncertainty on uncertainty, till the poor youth, bewildered, surrounded, overwhelmed, sinks the victim of conjecture. He is no longer Mr. Valmont's heir, and he shudders at the prospect of earning his future subsistence. Mr. Valmont tells him we shall not be united, and forgetting that we are not the puppets of his power, even this useless threat Clement loads with terror. Another separation too is about to take place, and he has not once looked forward to the hour when we shall wash away the remembrance in tears of joy at our reunion. And shall I be content merely to deplore my former Clement, giving nothing to restore him? Oh, no! I had written to him, I had even ascended the stairs to his apartment, when a sudden terror seized upon me. I hastily hid the billet from my view, and with the restlessness of an anxious mind, first sought the wood, and then my chamber. The billet lies before me. I have examined its purport. It calls on Clement to become my husband, for ought I to withhold myself from giving him the fullest proof of my affection? From renovating him by this proof, because Mr. Valmont cruelly commands it? Surely I ought not. Mr. Valmont's presence and benediction might adorn with one more smile the nuptial hour, but 'tis our hearts alone that can bind the vow. If Clement's is not in unison with mine, if he feels the necessity of other ties, he will refuse the offer, and point out to me that I have erred. My courage rises. The paleness of fear on my cheek gives way to the glow of hope. I shall forget that absence, misfortune, and pain have intervened, and live over again those hours of joy and peace when our bosoms heaved no sigh, save the rich sigh of transport and confidence. I go, and tomorrow will I, though now forbidden his presence, go to my uncle, and conjure him to convince himself that power and command are useless when reason and conviction oppose them. Adieu, Sibella Valmont. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 15. From Clement Montgomery to Arthur Murden. Read the enclosed, dear Arthur, and imagine my sudden transition from despair to rapture. I was sitting, mute in anguish, when the divine form of my Sibella appeared at my chamber door. She held to me a paper, and as I took it she turned away, sighing deeply. Read, read, I say, and partake, if you can, my feelings. But though I tell you I have just arisen from her arms, with your cold, killing indifference, it is impossible you can form the shadow of a resemblance to those transports which wrap my senses in delirium. Did you think I had not dared to follow? Oh, yes. It was not to face the stern Mr. Valmont. No, it was in secret to receive Sibella to my arms, whom I love more than life. I was to outplot Mr. Valmont, to enjoy a glorious though secret triumph over this rival, this chosen, this elected of Mr. Valmont's favour. How could I, with youth glowing in my veins, love throbbing in my heart, reject the tempting offer, though multitudes of dangers threatened at a distance? Avaunt, ye dark forebodings! Ye gloomy horrors! Assail not now the enraptured Clement. The hours cannot move backwards, the deed cannot be undone. The moon and stars shone sole witness of our contract. But read, Murden, write to me instantly, and say you have for once warmed yourself into delight to find something like the state of Clement Montgomery. N.B. Exquisite but misjudging charmer, she would have told Mr. Valmont that she had given herself to me. My arms, my prayers could hardly restrain her from her wild purpose. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1. Billet. From Sibella to Clement. Enclosed in the preceding letter. When I would speak, I weep. New feelings, new ideas agitate my mind. A tremor that I cannot banish gives confusion to my thoughts, and all I now wish to express should be regular, forcible. Once, had my heart conceived the design with which it now vibrates under a weight of apprehensions, it had been uttered without preparation, but you are not the same. Mr. Valmont's mysteries have acted on you in their full effect. You teach your brow caution, you learn concealments, you fear rivals. Rivals in Sibella's love! Oh, no, no, no! But force, you say, Mr. Valmont's power! Ah, Clement, Clement, turn your thoughts back, and find its importance. But you cannot. Dread has seized upon you, and Mr. Valmont heightens the threatened evil, till it appears already arrived. It overwhelms you with its terrors, and there is naught left to Sibella but remembrance to paint her Clement. Let Mr. Valmont dismiss you, that bears not the semblance of misfortune. But you shall not go to have your efforts chained down by despair, your vigour shall not be impaired by corroding doubts. When you seek delight, you shall remember your love, and the present short absence shall be the only pang her idea can inflict. Come to my apartments. With pure hearts and hands we will plight our fervent unspotted faith. Say I am yours, and you are mine, and sorrow and jealousy will vanish as a mist. You shall go the transported confiding husband. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 16. From Arthur Murden to Clement Montgomery. Sir, your letters, one and all, I suppose, have come in safety to my hands. In your last you are urgent for my answer. It is this. Although you, Mr. Montgomery, amuse your spleen or your fancy by talking of my cold, killing indifference, I have such feelings as tell me your conduct is neither that of a lover nor a man. Farewell, sir. I renounce your friendship. I desire only to remain a stranger to your name and remembrance. Arthur Murden. End of section 17. Section 18 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 1, Letter 17. From Arthur Murden to Clement Montgomery. Montgomery, call me mad, possessed. Curse me, reproach me, do anything, only that when you have had your revenge, forget such a letter as I wrote you last ever had existence. Say it was strange, I say so too. Call it insolent, I will confess it. Unaccountable, I still join with you. It was one of the sudden whirls of this vertigo brain of mine, almost as incomprehensible to myself as to you. I have no excuses to offer, for the fit may come again upon me. Promise has no power with me, I am the creature of impulse. Alas, alas, that reason and consistency should thus become the shuttlecocks of fancy. Now taking it for granted that I gain your pardon, next have I a long account to settle with myself. I would not partake of happiness of a common mould. Lay it before me, and I disdained the petty prize, stalked proudly over it, and stalked on, prying and watching, to seize hold on some hidden blessing, that reserved itself to be the reward of a deserving, venturous hero like myself. Oh, I have embraced a cloud, and the tormenting wheel rolls round with a rapid motion. I know I am talking algebra to you, and if you take me for a companion, you must even be content to travel on in the dark. It is so, but why it is, I think your best discernment will not aid you to discover. Inquiry is useless. expostulation, a farce. Be patient, and forgive me this, and other transgressions, for I tell you, Montgomery, you have a potent revenge. There is little probability that you and I should meet each other, as London will be the scene of your action, while I condemn myself to wander north and south, in search of a few grains of that content I so wantonly gave the winds to scatter. I must have room to vent my suffocating thoughts. I cannot be pinioned in the crowd, and I would rather seek converse with myself in a charnel house than enter the brightest circles of fashion. I hate to be the wonder of fools. Already is my reputation raised, and I have now just sense enough in madness to play my antics alone. Driven by winds and storms, I may seek an occasional shelter at Barlow Hall, whither, if you are so disposed, you may direct to Arthur Murden. I believe, Montgomery, it is necessary that I say something more to you. The above conclusion is abrupt and harsh. That I feel inclined to treat you thus is a consequence of my own folly, rather than your deservings of me. Let it pass, then. I wish you no ill, but as I told you before, I am become the tool of every changing impulse. I sympathize in your change of fortune, or rather I feel a concern that you should colour with such darkened hues, so unimportant a circumstance. I too have counted upon heirship, but let my uncle the nabob put £500 in my pocket, and set me down in London, Petersburg, or Pekin, and if I did not walk my own pace through the world, let me die like a dog, and have no better burial. £500, 'tis a mine. Ah, sigh not to be foremost of the throng. Independence, peace, and self-approving reflection may be, if you will, the companions of your new destiny. Certainly Mr. Valmont managed this plan of making you a hermit with wonderful ingenuity, to send you forth from your cave at that very age when the fancy runs gadding after novelty, and shadow passes for substance. He decked you too with the trappings of wealth, and expected every man to appear before you with a label written on his forehead of his soul's most secret vice. He had better have driven you out to beg with an empty wallet, and then perhaps when one had said, "Go work," another had hinted, "Go steal," and a third had passed you and said nothing, you might possibly have returned to a leopard's skin, and a hut of branches, the man after Mr. Valmont's own heart. Be wiser and happier, Montgomery, than this man has been. Shun his weaknesses and your own. You also have your portion of weaknesses, follies, vices. Yes, Montgomery, the latter word is not too harsh, or I should not have had now to pity you for being duped by the contemptible JANETTEA. Other instances these are for me to cite. They press upon my feelings. They wound, they torture me. Judge for yourself, Montgomery, upon the right and wrong of your conduct and intentions. I am ill-fitted to become your adviser. How could you so far mistake my character as to suppose I was the seducer of Seymour's mistress? I think one of your letters asserted so much. If to persuade a deceived girl to quit her profligate companion, I will not say lover, I should disgrace the name, and return to console the latter days of an aged grandmother, be seduction, I am guilty. This I did to Seymour, and his invectives or the rumours he may spread are as unimportant and as little troublesome to my repose as the insects that are buzzing around me. Montgomery, no more of your phrases nor his accusations. Be assured I am neither your soulless marble nor Seymour's libertine. At a boyish age, from boyish vanity I aimed to be called a man of pleasure. It was easy to imitate the air and manners of such a man, and not less by such imitation alone to arrive at the contemptible fame among persons equally ready to encourage the practice and accuse the practitioner. I renounced the loathsome labours of the flatterers, the despicable renown of the libertine. Miss Ashburn is my monitress. She began her lessons at Barlow Hall, and now continues the instruction at Bath. Do not imagine it was done in devout lectures or pious declamations. No, it was the steadfast modesty of her eye, her intelligent condemning mien, which said, "Here shall thy proud boast be stayed." She was the finest woman of our party, and all the rest prepared to meet me with the glance of approbations and the smile of encouragement. Yet she, having been forewarned of my renown, preferred the hand or arm or speech of a silly old colonel of 60. Now she knows me better. No, she does not. I evade. I fly her penetration. Montgomery, the worthiest feeling I know of you is, that you will lament your having made your truth and innocence a sacrifice. I am not in love with Miss Ashburn. I would give an ear, an eye, anything I have on earth, except the full confidence of my heart, to call her my sister, my friend. I admire, seek, venerate her, But, Montgomery, I am not in love with Miss Ashburn. End of the first volume. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in March 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 1. From Caroline Ashburn to Sibella Valmont. I have not answered your letter, my dear Sibella, as soon as you perhaps may have expected, because I was willing to dwell on the circumstances it contained, till the minutest shade was present with me, and till I discovered exactly wherein to praise or wherein to blame. The time I have taken to deliberate has not been thrown away, for it has excited ideas in my mind that may prove of infinite service to us both, and should I in future find aught to add or diminish from my sentiments, I shall offer it as frankly as I now do my present decision. Sibella, well might you, even at the door of Clement's apartment, retreat from your enterprise, for then at that moment you wanted the first step from your rectitude, and had you, instead of sitting down to detail your reasons to me, inquired narrowly into the cause of your sensations, you must have discovered that error was creeping in upon you, and that your native frankness and steadfast sincerity were making a vigorous effort to repel secrecy, that cankerworm of virtue. Have you forgotten, my Sibella, when you said, I am not weak enough to descend to artifice. Did I believe it right to go, I should go openly. Then might he try his opposing strength, but he would find that I could leap, swim, or dive, and that walls or moats are feeble barriers to a determined will. This was noble, and I promised myself that in you I should find the one rare instance wherein no temptation could incline, or terror affright, into any species of concealment. I grant nothing could bring the temptation more strongly forward than the state into which Clement and you were forced, but still you should have resisted. Your every thought should still have flown to your lips. Your every intention should have been as public to those by whom you were surrounded as to yourself. No matter though it should dash aside a present project. Be openly firm in the resolution to do right, and, my life for it, the opposition of mistake and prejudice will bear no proportion in strength to your perseverance. It is evident that this plain and necessary truth mixed itself with your ideas, although the tumults of hope and fear, and the crowd of images that were then rushing on your mind, dazzled your perception, for you saw it in part when you resolved to declare to Mr. Valmont in the morning all that you had done. Would you had previously declared it? I know how useless it is to wish over the past, yet I must say again, would you had previously declared it? You pause, Sibella. You are convinced, but you instantaneously quit the regret of that error for self-congratulation. I can enter into all your feelings, and I find you now dwelling with pleasure on the supposition that I condemn only the concealment, that I look on the contract itself as an act of justice, and that I am about to applaud you for the fulfilment of a duty. And herein it is that I have doubted. To this one point I have called every present and remote circumstance, and it is from the combination of circumstances alone that I have been able to decide. The distinction becomes nice between praise and blame, for I have both to offer. Yet, if I judge aright, some praise belongs to you. To the blame, Mr. Valmont has an incontestable title. With such an education as he has given you, unless you had been a mere block without ideas, it was impossible you should not become a romantic enthusiast in whatever species of passion first engaged your feelings, and Mr. Valmont took care to make that first passion love. Whatever cause can have led him to his present inconsistency, it is as evident to me as light and sensation that it was his settled plan to render love for each other the ruling feature of yours and Clement's character. The contrivance was worthless, but the performance was admirable. Thus you and Clement loved from habit. Youth is always ardent and lively, it inclines to fondness, and you had none of the constraints which society lays on the first expansions of tenderness. You had no claimants, from kindred or family, on your affections, for the forbidding Mr. Valmont excited only fear, and you sought shelter in each other's arms from the terrors of his frown. It was not more natural to breathe than to love. It was not more natural to love than to obey its dictates. Thus you and Clement, secluded from the world with your every pleasure arising only from mutual efforts to please, could not fail to love from habit. Had Clement and you been educated in the world, Clement would still have loved from habit, because I suspect he possesses more of softness than of strength. He would have loved often, and it would have been a trivial love, neither arising to any height, nor directed by any excellence. You, Sibella, would have loved from reflection, from a more intimate knowledge of increasing virtues, from the intercourse of mind, then call it friendship, or call it love, it would indeed possess those predominant and absorbing qualities you describe, and which you now feel. But, Sibella, depend on it, Clement had never been the object. Pardon me, I do not mean to wound you. I know you will not shrink from truth, and I must therefore tell you that the alteration in Clement which you ascribe wholly to Mr. Valmont's mysteries, I ascribe to feebleness of character. Wherever yours rises to superiority, his sinks. Had he been equal, and had there been no secrecy in the case, I would have hailed your marriage. I well know, my friend, that you did not mean to separate duty and pleasure. Motives the most chaste and holy guided you. No forms or ceremonies could add an atom to your purity, or make yours in the sight of heaven more a marriage. Yet do I wish, with all the fervency of my soul, this marriage had been deferred, that you had previously informed Mr. Valmont. 'Tis past, and repentance is only of value as it guides us in our future actions. We must endeavour to rouse Clement from his inactivity. I do believe he is not vicious, though your uncle's conduct respecting him has the worst of tendencies. My Sibella's excellence must have placed a talisman around him from which vice retires hopeless of influence. This is one great step, and, as I understand from Mr. Murden, he is to be in London. I will seek his friendship, give a spur to every lurking talent, endeavour to preserve him free from taint, and if I had judged too hastily, if he is beyond what I expect, with what delight shall I contemplate the merits of him whose fate you have interwoven with your own. Ah, how close is the texture, with what firmness can you think, to what excess can you love? The dark season of the year is arrived. The fashionable world hastes to the capital. We are never hindmost of the throng, yet this once have I urged forward our removal to London with all my influence, for I apprehend the succession of its gay diversions, and the multiplicity of varied engagements which must then occupy my mother, will remove from her mind any inclination towards a second marriage. Here opportunity is always at hand for that despicable race of young men who are ever on the watch to sell their persons and liberty to the highest bidder. And, as Mrs. Ashburn's immensity of wealth is the general topic, her splendour the general gaze, and her vanity not a whit more concealed from observation, the fortune-hunters crowd around her. At first the love of flattery appeared wholly to engage her, and each was acceptable in his turn, till at length the elegant person of one youth became distinguished in a manner that alarmed me. Not but I should rejoice to see my mother yield herself to the guardianship of some good man, who had sense enough to advise, and resolution to restrain her lavish follies. Of such an union I have not any hope, and I must, if possible, prevent her being the dupe and victim of a misguided choice. This young man possessed in a very eminent degree the advantages of person, air, and address. Yet when he directed his attentions wholly towards Mrs. Ashburn, there was such evident constraint in his manner, and his professions were so laboured, that almost any other woman would have condemned him. Mrs. Ashburn did not. She received, she encouraged him, she led him to every circle in open triumph as her devoted lover, while his forced levity at one time, and at another, his pale cheek, absence of mind, and half-uttered sighs, told to every observer that he was a sacrifice, but not a lover. I could not believe that the affair would ever be brought to so absurd a conclusion, till I found that the day of marriage was actually fixed on. I ought to have interfered before, for my interference has now saved them from the commission of such a folly. I must, Sibella, reserve the history of this young man till another letter. I am called from the pleasing occupation of writing to you by an engagement with a being more variable, more inexplicable than any being within my knowledge, yet to me no less interesting than any. I mean Mr. Murden. Never need I be wearied with the sameness of my thoughts, while I reside under one roof with Murden. For let me turn them on the caprices of his conduct, and I shall find puzzling varieties without end. Ever yours, Caroline Ashburn. End of section 19. Section 20 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in March 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 2, from Caroline Ashburn to Sibella Valmont. Henry Davenport is the young man of whom I am to speak. It was publicly mentioned here that he was related to several noble families, and at the same time was always hinted that he possessed no fortune. This I was ready to believe from his addressing my mother. Constantly surrounded with parties and studious to avoid me, it was useless to attempt reasoning with my mother. I therefore wrote a card to Mr. Davenport, requesting an hour's conversation with him the succeeding morning. He came. He was light and gay in his habit and address. His voice possessed an unusual softness, and his cheek was flushed with an hectic colour, equally proceeding, I thought, from want of rest and intemperance. Mr. Davenport, said I, interrupting his compliments, you will convince me most that you are pleased with this interview by answering the questions I shall propose with seriousness and sincerity. He folded his hands and ludicrously lengthened his visage, but of this I took no notice. Tell me, continued I, frankly and truly, what is your opinion of my mother? His levity instantly disappeared, and he replied in a hurrying manner, I think Mrs. Ashburn a very charming, a very fine woman indeed. What are your motives, sir, for marrying her? Miss Ashburn, said he with great quickness, and removing from the opposite side of the room to a chair next to me, I do respect and admire you as much, or perhaps more, than any woman on the face of the earth. I would eat my flesh rather than injure you, and if Mrs. Ashburn gave me her hand, I swear your interest in her fortune shall not be affected. I do not wish to be master of the principal. I only want to share some of that income which is lavished on superfluities. Oh God, how happy would the uncontrolled, independent, present possession of some of those hundreds make me! You cannot conceive the force with which he uttered this, and it seemed to recall a world of pressing ideas to his mind, for I found it necessary to wait till his attention returned of itself. And the enjoyment of this income in marriage will make you happy, year after year, all your life, Mr. Davenport? Surely, Miss Ashburn, and he looked at me steadfastly, you cannot think I would ever use your mother ill. Do you love her, sir? I have told you, Miss Ashburn, I admire her. I think her a fine-spirited woman. Do you love her, sir? Rejoined I with more emphasis. Love? Why, yes. No, I have a great friendship for her, madam. But as to love, 'tis out of fashion. It is exploded. He rose and walked towards the window. Love is a romance, a cant, a wine, a delirium, a poison, a rankling wound that festers here, here. He laid his hand on his heart and leaned against the wainscot. I sighed too, for the undertone of voice in which he pronounced the last few words was inscribably affecting. He quickly started from his posture and threw himself on his knees before me. I confess it all, said he. I am not more wretched than desperate. This marriage is my rescue from worse evils. Oh, Miss Ashburn, by that benignity which irradiates your every action, I conjure you suffer it to proceed. I will be grateful. I will honour and revere your mother. More I cannot promise. I cannot. Allow me to depart, madam. I cannot endure to be questioned. And thus saying, he would have quitted the room, had I not held him by the arm, and with difficulty prevailed on him again to take his seat, and to listen to me patiently, while I portrayed the evils of such a marriage, and the cruel injustice he was guilty of towards a woman so chosen. I know all that, replied Davenport. I have foreseen it 1,000 times. I know I am a villain, but Mrs. Ashburn shall never suspect me. I will be the obedient slave of her will. She shall mould me to whatever shape her pleasure inclines. I will be more docile than infancy. I will forego my very nature at her command. But you have not foreseen, Mr. Davenport, that a time must arrive when her volatility and incessant eagerness after pleasure will cease to relieve you. It is in the hours of age and infirmity that she will call on you for aid, will seek in your soothing voice, in your cheering smile, a relief from pain. And how will you perform your task in those multiplied moments? My mother does not want discernment. And what will be your torture to see her dying, perhaps under the agonizing reflection that the man on whose honour she relied, on whose faith and sincerity her hopes has towered to felicity, that her husband had deceived her, perhaps had loved another. He became pale as death. I continued, but you shall not hasten to this destruction. I will prevent this marriage. Miss Ashburn, for heaven's sake, cried he, I have no other means. I must marry. I took hold of his hand, for he trembled. I wish to be your friend, Mr. Davenport. Indeed, I am your friend at this moment. It is far from my intention to tear from you this fallacious hope, without placing some certain and honourable advantage in its stead. Let me know your history. Neither conceal from me your wants nor your feelings, nor the situations they have thrown you into, and I will undertake to do you every service that reason and humanity suggest. He attempted in vain to answer. Throwing himself back in the chair, he covered his face with an handkerchief, and shed tears. I believe it was near 1/4 of an hour ere he recovered from his agitation, and was able to speak as follows. My father was himself so enamoured of pomp that, although he allowed me, an only son, to share the magnificence of his town residence, yet he confined my sisters with their governess and 2 servants to a small house he possessed in a cheap country. I saw them only once a year, and the solitude of their abode was so irksome to me that I was always eager to quit and unwilling to return at the usual period. However, about the time I was to set out on my travels, it was judged decent and necessary that I should pay them a visit of unusual length, as they were now almost women, and to my great surprise I found their old governess removed, and a young person with them as companion, whom, alas, I did love to distraction. Weeks only were allotted to my stay, but I stayed months. My father's mandates for my return were no sooner read than forgotten. All was enchantment and happiness. My sisters loved Arabella affectionately, and I had so little knowledge of the world as to imagine our union altogether proper and probable. At length, either surprised or alarmed at my continuance in the country, or having certain intelligence of my engagements, my father arrived one evening secretly and altogether unexpectedly. And, while we imagined our joys secure from interruption, he listened behind the little summer house in which Arabella and I were interchanging vows of eternal constancy, till rage would not permit him to hear us longer. Then he burst upon us, and, as I defended my love with vehemence, he deprived me of present sensation by a blow. When I recovered, I was confined to one room, and could obtain no tidings of Arabella, no intercourse with my sisters, nor any intermission of the rigours of my imprisonment, although I obstinately refused all sustenance beyond the small quantity which irresistible hunger compelled me to eat against my will. In 3 weeks, one of my sisters found an expedient to let me know Arabella had been turned out of the house, and had taken shelter at the farmhouse of a relation about 25 miles distance, that my father gave her the character of an abandoned strumpet, and vowed I should die in prison if I did not swear to renounce her for ever. From this time I laboured night and day in contriving my escape till I effected it, and travelled the 25 miles with such speed in my emaciated state, that I had no sooner thrown myself into Arabella's arms than I fell into fits. A fever succeeded, and during this period the people of the house, though excessively poor, strove with all their might to add comforts and conveniences to my situation. Arabella was my nurse. To them I was bound by gratitude. To her my ties became strengthened till they excluded reason, reflection, and prudence. The moments of returning health were devoted to my affection. Our days were passed alone. Our former distresses and future prospects were alike forgotten, and we became as guilty as happy. Scarcely had we begun to repent our error, when my father discovered my retreat, and once more tore me from my love. Guarded, fettered, and enduring every species of brutal usage from those employed about me, I was conveyed first to London, and then sent abroad, where I remained above 2 years, refusing to give her up, and refused upon any other terms to be allowed to return. My father's death gave me liberty. I flew to England, and found my Arabella pining under the accumulated distresses of extreme poverty, destroyed reputation, and a consumptive habit, all which miseries were rendered doubly poignant by the possession of an infant. I will not attempt, madam, to describe to you what I endured when I saw her and my child wanting absolute necessaries. All I could call my own was employed to procure medical advice for Arabella, and that all was a trifle. My father, to the astonishment of everyone, had died insolvent. My sisters were taken into dependence by different relations, and I was turned adrift on the world without knowledge or means to procure myself 1 penny. To assist those who have no power to assist themselves, who have no claims but on me, the author of their calamity, I have plunged myself into debt. The man of whom I have borrowed money pointed out to me the plan of marrying your mother, and when I revolted at the dishonourable action, he showed me the opposite picture, a jail. What can I do, Miss Ashburn? Can I see them die, and consent to linger out my wretched existence in a prison? No, I am driven by extremity of distress, and must go on or perish. Does Arabella know you intend to marry? Oh, yes. Where is she? May I see her? She and her child reside at a distance of 3 miles from this place. I prevailed on Mr. Davenport to ride with me to the village in which Arabella resided, and, after introducing me to her, I also prevailed on him to leave us alone. Arabella had beside her a tambour frame at which she worked, when her cough and cold sweats would permit her. The little girl played on the floor. She received us with that sort of composure which seemed to denote the utter sacrifice of all her hopes and wishes, and that nothing was now left to excite agitation. I said, I am no stranger to your misfortunes, Arabella. In what manner did you support yourself while Mr. Davenport was abroad? By fancy works, replied she, pointing to the frame. I endeavoured also to teach a school, but Mr. Davenport's father had spread such reports of me, which the birth of my child but too well confirmed, that scarce any one would give me the last encouragement. What were your parents? Poor shopkeepers, madam, who put themselves to numberless inconveniences to qualify me for earning my subsistence in a comfortable manner. Could I regain my health and be removed to some place where no one knew my faults, Mr. Davenport should not be burthened with either of us. He should not. A tear rose, but quickly withdrew itself, and the serenity of a broken heart again took possession of her features. Why have you not urged Mr. Davenport to engage in some trade or profession? Ah, madam, he has been brought up a gentleman. Trade would appear to him an indelible disgrace. He thinks he ought to respect the honour of his family, although they will not assist him. And as to a profession, he has not the means. And can you consent to live in possession of his affection and endearments when he is married? No, madam, no, replied Arabella with firmness. The moment he becomes a husband, he is as dead to me as if the cold grave concealed him. He loves ease. He has been used to expense and pleasure. He will enjoy it all. I cannot live long, nor do I desire to live. I know he never will desert that poor babe. Don't you, madam, allow that innocent creature fully entitled to a father's protection? I had just taken the child on my lap. Yes, said I, and you, Arabella, must live to see her possess it. My motives are not those of curiosity. I come to do you service, and I insist that you hope for better days. It shall be my part to devise better means than marriage for Mr. Davenport. I intend shortly to visit you again. I could not converse with Mr. Davenport any more that day, for it was necessary I should return and prepare myself to be partaker of a very splendid entertainment given by Sir Thomas Barlow to all the fashionable people at Bath. I therefore engaged him to visit me again the next morning, and we separated. Making mention of the entertainment brings Mr. Murden to my remembrance, and, as he played a part that very evening which attracted much notice and gave rise to speculation, I shall here relate it before I return to the subject of Mr. Davenport. Ever since Mr. Murden joined us at Bath, I have heard from his female acquaintance perpetual complaints of him. He was, they say, seducing, irresistible. No vivacity was ever so delicate as Murden's. No flattery ever so dangerous as from him. His look, his air, his voice, his gestures, all had their own peculiar character of persuasion. Thus captivating they say he was, and they lament, with all the energy of which they are capable, that he should now have become dull, lifeless, and unbearable. I too, Sibella, have found him transformed. I see him negligent and inattentive to me and others, but he is neither dull nor lifeless. Some vision of imagination seems to possess him, to infuse into him as it were a new existence. I have seen his cheek glow, his eye beam. I have heard his breathings but half uttered, and, although at such moments I have suffered inconvenience from the want of his attention and assistance, I would rather have placed my safety in hazard than have disturbed his alluring dreams of fancy. So firmly has he become inaccessible to the temptations of dissipation and sensuality, that I revere his transformation and long for his confidence. But alas, I have to regret that he is secret and mysterious, and that while at Bath he has avoided me almost as constantly as he has neglected those damsels of fashion who have been calling forth all their enchantments to attract or subdue him. To my great surprise and some little satisfaction, no sooner was the nabob's ball in preparation than Mr. Murden requested to be my partner. He had never danced here, though he had been frequently at the rooms, and I did expect to be honoured on this occasion by my fair friends with some very scornful looks and important whispers. Hear the results. The company assembled, a numerous and brilliant party. I had caught a previous glimpse of Mr. Murden elegantly dressed, and I expected every moment his appearance in the ball-room. That I was engaged I answered to several invitations, but to whom was yet in embryo, for the first, second, third, and fourth minuet had been danced, and yet no partner for me appeared. At length he came, but not with the smile of pleasure, not with the soft tread of politeness, the complacent mien of attention. No, he actually rushed upon us, his features almost distorted with some species of passion, his hair deranged, and the powder showered on his dress as if he had been dashing his head against some hard substance in a paroxysm of rage. And in this strange manner did he, with eager long strides, cross the saloon, and throw himself into the vacant seat beside me, uttering a deep groan. The eyes of every one were upon him, and astonishment imposed silence on every tongue. Miss Ashburn, Miss Ashburn, repeated he twice very loud, then closed his teeth and murmured through them some words I could not understand, and several horrid imprecations. He sat thus a few minutes, his countenance varying from the deepest red to a most livid paleness, when Sir Thomas approached. Why, nephew? Why, Arthur? What? Are you ill? Are you... And without finishing his speech, the baronet retired abruptly, for Murden gnashing his teeth at that instant, his uncle conceived he was mad, and I believe the baronet was scarce assured he had escaped the infection. A bolder man now walked up, no less than the Earl of Ulson, of whom you have heard me speak. "'Pon my soul, Murden, this is superlatively unusual. The ladies are actually terrified. Sounds! Murden, you must—" We had not the good fortune to hear his lordship's advice to the end, for Mr. Murden, utterly inattentive to anything but his own agitations, now snatched a crumpled letter from his pocket, and, tearing it into 1,000 pieces, dashed the fragments on the floor. He there contemplated them a moment with a malignant smile, then carefully gathered up every fragment, and darted out of the room. The band continued playing quite composedly, but the company assembled in separate groups, to communicate their various conjectures on the very extraordinary gambol this extraordinary young man had been playing. Sir Thomas's gentleman and a valet were sent in search of him, and ordered to inquire into his malady, but we were presently informed that he was writing in his own chamber, and had bitterly sworn to blow out the brains of whatever person should dare to interrupt him. Brains not being a superfluity here, we e'en resolved to resume our dancing, and leave him alone to be as mad as he thought proper. On the succeeding morning I met him early and alone in the breakfast-room. I was agitated with the expectation of hearing something painful and astonishing. I even entreated to be admitted to his confidence. He referred me to some future period. He spoke with calmness and resolution, but he seldom looked up. When the rest of the family joined us, my mother amused herself with affecting a ridiculous pity for him. Lady Barlow painted her astonishment, while his uncle with much more sincerity laboured to impress us with an adequate idea of the terror he had suffered the preceding evening. Every syllable sunk into the soul of Murden. He preserved an inflexible and haughty silence, but I saw, in his agitated countenance, that he was frequently on the point of bursting into rage and madness. Sir Thomas Barlow will on many occasions wind a shapeless circumstance round and round, till he has persuaded himself he has discovered something in it really insulting and injurious to him. He now conjectured, surmised, and talked of Murden's behaviour, till he had assured himself it could have no other design than to afflict him, the most affectionate of uncles, and, having for a short time indulged in the pathos of lamentation, he began to weep. Although I could scarcely forbear smiling at Sir Thomas Barlow's folly, yet I was considerably affected by the sudden transition the baronet's tears produced in Murden. He forgot his anger and his dejection. He pressed his uncle's hand, soothed him with kind expressions, and, suddenly, assuming an air of cheerfulness, began to hand the cups and arrange the tea-table. "You are in love with some creature you are ashamed of, Murden," said my mother. "I will swear it." "Do, madam," replied he. "Now do tell me, nephew Arthur," said the baronet, "why you tore it to pieces so unmercifully. Tell me, dear Arthur, all about that letter." Why should he, Sibella, have fixed his eyes on me, while the colour rushed from his cheek at the mention of that letter? Why did he groan? Why did he appear no more during the whole of that day? Why has he since been so uniformly pensive? Why seek me as a companion, yet reject me as a friend? Such are the inquiries constantly obtruding themselves upon me. Adieu, dear Sibella. The remainder of Davenport's story must again be deferred till another opportunity. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Secrecy or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. Secresy or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 3, from Clement Montgomery to Arthur Murden. Sweet enthusiast! I, loveliest romancer! Sustained by thee, I could boldly defy the maxims of the world, could bear unmoved its taunting scorns, its loudest reproaches. Stimulated by thy visionary precepts, I could rush alone on its host of temptations and attempt, with the giant step of fortitude, to tread their legions into nothingness. Methinks, Arthur, I see her now, and an increase of warmth glides through every vein till it reaches my heart, which glows and throbs more proudly and more proudly, that the arbitress of its very motion is Sibella Valmont. Let imagination dress up her most airy forms, let fancy exhaust the reaches of her invention. The vision thus created may dazzle, may delude in the absence of perfection, but bring the all-radiant charms of Sibella in contrast, and it sinks into vapour. Painting and language are alike incompetent to represent her. Ha! That thought again shoots across my brain. I was inconstant. Oh, I would give an eye, an ear, nay, a limb, that I had never known other embraces. Then I might have been all soul too. What she now is, what I can imagine but never shall experience. Yes, you gave the advice, Murden, and I, deserving almost damnation for the deed, stooped to gross allurements, and obeyed the calls of appetite, and I ought to have braved death in support of my constancy. Thank God she cannot know it. And oh, may annihilation, or the worst of curses, fall on this head, rather than I again pollute myself, or entertain one thought within my breast that may not rank with her angelic purity. Yes, Murden, I say purity. Ay, and she is as pure as angels, notwithstanding Clement has been admitted to her embraces, for I am her husband. She never heard of ties more holy, more binding than those of the heart. Custom has not placed its sordid restraint on her feelings. Nature forms her impulses. Oh, she is nature's genuine child, more lovely than painting can trace, yet robust as the peasant who climbs yon hill to toil for his hourly subsistence. Soft as her lover's bounding wishes can desire, yet steadfast, aspiring, brave enough to lead an army in the field. No cowardly apprehensions enter her mind. She shrinks not from the wintry blast. Let the torrent descend, the wind howl, the lowering thunder roar, it affects not her peace. No trembling nerves has she. Methinks I see her now. I hear again the harmony of that voice, now softening into the scarcely audible adieu, now rising into firmness to instruct her Clement how to bear his destiny. I had just quitted Mr. Valmont's study, where I underwent another torturing repetition of all the inconsistency of his designs for us. So freezing was his language that it appeared to chill sensation. And when he presented me with £500, which is to open my prospects in life, I was scarcely sensible either of its value or design. I believe I never thanked him, and though I did not take his offered hand, its touch I dreaded more than the torpedo. Languid, sunk, and overwhelmed, I crawled with feeble steps to my Sibella. What a change! Her vigour awakened mine, and as though hope, perseverance, and courage had resigned themselves to her guidance, she commanded them to possess me wholly, commanded me to receive the noble inmates, and to vow I would be bravely independent, though a bed of straw were my portion and crumbs my fare. I write this letter at my first resting place since I quitted Valmont Castle, and the benignancy of my lovely Sibella has even chased my resentment towards you, but should an hour of lassitude perchance creep on me in my banishment, I may be tempted to inquire narrowly into the nature of your very mysterious epistles. Clement Montgomery. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 4. From Sibella Valmont to Caroline Ashburn. Clement, my Clement is gone. All is silence around me. The trees have dropped their leafy ornaments. The wind sweeps through them in mournful cadence. Their foliage no longer intercepts my eye when it would extend itself around the vast horizon. I, now seated on the ivy-covered ruins of the hermitage, view this space, and tell myself it contains not one being to whom Sibella is the object of esteem, tenderness, or concern. O Caroline, Caroline, I am weary of this solitude. My mind bursts the bounds prescribed to my person, and impels itself forward to share the advantages of society. Compelled to return to its prison, it is disgusted with its own conceptions, and sinks into languor and dissatisfaction. Could it be my parents who doomed me to this slavery? Did they deem the benefits of intercourse a blessing too great for their innocent offspring? No, it must be Mr. Valmont's own plan. 'Tis he alone who could wish to rob me of the faculties of my soul, and finding I dare think, dare aim to extend them, dare seek to be happy, he shuns me with aversion, or loads me with reproach. Why, if he meant me to degenerate into the mere brute, did he not chain me in a cave, shut out the light of the glorious sun, forbid me to converse with intelligent nature? Then I might have expressed my wants in a savage way, have ravenously satisfied the calls of hunger or thirst, and lying down to enjoy the sleep of apathy, have thought, if I could have thought at all, that this was to be happy. A being superior to this only in a little craft did Mr. Valmont design to make me, a timid, docile slave, whose thoughts, will, passions, wishes should have no standard of their own, but rise, change, or die as the will of a master should require. Such is the height of virtues I have heard Mr. Valmont describe as my zenith of perfection. He laments that he suffered me to share in Clement's education. Happy mistake! Then I found I was to be the friend and companion of man, man the image of divinity. Where then are the boundaries placed that are to restrain my thought? To be the companion I must be equal. To be the friend I must have comprehension and judgment, must be able to assist, or willing to be taught. In the little intercourse I have had with Mrs. Valmont, she also has placed before me her picture of females, a picture as absurd and much more unintelligible to me than the other. She represents beauty as the supreme good, ascribes to it the most fabulous effects of power, conquest, and dominion. She represented me to myself as entering your world, and transformed me into a being so totally without description that I ran from her to seek again my own nature, to find the friend and companion of man. You, Caroline, are not such as either of these people describe. No, nor am I. Then shall I— but let me be content. A very short time, and I shall join my Clement, shall aid his labour with my exertions. O my Clement, my love, my lover, speed forward to the accomplishment of thy talk. O be thy desires as bounded as my wishes. Thy Sibella covets no castles, no palaces. Seek for her but a shelter from inclemency, and take her therein to liberty, to thee. Often, Caroline, have I imagined the useless parts of that vast building converted into little cottages, such as I have seen from the top of its turrets. Fancy has instantly peopled the desert. I have believed myself surrounded by an active, hardy race. I have arisen to enjoy the delights of communication, when, perchance, the rushing of a silent fawn through the thicket has awakened me from my trance, has reminded me that I too was one of the solitary herd, that the castle with its moats, walls, and battlements yet stood where gloom and silence hold their court, where Mr. Valmont presides and denies Sibella his presence, and where the inexorable key is turned on that library, lest she should think too often or too well. Andrew comes through the wood. He beckons, holds up a letter. 'Tis yours, Caroline. I have pondered on the contents of your letter 3 days. What shall I say for myself more than you have already said for me? I feel, I confess, that in being secret I have deceived Mr. Valmont, have been guilty of vice. But how could I, tell me, Caroline, for my future benefit, tell if you can, how could I devise a means by which I might have preserved my sincerity and saved my lover? I cannot. Remember it was my Clement's peace, happiness, and welfare for which I made the sacrifice. Yet now I feel it forcibly, for I hesitate to declare the rest. I, who knew no concealment, have by one deviation from my sincerity even become cowardly and irresolute in friendship. I fear your censures, Caroline, and dare think of eluding them, because too conscious that I cannot refute them. I persevere in secrecy, in deception. Mr. Valmont is still unacquainted with our marriage. For myself I had not done this. For myself I could not perceive its value or necessity. I yielded to the ardent remonstrances of Clement, and promised to conceal our union till his independence should have placed him beyond the mischief of my uncle's resentment. Ah, let me turn, to seek solace in the end for the means. Be the means what they may, the end is effected. My Clement is restored. The energies of his mind are renovated. You will see him, Caroline, but you will see no feebleness in his character. You will find his love could never be a trifling effervescence. You will discover that we mutually love, from the intimate knowledge of increasing virtues, and no fabled or real oblivion can shed its influence on a love so elevated, so entire, so utterly beyond the reach of annihilation. I conjure you, my friend, by your own words, to watch over my Clement, to preserve him free from taint, and to restore him just such as he so lately quitted the arms of his and your. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 5. From Arthur Murden to Caroline Ashburn. Madam, that I most ardently desire to possess your esteem is, whether you believe it or not, a fact I avow with all possible sincerity. Nor is it less a fact that I quitted Bath so abruptly to avoid giving you my confidence, the only thing in the world by which I could be entitled to ask your esteem. Why do I then write to you? You are about to demand. Ah, madam, I have by me a long catalogue of such unanswered questions. Why do I do this, and why do I do that? Insolently treads on the heel of my almost every action. Can you find a name more despicable than folly for the will that acts in opposition to acknowledged reason? If you can, apply that worst of names to me, to my incomprehensible conduct. Oh, Miss Ashburn, almost without a motive have I pursued a dream, a fantasy, the offspring of my heated imagination. Fancy lent her utmost delusions, and dressed the vision in such glowing charms that neither prudence, honour, friendship, nor aught else could stay me in my course, not even the heavenly. Whither am I running? I would give a word that I could tell you. When, where, why? I dreamt and was awakened, not for a world's wealth though would I tell you. 'Tis past, 'tis done, the mischief is irretrievable, the phantom remains, but the gilded hope that illumined her path is gone, despair casts its length of shade around me, and sunshine is no more. Let me recollect myself. When I began to write, I meant to request you would say something conciliating for me to Sir Thomas. The letter I left for him was written in haste and from a sudden impulse, and probably expressed nothing I either meant or ought to have said. I beseech you, madam, do this for me. I know my uncle looks on me with affection, and I do not consider myself entitled to make so free with the happiness of others as I have done with my own. If he has any expostulations to offer, any reproaches to make me, let him send them to Barlow Hall. There I shall be some time, but let him not ask me to come to London. No, Miss Ashburn, the ignis fatuus is still in view, and, though I perfectly understand its nature, and have no hope nor scarce a wish to overtake it, yet am I, lunatic-like, galloping after it over hedge, bog, and briar. From this assurance, and from the many other things you know of me, you will believe I am in the right to subscribe myself the infatuated, miserable A. Murden. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in March 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 6. From Caroline Ashburn to Sibella Valmont. For the first time of my life have I become the assiduous watcher of windows, the listener after footsteps, and have lived eternally in the drawing-room. Yet has no Clement Montgomery appeared, and I have just now recollected that my desire of knowing him will not accelerate his approach, that so much time given to expectation is so much thrown away, and that to employ the same quantity of time in endeavouring to amuse you would be more friendly and of course more laudable. Once more then, Sibella, we are in London, this great metropolis, alike the resort of him who possesses wealth and him who seeks to attain it. Here merit comes, hoping in the vast concourse to find the protector of talent, and hither the deliberating villain hastens, expecting the crowd will be at once favourable to the practice of his crimes, and the means of escaping their punishment. What a field here is opened for the speculator and the moralist! And often, Sibella, do I anticipate the time when we shall look on the checkered scenes of life together. When? But let me give you the remainder of Davenport's history while it is yet fresh in my memory. Punctual to the minute I had named, Davenport entered my apartment. The same species of settled gloom I observed the preceding day in Arabella marked his voice and gesture. He looked so familiarized, so wedded to sadness and misfortune that, desirous of expressing in my demeanour the kindness my heart felt for him, I approached and held out my hand to receive his. He lightly pressed it, and, coldly bowing, retreated to a seat on the other side of the room. From that motion I perceived he now viewed me as one who had saved him from the commission of an action which, although of evil and dangerous tendency, would have produced to him a benefit he knew not how, in any other way, to procure, and that after rendering it impossible for him to marry, I was about to leave him with some general advice to the horrors of his situation. This he imagined was the utmost of my ability. He had convinced himself to the goodness of my intentions, and could not altogether call me his enemy, but he was now looking round, hopeless and despairing, for the almost supernatural means which could extricate him from his poverty and distress. The power was mine, and I hastened to relieve him from the anguish he endured. I told him he should render himself independent and happy, that my pecuniary assistance should go hand in hand with his endeavours, and inquired if he had any friends who could advise him in the choice of a profession. Not a creature in the world who would not rather advise him to end his miseries and disgrace with a pistol. This was Davenport's answer. I recollected that I had noticed some little intimacy between him and Mr. Murden, and, supposing the precariousness of dependence must have occasionally led Murden's thoughts to the same views, I concluded his judgment would be useful. "Let us consult Mr. Murden," said I. "No, Miss Ashburn," cried Davenport, reddening violently. "Contrive it all yourself. I will obey you wherever I can, but do not command me to the revolting task of declaring to all the world that I am a beggar. When Murden and I first knew each other, I was the expected heir to a good fortune, and, as I was descended from some of the first families in the kingdom, Murden moved in the sphere below me. He stands where he did, but I, alas, am fallen. Yet I won't hear him exult and triumph in affected pity. No, no, I could tell him that even a nabob's wealth cannot blazon him with the honours that cling to the name of Davenport." He spoke this with surprising bitterness. "For pity's sake, Mr. Davenport," said I, "do not lay on high birth more infirmities than from its nature it unavoidably possesses. Were you 10 times more honourably descended, I could not alter Murden's ability to advise you. It could not degrade him or exalt you. I have seen you court his conversation, and did you imagine your poverty was then a secret? Oh no, who could mistake the cause of your seeking to become Mrs. Ashburn's husband? In defiance of his uncle's displeasure, Murden refused this very marriage. At the same time, I must acknowledge, his firmness has not undergone the trial you have suffered, for he had no Arabella, I believe." Davenport threw his arms across upon the table by which he sat, laying his head upon them. The attitude prevented me seeing his face, but I thought he wept. A half-suppressed sob rose at intervals. Thus he remained, for unwilling to press too hard on his prejudices, I relinquished the idea of consulting any other person, and sat silently examining plans for his future service. His age, his quickness of apprehension, and his manners, which are pleasing to persons of every station, inclined me to think the study of physic would be very well adapted to his capacity and talents. I made the proposal, named the sum I would give him yearly till he should be qualified to provide for himself, and his gratitude was expressed with the same vehemence which alike attends him on trivial or important occasions. You will perhaps wonder, Sibella, that is, if the value of money is at all known to you, and if its importance ever occupies your thoughts, how I am enabled to make so lavish a use of it. On our first arrival in England, my mother assigned me an annual income proportioned to the splendour of her appearance, and the immense fortune that I am destined to possess when her advantages in it shall be eternally proscribed. That I do not employ this allowance in keeping pace with her elegance, that I do not blaze in jewels and riot in the luxury of dress, displeases my mother, yet she continues me the stated income, flattering herself daily, though daily disappointed, that I will secure my own indulgences by overlooking the errors reason tells me I am to condemn in her. But to return to Davenport. On the subsequent morning I ordered my horse very early, intending to pass an hour with Arabella, when a servant informed me Mr. Davenport and a lady requested to see me. I hurried downstairs to chide Mr. Davenport for suffering Arabella, supposing it must be her, to hazard an increase of her disorder, by coming out while the air was raw and cold, and the morning fog not yet dispelled. I opened the parlour door with the reproof almost ready on my lips, when Davenport, with his eyes glistening, his cheeks glowing, seized my hand and placed it within that of a young lady, who kissed it, and with mingled ardour and pleasure pressed it to her bosom. Surprised, I stepped back, and, looking alternately at her and at Davenport, a strong resemblance anticipated his introduction of a sister. This sister, whom Davenport had forgotten in his misfortunes, was newly married, and had arrived at Bath the preceding evening, with her husband, a merchant of the name of Beville. Davenport had related the scenes he had passed through in those glowing colours whose use is so familiar to him, and the whole family were disposed to think I had rendered them an important service. Accepting Mrs. Beville's invitation to dinner, I was that day introduced also to Mr. Beville and Miss Harriet Davenport. Davenport's feelings are ever alive to extremes. He was now in the bosom of his family. He saw his sister no longer the humble dependent of a proud relation, but the wife of an affectionate, opulent husband, sharing her advantages too with his other sister. Then how could Davenport look at them and remember either what he had been or might yet be? He was extravagant, sometimes brilliant, but always fanciful, and the incoherences of his conversation formed an amusing contrast with the steady uniform bluntness of Mr. Beville. He was even too gay to be grateful, for instead of thanking his brother-in-law for an offer of taking him into immediate partnership, in preference to the plan I had proposed, on terms so liberal as brought tears from his sister's eyes, Davenport began to ridicule and burlesque trade. He was determined for this afternoon at least to enjoy his mirth in defiance of the checks, instigations, and reproaches of the better inmates' sincerity and common sense. Poor fellow! The grimace, the laugh, the jest reign no longer, for Arabella cannot live. Perfectly satisfied with the prospects of her Henry, with his affection for her child, and the present attentions of his family to her, she calmly looks forward to that abode where the wicked cease from troubling, and the weary are at rest, while he suffers 10,000 agonies in anticipating their eternal separation. With Mrs. Beville and Harriet Davenport, the remembrance of Arabella's former transgression now lies dormant, their former affection revives, gains new strength from the aid of pity, and instigates them to attend the dying Arabella as a sister. But I suspect from accidental hints they are yet infected with the worldly maxim that the guilt of such a sailing remains wholly with the female, from whom in every other instance of life we look for nothing but weakness and defect. Love more perhaps than reason has taught Davenport a better lesson. He would certainly have married Arabella, and Mr. Beville would have supported him in the resolution, knowing it to be now as much his duty as it was before their mutual duty to abstain from the transgression. Thus I have saved Davenport, but not my mother. No, she will assuredly marry to prove to me her power and preeminence. She will pique herself also on choosing a husband as handsome, as engaging as the fugitive Davenport. In the meantime flattery is flattery, and the dose being doubled from a female tongue approaches so near to an equivalent that the immediate necessity of a lover becomes less urgent. The happy Mrs. Ashburn, happy in her acquisitions, has lately gained a companion who can treble the quantity on occasion. In good English language, with the animation of French vivacity and French action, Mademoiselle LAUNDY deals out her bursts of admiration and ecstasies of rapture from one of the prettiest mouths in the world. Shaping herself, most Proteus-like, to the whim of the moment, my mother sees not that she is young and handsome, and, could a painting be shown to Mrs. Ashburn the exact but silent representation of Mademoiselle LAUNDY, unless previously instructed to look for the likeness, I am positive she would not recognize one feature of her companion. This young person was born of English parents who were settled in France. Her father, being deprived of an enormous pension by the change of government, chose rather to break his heart than live upon a contracted income, which could only furnish him with the necessaries of life, and such worthless accommodations as are beneath the enjoyment of a courtier. After his decease, a ci-devant duchess brought Mademoiselle LAUNDY to England to try her fortune, and most opportunely chance threw her in our way at the very same time when my mother was seized with the rage of entertaining a companion. Money was an object with Mademoiselle LAUNDY, but none to Mrs. Ashburn, and the former knew how to hold off from the bargain till the latter's wishes and expectations were wound up to the highest. The pride also of enabling her companion to outdress half the fashionable young women about town was doubtless an additional motive with Mrs. Ashburn, and the enormous salary demanded was to me the first unfavourable specimen of Mademoiselle LAUNDY's principle. Nor has the young lady improved on farther acquaintance. Supple as she is, she cannot accommodate the feigned artlessness of her countenance to the examination of my eye. Native simplicity would neither court nor retire, but Mademoiselle LAUNDY invites my favour, while she evades my scrutiny. Resigning her personal pretensions to charm, and labouring incessantly to acknowledge the already inflated superiority of the people around her, she becomes the universal favourite, and 'tis hard to say whether the dear, unfortunate, amiable Mademoiselle LAUNDY is more necessary to Mrs. Ashburn or to Mrs. Ashburn's acquaintance. To her establishment here, however, I cannot object, because I should not be understood. Picking and stealing, to be sure, are very atrocious things, but who ever thought of calling selfishness, art, and insincerity by the name of vice? Oh no! Garret lodgings philosophers may speculate, and dream over their airy systems, but we people of fashion know better things. We know self-love and insincerity to be useful and important qualities, the grand cement which binds our intercourse with each other. Born a superior race, we can bid truth and plain honesty depart, and, having dressed falsehood and guile in all the fascination of the senses, can bow down before the idol of our own creation. 'Tis all true, Sibella. Although in rambling about your woods and looking into your own heart, and arranging the matter of your former studies, you may find what ought to be, you cannot discover one trait of what really exists. Sir Thomas Barlowe is ill of the gout, and almost pines in his confinement for the society of his nephew, while the whimsical Murden, in defiance of command or entreaty, is capering about the country nobody knows why, nor nobody knows where. Murden! Why cannot I name Murden without feeling a portion of that anxiety which so visibly preys on the happiness and throws a veil of mystery over the actions of that inconsistent young man? Various have been the endeavours I have used to understand the nature of his mind's disease, but he has wrapped an impenetrable fold of secrecy around his heart. At times I imagined that acknowledgment was ready to burst from his lips. Nay, I even imagined at times I had caught some remote allusions that I thought I understood. Yet in attempting to trace them to a source, I lost their original form, and became more and more entangled in the labyrinth of surmise. As Sir Thomas and Lady Barlowe regulate all their jaunts and expeditions by hours, and as we have together made one household at Bath, it was natural enough that we should journey together to London. Mr. Murden, of course, was included in the arrangements, and he neither breathed a syllable of doubt or objection to the plan. The evening before we quitted Bath, our party included only 4 or 5 visitors, but had there been 20, I must have directed all my attention towards Murden. The preceding day I had seen him petulant, and the preceding part of that day I had observed him to be more than commonly pensive and absent. He did not appear at dinner, but joined us early in the evening, with smiles and gaiety. So sudden and so singular a change excited my wonder and curiosity. I perceived it was not the gaiety of force, yet it had a tinge of complacent melancholy, and, from his subsequent conduct, I am convinced it had its origin in some determination he had taken, whether for himself, fortunate or unfortunate, the sequel alone can explain. He shook my hand affectionately when he bade us good night, and at breakfast the following morning we learned that he had galloped away at daybreak. He had left a letter for his uncle, not filled with flattering apologies, never fear it, but containing a short harangue of the impossibility of his going at present to London, and a few cold wishes for the general safety of the party at large. Since that time I also have been favoured with a letter from him, which, although it is not intended to elucidate any part of his conduct, has brought back to my mind, with additional force, a surmise I formerly dismissed as too improbable. What a length of letter! You see, Sibella, how closely I consider our feelings as united, for, while I endure no weariness myself, I fear not the chance of inflicting it upon you. Adieu, my sweet friend. May principle alone, not personal fatal experience, teach you that your present system of secrecy is erroneous. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 7. From Lord FILMAR to Sir Walter Boyer. What a life I have led these 3 days! An old house, my habitation, built according to old customs, with its casements staring at one another across a narrow court, and the very offices turning their backs on noble prospects. 2 old men and 1 ugly old woman, my companions. No young nor pretty face abides within these walls, for thy poor friend's amusement. Called up at 9, and, what is still worse, sent to bed at 11. Did you ever go to bed at 11, Boyer? There I wake and doze and dream. Dream I hear the inspiring rattle of dice boxes. Wake and curse myself for ever having known their enticements, and then curse them for not being now beside me. What in the name of wonder could have become of you the day I left London? Your valet was drunk when I stopped, full of intelligence, at your lodgings. Uck and hick was all I could get from the fellow for a time, and then followed, yes, sir, to be sure, my lord. I'll tell you at once, my lord is gone, sir, in a post-chaise, and 4, my lord. Where is Sir Walter gone, puppy? Sir Walter, my lord. Oh, yes, Sir Walter is gone. I don't know where he is gone, Sir Walter. Drive on, cried I, and home I went to step from my carriage to the travelling chaise, in which with my dear father I was gently whirled down to Monkton Hall. What a life have I led these 3 days! A pestilence on your throat, I say. There he sits, Walter, the bird of night and wisdom, and with his quavering who calls on me to be solemn if I can't be wise. I hate wisdom, and had I not a story to tell you, would sit down and rail at it. Every clock from every steeple last Wednesday morning sounded 7, as I with pledged honour and empty pockets drove home from . The memento was insolent, and I was splenetic. I longed to throw stones at the steeples, and to knock down each sturdy porter who looked into the chariot, to inform me by his clear eye and vigorous step that he has passed the night in rest, and had arisen poor indeed, but happy. Impudent scoundrel! He a porter, I a viscount. I undressed and went to bed, where I had the felicity of ruminating till 10 o'clock upon the vast increase of my knowledge and happiness since I became so intimately connected with Spellman and his associates, at which hour of 10 the Earl sent a servant to request I would breakfast with him. Qualms of apprehension stole upon me. I foreboded strange discoveries and severe remonstrances, and as I felt too humbled in my own opinion to be insolent even to my father, I considered how to avoid the interview, till I had mechanically staggered into the Earl's dressing-room, where I was received with "Good morning to your lordship." "I hope you are well, my lord," said I, and throwing myself across the sofa, we sipped a cup of chocolate in silence. "I inquired for you last evening," said the Earl. "I believe Lord Filmar was extremely late ere you came home." "It was extremely late, my lord," replied I, as I so readily agreed in his opinion. The Earl was at a loss how to proceed. Twice he removed his chair, played with a teaspoon, and we finished our chocolate. After the breakfast things were removed, the Earl turned his chair more toward me. "Hem!" said he. "Hem!" I arose, and wished his lordship a good morning. "Stay, Lord Filmar, a moment. Pray sit down. Hem! I understand but too well that I suspect, I am fearful, the company you keep will do you harm. Now, Walter, this man, the Earl of Elsings, a peer of the realm of Great Britain, had not courage to say to his own son, 'Dick, thou art a fool, and wilt be a beggar. Thy companions are gamblers, sharpers, and knaves, and henceforward I command thee to abstain from their society.' 'You astonish me, my lord,' answered I, with great apparent simplicity. 'I could not suppose I should displease you by associating with men of rank.' 'Oh, certainly not, by no means. Only I would insinuate that play is dangerous, and your income small.' Small indeed, thought I. A considerable pause succeeded, and then my father's countenance brightened. 'I propose going down this day to Sir Gilbert Monkton's,' said he. I wished him an agreeable journey. 'You must go with me, Lord Filmar.' 'Nay, pray excuse me, sir. Consider the season, the place, and the society. How can your lordship plan such an expedition at this part of the year? You will inevitably bring on an ague, or a nervous fever. Dear my lord, don't think of it.' 'Indeed,' replied the Earl, 'nothing but a view to your interest could have determined me to make Sir Gilbert a visit now.' 'Your interest, Lord Filmar, has strong claims upon me. Your present income scarcely exceeds £1,000 a year, and you well know that, with all my care and prudence, I have not so far recovered former encumbrances as to be able to leave with the title of Elsings more than a clear £5,000 per annum.' The Earl paused, hemmed, picked up a scrap of paper, then hemmed again, and proceeded. 'You know, I think you know, Mr. Valmont.' I bowed assent, and the Earl looked as if he wished I had spoken, but I was resolved to hear him to the end. 'Yes, you do know Mr. Valmont, a very singular man. He has strange ideas of education. In all our conversations on the topic, I never could be brought to coincide with him. Yet he is a worthy man too. He has a prodigious fine estate at Moordown, and that estate round the castle is in excellent order. A strange, Gothic, dismal place, that castle of his, to be sure. I cannot remember how long it is since it was built, but it was a Valmont built it, I know. It has never been out of the family. Yet I wonder he should choose always to reside in it, and to keep his niece in it also. His niece, hem! You know, Lord Filmar, I am one of Miss Valmont's guardians.' I bowed again. I am told she is very handsome. She was a beautiful child. I have not seen her these 10 years. It was very singular indeed, I think, to guard her so closely from every one's observations. Yes, Lord Filmar, Mr. Valmont's mode of thinking is certainly very singular. Miss Valmont's father was a most accomplished man, and one of my most intimate friends. He built a seat after the Italian manner, tasty and elegant as you can possibly suppose. He was very fond of Italy. Poor man, he died there. I wish I could have prevailed on Mr. Valmont to allow his niece a more enlarged education. Her manners, I think, must be constrained and ungraceful, but certainly, as her father's brother, Mr. Valmont had a right to claim the sole protection of her person, and to bring her up as he thought proper. My father paused, and though I could not immediately perceive the tendency of this ratiocination, I was resolved not to assist him, and remained silent. I was telling you, Lord Filmar, how much care and pains I have taken to redeem the Elsing estate. Let me advise you to leave off play, and to think of settling yourself advantageously. Would not a beautiful bride adorn the title of Lady Filmar? I do not perceive, answered I, that the title of Filmar wants any other ornament than it already possesses. Remember, dear sir, I am scarcely 22. Now Walter the Earl was not content with the simple recollections I had urged to him, but he began also to remember my profusion, my follies, if you please, and my inadequate provision for them. Stop, my lord, cried I, and pray inform me what fortune my poor lordship has a right to expect as an antidote for matrimonial poison. I think, replied my father, that a lady of honourable descent, of good expectations, and possessing an unentailed 6 or 7 thousand a year, would be a very proper match for you. And that lady is Miss Valmont? No such thing, no such thing, cried the Earl, almost starting from his seat. Will you dare, Lord Filmar, to assert that I said so? Indeed will I not, my lord, so far from it. I have heard you repeatedly declare she was left wholly dependent on her uncle. But why you should then be involved in the cares of guardianship, or why you should be inclined to saddle my encumbered estate with a wife without a fortune, I own appears a little mysterious. Be the true state of the case what it may, and we will talk of that hereafter, 'tis certain that every working muscle of the Earl's countenance betrayed the insincerity of his assertions, while he point blank denied that he had any reference to Valmont's niece, when he proposed giving me a bride. I affected to be convinced, and with a kind of lazy curiosity played with my dog, and asked questions about Miss Valmont, and wound my father round and round this dependent orphan, till I was nearly as assured as though it were on lawyers' deeds before me that 6 or 7 thousand pounds a year is the lady's marriage portion. A saucy, triumphant smile at length betrayed me. The Earl reddened violently, and degenerated into such hints about certain affairs of mine, that I suddenly jumped up, said I would attend him wherever he pleased, wished his lordship a hasty good morning, and drove away to deposit my burthen of confidence with you. Well then, Walter, here we are at Monkton Hall, and Valmont's frowning fortress stands only at 3 miles distant. But still I am not 1 foot forwarder in the direct road of knowing why we came hither. In the by paths of windings and innuendo, indeed, I have made a little progress. I have discovered, Walter, that the Earl has a secret, but have not discovered the actual secret, only I can surmise a great deal. I surmise that the Earl and Mr. Valmont have laid a trap for me, and I surmise that I shall tumble into the trap, and be almost smothered with gold. And I further surmise that the gold will infallibly find its way out of the trap, and leave poor me behind it. I am resolved to be perfectly obedient and resigned to my fate, and you may, if you please, wish me joy. For if the dear creature is but anything like what her uncle intended to make her, with his wire-drawn principles about female weakness and female obedience, I shall be the least noosed of any married man in England. She will want no more than a cage and a closet, and one smile a month from her sovereign lord and master. Gloomy Hall, or Gloomy Castle, some such name, I formerly gave that turret-crowned building. Oh, the profaner! Why, it is paradise, the court of Cytherea, where loves and graces sport on sideboards of massive plate, and intrigue with wanton zephyrs upon every acre of Valmont's rich domain. We are invited to dinner, Walter. This is Saturday. On Tuesday down, go to the drawbridges to admit me. Me. The squire and earl settle preliminaries. The wood nymph is introduced. She gazes with awe and astonishment on her polished lover, while I forget her to remember her fortune. At some future period I shall subscribe myself your very rich and happy humble servant, FILMAR. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letters 8 and 9. Letter 8. From Sibella Valmont to Caroline Ashburn. Imagine me, dear Caroline, sitting down to write to you in the dead of night by an almost extinguished taper. Somewhat chilled with cold, yet that sensation overpowered by the tremor of surprise, of curiosity, of emotions, in fine, which I cannot describe or explain. And shall I boast of my strength, yet suffer my heart to palpitate, the colour to vary on my cheek, because an incident appears extraordinary? Why did I not go back? Perhaps imagination was on the stretch, and I am self-deceived. Yet this writing! There must, but who would or could sigh with or for me, save one? Foolish, weak Sibella! Art thou turned coward then? How canst thou brave dangers, who hast fled from a sound? Perchance a fancied sound too. Yes, I will return. I will not wait till daylight renews my courage, but go now to the wood, and examine this. Hark! I hear a noise. Good God! Is it? If it should be my Oh no, that is impossible. It was only the sweeping of the wind through that long gallery. But I won't go to the wood to-night, Caroline. I tremble more, and the cold increases. My taper too diminishes fast. But while its light allows me, I will go over the events of the day and night, to discover if distinct recollection gives them a different appearance from what they now wear in the confusion of my ideas. To begin, then, with the morning. While yet at breakfast, Andrew entered my room and intimated it was my uncle's orders that I should remain in my own apartments all day. Strange as appeared the command, I sought no explanation from Andrew, but chose rather to submit to it in its present form than encounter the teasing unintelligible signs of this silent old man. An hour had hardly passed when I heard Mr. Valmont's footstep in the gallery, and as he approached nearer my door, I called up a firmness in my mien, for methought his visit to my chamber, a circumstance I never remember to have taken place, foreboded something uncouth and unpleasant. So, Sibella, said he, entering in a cheerful manner, you look quite well. You will oblige me particularly by not going into the park to-day. There is the armoury if you want exercise, only be sure you go and return by the narrow staircase. I would not have you seen for a moment in any other part of the castle. Perhaps I may bring a friend to visit you. A friend of your father's, child. You'll obey me, Sibella, and Andrew can inform you when you are at liberty to pursue your rambles. He withdrew. An address so familiar, with a voice and countenance so complacent from Mr. Valmont to me, was food for reflection. The friend, too, the friend of my father. I felt not the necessity of exercise. I approached not the narrow staircase. I thought not of the armoury. I remained in one posture, and Andrew's entrance, with my dinner, first broke in upon my reverie. The meal ended and Andrew gone, it was resumed. and as long thinking will ever bring something home to the affections, I had left Mr. Valmont, his smiles, and his friend, to dwell on the image of my Clement, when my uncle led into the room a man somewhat older in appearance than himself, of an unmeaning countenance, whose profusion of dress sat heavy on an insignificant form. I turned away scornfully, for I thought it a profanation of the term to call this being the friend of my father. How long he stayed I cannot exactly tell. Too long, I thought then. He seemed to talk of me to Mr. Valmont, but to me he said little, and owing perhaps to my dislike of the man, that little I did not rightly understand, and never attempted to answer. When I saw Andrew in the evening, I ventured a few questions, and with difficulty learned there was company in the castle, who were not expected to go away till late. I desired him to inform me as soon as they had departed, and accordingly, a little before 12, Andrew opened my door, gave 3 distinct nods, shut it after him, and departed. I understood his signal. Never had I passed a day in the house before, and I almost panted for the enjoyment of fresh air. The night was calm and serene, and the moon shone with a frosty brightness in a clear unclouded sky. Wrapping myself in a cloak, I descended with a quick and joyful step. Neither light nor sound existed in the castle, and unbarring the heavy doors, I sallied out in defiance of cold, to enjoy the lightness I then felt at my heart. The moonbeam directed my course, and I turned up the hill at the back part of the castle, where no trees intercepted the partial light. Standing on the summit, I looked around, and my eye caught the glittering surface, made resplendent by the moon's reflection, of that small and beautiful lake which you may remember rises on the skirts of my wood. Thither I hastened, and seated on the bank I became enraptured with the scene. All seemed in union with my mind, only that an undisturbed serenity reigned through nature, and with the peace in my breast, a tumult of delight claimed its share. I sang, I gave vent to my pleasure in words, in exclamations, till at length the sound of 2, from some very distant bell, floated through the air, and I rose to regain the castle. Never in daytime did I quit the park without visiting our oak, and now when my heart bounded high with hope and pleasure, it would have been impious thus to have departed. As I passed the rock, its dark shade with the gloom in which the tall trees enclosed me gave a new colour to my emotions. A pensive, but not a painful, tenderness stole on me. My breast began to heave, my lip to tremble, and having reached the oak, I threw myself on the ground and sobbed. Still I felt no unhappiness. An impressive kind of awe took place of my former rapture, and dictated that I should dry my tears, and offer up a prayer for Clement. At the foot of our oak I knelt and audibly prayed. Still was I kneeling, still were my clasped hands raised. I uttered a deep sigh, and close behind me reverberated a prolonged sigh, if possible more deep, more forcible. My taper emits its last rays. The moon is withdrawn, and total darkness compels me to seek rest. Adieu. The sigh was distinct. It struck upon my ear. It almost reached my heart, Caroline. Dizzy, benumbed, I could scarcely rise, and as I walked slowly along the open path from the monument, I really tottered. I believe I had proceeded 50 yards, and I began to tread with firmness and to consider if the sound could be real, when something whizzed past me, and I perceived a little white ball fall to the ground and roll back, as it was on the descent, till it stopped at my feet. Equally surprised, but less affected, I turned quickly round. I looked every way, but the rock, the trees, the monument, and their respective, yet mingling shadows, were the only objects I could discern. I do not remember stooping for the ball, yet I felt it in my hand as I returned to the castle. I had left my light burning in the hall, but did not attempt to examine my possession till I had shut myself in my own chamber. The ball consisted of several folds of paper, with a small pebble in the middle, to give it weight, I suppose. The inner fold contained lines written with a pencil, the character neat but uneven, and in places scarcely legible. These were the contents. Art thou instructed, beauteous nymph, that those planets to which thou now liftest thine eyes contain worlds whose myriads of inhabitants differ in their degrees of perfection according to the orb to which they belong? Some approach to immortality, others are, as yet, farther removed. But all are in a progressive state toward the angelic nature. Even the lowest orb ranks above thy world. From one of these latter planets I descend, part mortal and part ethereal. The former subjects me to pain and grief, but the latter can exalt me to bliss too ecstatic for the confined sense of mere mortality. My spiritual nature places few bounds to my wishes, gives me invisibility, and brings the world before me at a view. I can see into the human bosom, and art cannot baffle me. In this world I am permitted to seek a friend, and thee, hallowed inhabitant of this lower orb, I claim. Set thy desires before thee. If they be many, choose the essential. If they be few, name all. Tomorrow after sunset, place the paper wherein thou hast written thy wishes on the tomb, and retire. If another mortal claim a share of those wishes, my power ceases. But if they relate only to thyself, fair creature, some one I may gratify. Thus may we communicate. To approach is forbidden. To be visible to thy eyes is denied me. Fly not then from the spirit, which will protect, but cannot harm thee. Whither does recollection bear you, Caroline? To the hermit of the wood and armoury, doubtless. The mysterious and whimsical style of this written paper corresponds with the first address of that hermit. I wonder I did not remember it last night, but Clement's fears, and the mode to overcome them, have been objects of such magnitude in the heart of Sibella, that curiosity has ceased to intrude its train of remembrances and suppositions. Clement was right. Who but through my uncle's means could find entrance into this region of caution and confinement? Yes, Clement judged rightly. It is the man to whom Mr. Valmont says I must be united. Will you, Caroline, give the enclosed to my Clement, and judge with him for me? I wait your decision, but I wait unwillingly. Sibella. Letter 9. To Clement Montgomery, enclosed in the preceding. Do we not create our own misery, my Clement, by this submission? Mr. Valmont separates our persons, because he cannot separate our hearts. Oh, your reasonings were false, my love, and I was only misled when I thought I was convinced. But a short time, you said, and Mr. Valmont shall know it all, and we will be again united. Why not now? I cannot feel, I cannot understand these effects of his displeasure on which you dwell. Why do you dream of future benefits, when he tells you that you are to have none of them? When he declares to you his wealth shall not be yours? And what of that? Will joy and felicity be less ours, because we are not rich? We know it cannot. Did you possess wealth beyond what I can name, I should share its advantages. Then, if poverty or disgrace be yours, I demand to participate therein. It is my right, and 20 Mr. Valmonts shall not deprive of the inestimable privilege. Let me prove by actions the boundless love I bear you. Words are feeble. Where is the language that has energy enough to describe the crowd of pleasures which rush upon my mind while I am retracing our past scenes of happiness, or that can give its true colouring to my regret when I call up the present separation which bids them depart for a season? Clement, you are dismissed, that another may be introduced. The man of mystery, he whom my uncle has chosen, appears again. Say, my love, shall I tell them how useless are all their preparations? That you and I have formed the indissoluble band? I am ready to do this. I wait but your consent. And then, if Mr. Valmont resents our conduct, and will not yield me to you and your freedom, I must and shall find means to show him he has no more power over my person than my mind. I will escape him, and fly to thee. Ever, ever thy Sibella. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK, Volume 2, Letter 10, from Lord FILMAR to Sir Walter Boyer. Peaceful slumbers attend thee. What? The richer promising waking visions of expectation be mine. A very pretty apostrophe that for a young viscount. I wonder if my father ever forgot to go to sleep when in bed, and sprang up again to write to some contemporary insane of his stratagems, intrigues, and toils. Dear honest soul, no. His sonorous breathings from the next chamber salute my ears in answer. I certainly never was intended for the elder son of an earl. Oh, I cry you mercy, Dame Nature. I read, I bow my head in obedience. A little twinkling star, Boyer, darting his ray through the window traces my destiny on this paper. When the heyday of the blood is past, says the oracle, thou art to be a statesman. So I will, yes, a prime minister of Great Britain, and the more mischief I do beforehand, the better shall I be qualified for the duties of that high and important station. The project I talked of in my last, have you not admired its tendency? Have you not rejoiced that the honours of the Elsing title is to have a fresh gilding from the Valmont coffers? If you have not already done this, I charge you neglect not a moment the duties of congratulations. For your friend, your happy friend FILMAR is assuredly, mind me, assuredly, to be the husband of Miss Valmont. Therefore I will read you a letter, or at least a part of a letter, which came from her uncle to my father. Indeed, my lord, to pursue this subject a little farther, it is only with a man who is prepared by such opinions as I have laid down to keep his wife in seclusion, that Sibella Valmont can be happy. I have purposely educated her to be the tractable and obedient companion of a husband who, from early disappointment and a just detestation of the miserable state of society, is willing to abandon the world entirely. And not to mislead you in any way, such a one I hold in view. You, my lord, have acted with consistent delicacy throughout our guardianship. You readily yielded to my plans when our trust commenced, and you have never attempted to counteract them by any ill-judged interference, and I am therefore beholden to your prudence and politeness. Of your lordship's understanding I have so good an opinion that I cannot apprehend any offence will be taken on your part for my declining the proposed alliance of Lord FILMAR for my niece. You must be aware, my lord, how very unfit her education has rendered her to be the wife of any person who does not in all respects think as I do. You must also suffer me to decline for very good reasons your request that Lord FILMAR may see her. The child has beauty, and the interview for his sake is much better avoided. You, my lord, have a title to see her whenever you are so disposed, and I hope, as a proof that we understand each other, that Lord FILMAR will accompany you when you honour Valmont Castle with your visits. From your friend and servant, G. Valmont. This letter, Walter, the Earl called me back to give me at his own chamber door, after I had bade him good night. Do you not observe how artfully Valmont had arranged the manner of his refusal? Or are you, as I was on its first perusal, a little chilled by the contents? I perceive, by the Earl's delivering the letter to me at a time which precluded all conversation on the subject, that he feels Valmont's refusal to be unchangeable. Now I dare not tell him that I have boldly resolved to take the niece of Valmont, whether her uncle pleases or not, because what he calls his honour would stand between me and my project. Honour will not pay my debts, Walter. So, honour, here you and I part. Good-bye to you. There. We have shaken hands, and the musty fellow has marched off on yon straight road, while I turn aside into this. Invention aid me, stratagem be my guide, and do thou, Walter, plot, contrive, and assist to make me matter of this prize. Assuredly I will be the husband of Miss Valmont. This have I sworn to myself, and this have I repeated to you. I read Valmont's freezing epistle, and I went to bed. Darkness and silence are admirable auxiliaries to reflection. First passed in array before me my mortgages, my debts, and the diabolical stake I lost to Spellman, for which I have given notes that extend to the uttermost penny I can raise. Then how gaily danced before me the visions I had indulged, while I sounded my father about this hidden fortune of Miss Valmont, and while I reflected on the well-known wealth of her uncle. Ah, but, said I, her uncle has refused me, has already selected a husband for her. And I shut my eyes and sighed, Walter. That sigh proved my salvation, for it exhaled the dim vapour that had obstructed the operations of my confidence, my invention. Then how rapidly did my fancy teem with plan and project! How did I reject one, choose another, till at length I called for light and paper, that I might cool the fever of my hopes by laying them bare to your inspection. I well know what you are, Walter, a compound of contradictions. When you should believe, you are skeptical. Where you should doubt, your faith is unshaken. And I expect when I tell you I am more and more convinced, by the recollection of many circumstances and by the Earl's awkward evasions, that Miss Valmont is her father's heiress, I expect, I say, that you will assure me I am deceived, and as to my resolution of stealing her, you will assert that it is a project idle, vain, and impracticable. Yet, were I now to abandon the enterprise, you would wonder at my stupidity, would declare nothing could appear so certain as her fortune, and nothing so easy as its attainment. Therefore, dear Walter, I do not ask your advice. I only ask your attention. 6 or 7,000 a year. The lady a minor too, from the age of 6, and no expenses incurred upon her education. Think of these circumstances, Walter, and if you love arithmetic, cast up the accumulations of all these years, and to make the sum total of my future possessions, add the £10,000 per annum of her uncle, who never had any other heir than this untutored Sibella. Would not such a sum convert even deformity into grace? But they say, too, she has beauty. Her ignorance and barbarism I will forgive, for I can at all times escape from a wife, though I cannot escape from the debts which are hourly accumulating to my destruction. Marry a fortune or fly my country. There's the alternative. I choose the former. As to flying one's country, I know of no country in which a man may drink, game, etc., etc., and spend his own and other people's money so easily as in that where, being born rather of one parent than another, the delightful privilege becomes as it were part of his legal inheritance. It must be done too, if possible, time enough to prevent the necessity of a last mortgage to pay the notes I gave to Spellman. I was bubbled out of that money, but I was heated, and the rascal so cool I was unable to detect him. It becomes therefore a debt of honour, and some way or other pay I must. Pshaw, Walter! Thou wert always a dunce at school and at college. Now art thou turning over the page to seek the parting scene twixt me and honour. Foolish fellow! Didst thou never hear there are two sorts of honour, honour of principle and honour of fashion? Honour of principle says, do not steal Miss Valmont out of her uncle's castle, and pay thy poor tradesmen before thou payest the gambler Spellman. Here advances honour of fashion. What grace, what ease in her attitudes! How unlike is she to the awkward fellow who has just spoken, and who, without one bow, one smile, stood as upright as if he dared show his face to the gods. But hark! Her mellifluous accents steal upon mine ear. Be, says she, the accomplished nobleman for which nature in her happiest mood designed you. Exercise the elegance of your taste in the disposal of Miss Valmont's wealth. Above all, pay Spellman, or you forego among the higher circles the rapture of staking thousands on the cast of a die. It would be strange if a young man of my accomplishments did not know how much more useful and endearing a companion is, honour of fashion, than honour of principle. I will go and drink one bumper to the little solitary, then I'll go dream. I'll dream that we are married, for I am upon honour thereto. Adieu, FILMAR. P.S. Since I wrote the above, I have given 4 hours to deliberation on the chances for and against my design, nor have I found any obstacle which may not be overcome, though I have not yet discovered the means. Do not laugh at me, for I think it no inconsiderable step towards success to have divined all the probabilities which may oppose my success. Tomorrow I go to the castle. Griffiths shall attend me. He was once your valet too. Need I a more skilful engineer, think you? Who knows what opportunities may occur tomorrow? A sigh, a glance, a word. Oh, but I forget. I am not even to look at her, says Don Distance. Well, well, we will talk of that hereafter. Twice have I perambulated around the park, but it is so walled and wooded and moated that the great Mogul's army and elephants might be there invisible. Apropos, in the second of these circuits, which was on yesterday evening, as I was leading my horse down a hill, at the bottom of which Valmont's moat forms a sudden angle, I perceived a young man walking hastily up the narrow lane towards the moat. Hearing my horse's feet, he turned towards me, then wheeling round, he fled out of sight in a moment. In one hand he held a long pole, and in the other a small basket. His figure was uncommonly elegant, and I imagined I had some knowledge of him, but there are no gentlemen's houses in this quarter, except the castle and Monkton Hall. The little valley where I saw him is unfrequented, and scarcely passable. It is so encumbered with brambles and underwood. Woods rise immediately on the other side of the moat, whose shade, with that of the high barren and black, which shows its rugged side to the valley, spreads forbidding gloom over the whole. Who could this youth be, I wonder, and where could he be going? Adieu, Walter. Think of tomorrow. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in March 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 11, from Caroline Ashburn to Sibella Valmont. I charge you, Sibella, by the value you affix to my friendship, that you remain at present passive. It is a term of probation for Clement on which the colouring of your future days depends. More of this hereafter. I write now with a kind of restless eagerness, images, apprehensions, and even hopes, all finally resting on you, fill the place of soberer judgment. This wood wanderer, this spirit, part mortal and part ethereal, fascinates my attention. I see him gliding through the paths you had trodden. The tree which screened him from your view cannot conceal him from mine. I see him listen almost breathless to your prayer. The newborn colour on his cheek hangs trembling, daring not then to depart, and the throbbings of his agonized bosom collect themselves while restrained, and give force to that sign whose utterance had echoed 1,000 times in my imagination. I see him dart the ball forward to meet your feet, and then he rushes into the thickest gloom to hide himself, if possible, even from himself. This is no spirit of your uncle's choosing, Sibella. No, it is one who has refined upon romance, who can give, I perceive, as much enthusiasm to the affections, and carve misery for himself as ingeniously, as though he had passed his days under the safeguard of Mr. Valmont's walls and drawbridges. He will protect, but cannot harm thee. In truth, I believe it. Go to the wood then, Sibella. See him, if possible, and tell me, did symmetry ever mould a statue in finer proportions than his form can boast? His eye in its passive state is a clear grey, its shape long, and the finest eyebrow and eyelash that ever adorned mortal face, not excepting even yours, Sibella, belong to his. Hold him in conversation, and you will see that eye almost emit fire. It will dazzle you with its rays. Or, if a softer subject engage him, it can speak so submissively to the heart that words become but the secondary medium of his theme. Observe how his hair, bursting from confinement into natural ringlets around his temples, contrasts itself with the fairness of his complexion, fair without effeminacy. His colour is of a doubtful kind, for it retires as you perceive it, or suffuses the whole of his fine countenance, just as you had begun to lament that he was too pale. His nose and mouth, though somewhat large and perhaps irregular, yet admirably correspond with the harmony of the whole face. You probably will think Clement's glowing face handsomer. I do not. Chase but by one smile and dissatisfaction of your spirit, and there will be a radiance, if I may so call it, beam upon you, that my best art fails to delineate. I shall not underwrite the name till you have judged of my painting. Cease your astonishment, my friend, for I am no sorceress, and the sprite is too ethereal, too imaginative, to hold counsel with a mere mortal like me. To the means of his being with you I confess I have no clue, but if you read my former letters you will perhaps find mention of some few of the reasons and circumstances which incline me to infer I have discovered him. You will find, though, what I am now about to tell you, for my heart only transmitted it to my understanding, where it remained to have its justice and propriety closely investigated. Yes, Sibella, wild, variable, and inconsistent, as is this spirit of your woods, I could have loved him, if he would have let me. But 'tis past, 'twas a trace on the sands. Love shall never write its lasting characters on my mind, till my reason invites it, and where hopes rests not, reason cannot abide. Clement's eagerness to cultivate our acquaintance is by no means flattering. I have known him but a week. It was at the opera that I observed Laundy's eye stealing to the adjoining box with something more than mere inquisitiveness. Mine followed. A party of young men occupied the box, all known to me except one, and from the position in which the stranger sat, neither Laundy nor I could gain more than an oblique view of his face. Now I do acknowledge that even this oblique view gave promise of the whole being worthy of observation, yet my curiosity lulled itself to repose till the Duchess de N., constantly of our parties, arose at the end of another act to gaze around with that confidence which women of a certain rank deem infinitely becoming in themselves, though if perceived in a shopkeeper's wife or daughter, downright impudence alone would be called its proper description. "Ah!" screamed the Duchess, "le Chevalier Montgomery!" Clement, for it was your Clement, starting from his former posture, bowed hastily, and, having carelessly looked on the rest of the party, returned to his seat. Poor I, all flutter and palpitation, eager to know if this Montgomery was the identical Montgomery, was almost in despair that he should not avail himself of the Duchess's recognition, but she was not to be so baffled. With some trouble, on account of the nabob's gouty toe, she displaced Sir Thomas and Lady Barlow, and got close to the box. Already had she raised her fan to accost him with the tap of familiarity, when I heard Mr. Hanway, his companion, say, "Mrs. and Miss Ashburn." Clement's eye instantly met mine. A smile gathered round his mouth, and in 2 seconds he was in our box, regularly introduced by Mr. Hanway. For the first minute I was sure he resembled you. In the next the likeness became indistinct, and in 2 more I lost it entirely. His face, with all its advantages of complexion, colour, brilliant eyes, and exquisite teeth, has not the variety which yours possesses, though to say here that he is less handsome than any creature upon earth is almost a crime, and the ladies scruple as little to tell him he is a phoenix as to think him one. We had scarcely any conversation that evening, for my mother and the Duchess vied with each other in their attention to Montgomery. Lady Barlow could not claim a share of him, though Sir Thomas immediately recollected Clement and renewed their acquaintance with apparent pleasure. "Don't you remember, Mr. Montgomery," said the nabob, "the day you and Arthur set out for the Continent you dined with me? How much everybody was delighted with my nephew's vivacity! That very day a gentleman said to me, Sir Thomas, and a very great judge he was, I assure you, 'Sir Thomas,' said he, 'your nephew will make a figure in the world. If you bring him into Parliament, what with his abilities and his relationship to you, Sir Thomas, he may stand almost anywhere in this country.' Well, Mr. Montgomery, when I sent for him home so much sooner than I first intended, it was because this gentleman's advice appeared to me very good, and because he further told me no time was to be lost. Home Arthur came, and I could have bought him a borough the next day. No, indeed, he said, he would neither buy votes nor sell votes, nor did the conduct of Parliament please him, nor could he. In short, he had so many faults to find and objections to make, that he out-talked me, and I couldn't tell what to say to him. But, thought I, he will think better of it, and I let the matter rest a while, and made another proposal in the meantime, and had he done as I wished, he would now have been one of the richest men perhaps in the kingdom. Yet, upon my soul, he point-blank refuses this too, and talked as much of principle and integrity and I know not what, as in t'other case. 'Twas damned insolent, and so I told him. No, nor had he ever the modesty to ask my pardon, but took it all as coolly as you can imagine. Well, and when I forgave him of my own accord, and behaved to him more kindly than ever, he has taken some new freak into his brain, and playing so many odd tricks of late that I am actually afraid of him. Oh, never was such an unaccountable, said Lady Barlow. The ball night at Bath, added my mother, laughing. His letters are algebra to me, said Clement, and I have been half tempted to forswear his correspondence. Last winter, said Mr. Hanway, he made conquests by dozens. Some cruel fair one is revenging, I suppose, her slighted sex. In love, no doubt. I believe not, replied Clement, and the conversation ended, for the Duchess now chose to talk, and never having seen this incomprehensible, irresistible Murden, she could not talk of him, you know. The party adjourned to sup at Sir Thomas Barlow's, we and the Duchess de N. by a previous engagement, Clement and Mr. Hanway in consequence of the baronet's pressing invitations. Mademoiselle Laundy complained of indisposition, and returned home immediately from the opera. She, as well as her friend the Duchess, had been acquainted with Clement in Paris, but, after the first cold bow, Mademoiselle Laundy remained unnoticed by him. No man could be more gallant, more gay, or unrestrained than your chevalier, as the Duchess persists in calling him. At the nabob's table we met several persons of fashion, to whom he was already known, and by whom he was treated with attention. His person and manners are no trivial recommendation, and the belief, which everywhere prevails of his being heir to Mr. Valmont, supports his consequence with its due proportion of power. I debated with myself to determine whether or not this belief ought to pass without contradiction, and, foreseeing many injurious consequences that might arise to Clement from the expenses and dissipation which it encouraged, I resolved to seek an early opportunity of conversing with and encouraging him to disown the supposition. No opportunity occurred during that evening, but, ere we separated, Clement was engaged to dine on the succeeding day in one of my mother's private parties. I very seldom breakfast with my mother, our hours of rising and morning avocations are so different. However, I went to her dressing-room that morning, purposely to talk of your Clement. I spoke much of your attachment to each other, and Mrs. Ashburn immediately declared she would take his constancy under her protection, as such elegance and accomplishments, she said, as those possessed by Mr. Montgomery, would be assailed with more temptation than such charming candour and simplicity might be able to withstand. To Miss Laundy my mother appealed for her confirmation of Clement's praise, and she either did, or I fancied she did, give her assent with a languor and inattention not usual to her. I had no reason, however, to accuse her of inattention when I hinted at the change in Clement's expectations, for, although my mother suffered it to pass unnoticed, Mademoiselle Laundy thought proper to press questions on me relative to this subject. I resented her inquisitive curiosity on a point which could not in any way concern her, and, declining to answer her questions, I quitted the room. To join a private party, my mother had invited Clement. That was 15 visitors, placed at a table covered with the most luxurious delicacies served in gilt plate, and surrounded with attendants as numerous as the company. Mrs. Ashburn, less splendid but more tasty than usual in her dress and ornaments, was studiously attentive to Clement, declared herself his guardian, and spoke with rapturous admiration of you, Sibella, but without naming you. Clement blushed, bowed, returned compliment for compliment, and, graceful in all his changes, assumed an air and mien of exaltation. Sometimes he turned his eye toward Mademoiselle Laundy. The evening had far advanced before I could engage him in any conversation. He then showed me a letter from your uncle, wherein to my very great surprise Mr. Valmont desires Clement to be cautious in confiding his prospects or intentions to any one, bids him study mankind and despise them, tells him he does not mean to limit him to the sum he has already in his possession, if more should be necessary, and advises him to be speedy in his choice of a profession, talks of the value of disappointment, the blessings of solitude, the duty of obedience, of his own wisdom, his own prudence and power, begins with the kind of appellation of "my dear adopted son," concludes with the stern Valmont-like phrase of "your friend as you conduct yourself." Here my interference ends. Henceforward Mr. Valmont plans, and Clement executes each in his own way. Your uncle has quite an original genius, Sibella. Following no common track, he labours only to make a glare by strong opposition of colours, and to surprise by contrariety of images. To Clement's murmurs against Mr. Valmont succeeded a little species of delirium, for I named you, and no impassioned lover-like epithet was omitted in the recital of your charms. Whatever, Sibella, may be my own vanity and pretensions, I could hear praises of your beauty from 1,000 tongues without envy or weariness. Yet from Clement a slighter mention would have pleased me better. He is the chosen of your heart, and should prize the mind you possess equal to heaven. An angel's beauty might be forgotten, when the present and future contemplation of such a mind could be brought in view. Alas, your lover is no philosopher. He laments the energy which I idolize. Allow me to indulge the percipient quality I suppose myself to possess, and sketch Montgomery when my messenger presents him the letter you enclosed to me. No sooner does he behold that writing, than Sibella rises to his view in all her grace and loveliness. Could he give existence to the vision, that moment would be too rich in transport. He trembles with an exquisite unsatisfied delight, and, while the senseless paper receives his eager kisses, he could fight dragons, or rush through fire to obtain you. At length he reads. Well, the same Sibella is there, she whom he called the most perfect and lovely of all God's creatures, the same Sibella whose enchantments cast a magic illusion around the horror-nodding woods of Valmont. The same Sibella, but poor and dependent, is now quitting those woods for ever and ever. She leaves behind her even the trace of wealth, and flies, an outcast, to Clement, who, involved in the same ruin, has neither fortune, fame, nor friend. Delightful expectations vanish, torture succeeds, and the agony of this prospect to Clement could in no one instance be equalled, except perchance by the knowledge of your being in the possession of a rival, and lost to him for ever. I suspect there are some latent shades in this picture which will displease you, but remember, my ever dear girl, that early, even at the commencement of our intimacy, we reciprocally laid it down as a solemn truth that without full and entire confidence friendship is of no value. I have said that Clement and you love from habit. Nor let it wound you that I say so still, for I am willing to seek conviction, and though I cannot be more candid than now, nor ever more worthy of your affection than while I am offending your heart to inform your judgment, Yet if conviction meet me, I shall be more joyful by millions of degrees in owning I had mistaken. At all events, whether Clement approves or disapproves the intention, your leaving your uncle and his castle now would be decidedly wrong. Your education, constantly in opposition to that which a dependent should have had, unfits you for entering the world without protection. You have so much to learn of the manners of society, that perhaps any plan you might form would turn out the very reverse of your expectations. Stay, patiently if you can, at any rate stay till Clement makes his final determination, and then I'll tell you more of my mind. Be happy, my sweet, my beloved friend. You have it largely in your power, and surely 'tis better to summon fortitude and walk boldly over a few thorns than creep through miserable paths to avoid them, or sit down idly to bemoan their situation. Caroline Ashburn. P.S. I have opened my letter in consequence of a visit from Clement Montgomery. He came to me, Sibella, agitated and trembling. Your letter had conjured up a horrible train of fears and suppositions, and he was scarcely assured the evil he most dreaded had not already arrived. Rash, cruel Sibella, he exclaimed, even now, perhaps, you have forever undone me with Mr. Valmont. I reminded him that you had said in the concluding lines of your letter to me that you waited, though unwillingly, for Clement's determination. Oh, that is true, cried he, and 'tis my salvation. Dear Miss Ashburn, conjure her by your love and my own to guard our secret faithfully from her uncle. Tell her she cannot judge of the destruction she would hurl upon my head if she were now to betray me. Tell her, I entreat, I insist, that she make not one attempt to quit the castle. Will you, dear Miss Ashburn, undertake this kind office? Will you turn the adorable romantic girl from her mad enterprise? Certainly, Mr. Montgomery, I replied. I will deliver your own message exactly in your own words. As to my opinion, I have given it to Sibella already. It is against her quitting the castle. I should also have told Clement what were my motives for wishing you to remain with your uncle, had not my mother and Mademoiselle Laundy at that instant entered the room. Their presence, however, did not prevent Clement from thanking me with great warmth, and, the worst of his fears being now removed, his countenance again brightened into smiles, and he readily acquiesced in my mother's wish of his attending her to convey him to his lodgings to dress, and, as he quitted us, I bade him remember the purpose for which he came to London. Blushes covered his face, and he departed without speaking. Once more, adieu. Forget not the wood haunter. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 12. From JANETTEA LAUNDY to CLEMENT Montgomery. Wounded pride bids me forget the cold, cruel Montgomery. But fatally, for the peace of JANETTEA, her love, betrayed, injured, and neglected as it is, still is more powerful than her pride. I have seen my family stripped of their honours and possessions by a band of ruffians. I have been left a destitute orphan, and compelled to seek subsistence in a strange country, compelled to descend even to a species of servitude. Yet how trivial such misfortunes, compared with the loss of thee, Montgomery! How could you leave me unjustified and unheard? How could you meet me as you did this night? Do you never remember, Montgomery, the sacrifices made to you by the undone JANETTEA? Do you never remember the hours of your solicitations, vows, and promises? And if you do remember them, can you thus kill with scorn and aversion her who solicits your return to your vows with tears of passion, love, and anguish? I did not feign, when I pleaded indisposition to excuse my attendance on Mrs. Ashburn to Sir Thomas Barlow's, for which in your presence, and restrained by the presence of others from giving freedom to my emotions, I suffered indescribable torture. What dangers do I not incur by setting the messenger, who shall give you this to watch your quitting the party? But you will not, Montgomery, dear, adored Montgomery. If you do hate and despise me, you will not give me up to the contempt of others. My reputation is still sacred, and, but for you, the peace within my bosom had now been inviolate. I must see you. I will see you, Montgomery. Do not drive me to desperation. I have woes enough already. Let me but once have an interview to explain that cruel mistake of yours concerning the Duc de N. And, when I have proved my innocence, if you still bid me languish under your hatred, I will then suffer in silence. No complaint shall ever reach you. Should you again smile on me, oh, heavens, the rapture of that thought! Be assured I can prove my innocence. Be assured you were utterly mistaken. It was a scheme, a stratagem, for purposes I can easily explain if you will but give me an interview. The Duchess de N is to this hour my very best friend. It was she who brought me to England. Alas, what a sad reverse of situation is mine! Thus to sue with tears and entreaty for one short hour's conversation to him who, but a few months past, languished for the slightest of my favours. Think what a preference I gave you over the many who followed me with their sighs. Think what I was, what I have endured, and drive not to rage and despair her who is ever yours and yours alone, JANETTEA LAUNDY.
End of section 29. Recording by Leanne Yao.
Section 30 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Yao. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 13. From the Same to the Same. Last night I obeyed the impulses of an unfortunate passion, renewed in its utmost violence and weakness by the unexpected sight of you. I now obey the dictates of prudence and reflection, and decline the interview I last night solicited. Yes, Montgomery, I see evidently that I am sacrificed to some rival. Be it so. I am content to resign you, content to endure this penance for my past mistakes. We will henceforward meet only as strangers. I am resolved. Never will I again trouble you in any way, nor ever again yield to that delusion which has brought upon me so much misfortune and misery. I have but one request to make, and that, sir, is a last request. Remember that I am friendless and dependent. Be generously silent. You are likely to be on terms of intimacy in this family, and Miss Ashburn is as severe as penetrating. Guard carefully a secret that would ruin me in my situation, and every service that gratitude can inspire shall be yours. From JANETTEA LAUNDY.
End of section 30.
Recording by Leanne Yao.
Section 31 of Secrecy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 14. From Clement Montgomery to Arthur Murden. Mr. Valmont, dear Arthur, has sent me to London with £500 in my pocket to choose a profession. Be not rash nor hasty in your determination, Clement, said he when we parted. Associate with such persons as have already made their choice, and have from practice, from success or disappointment, learned the exact value of their several professions. But associate with them as an independent man, one who seeks a variety of knowledge rather from inclination than necessity, and under these appearances, Clement, they will court you to receive their confidence. Even their envy of your independence will increase the freedom of their communications. And do you dream, Arthur, that I am practicing these grave maxims, and hearkening to the jargon of law, physic, and divinity? No, indeed, not I. The variety of knowledge I seek is variety in pleasures. My teachers are divinities whose oracles, more precious than wisdom, can lead the senses captive and enchain the will. Be secret, said Mr. Valmont. Most readily can I be secret. I would have it remain a profound and everlasting secret, never to interrupt the delicious enjoyments which now again hover within my reach, which I must seize on. I have not the cold ability to chase from me the present smiling hour of offered delight, because a future hour may frown. Pleasure beckons, and I follow. I tread the mazy round of her varieties. Youth, vigour, and fancy conduct me to her shrine, the most indefatigable of her votaries. Alike I abjure retrospect and foreboding. As long as I can find means, will I elude the horrible change. And if the fatal hour of darkness must arrive, why, Arthur, it is but to exert a little manhood. It is but to remember that all the charms of life are passed by, and boldly to plunge into everlasting darkness. Imagine not, dear Arthur, by that doleful conclusion, that I at all dread the possibility of its arrival. For, on the contrary, I believe my dismission is a mere farce, a something with Mr. Valmont to vary, project, and prolong inconsistency. I have compared his letters and his speeches, combined circumstances, and find them, though so various and contradictory, yet full of hope and promise. One cause of dread indeed will assail me. I dread the rashness of Sibella. Could you suppose, Murden, that she has even talked of explaining the nature of our intimacy to her uncle, and of quitting his castle? Was ever anything so violent, so absurd, so pregnant with evil as this scheme? When I had read her letter, I thought every chair in my apartment was stuffed with thorns. Nay, I endured for a time the torments of the rack. Thank heaven Miss Ashburn adopted my sense of the extravagant proposition, undertook to dissuade Sibella, and restored me once more to gaiety, courage, and happiness. Yes, Arthur, established in my former lodgings, courted, surrounded, congratulated by my former friends, I want but your society and the embraces of my divine girl to be the happiest of the happy. Thanks, Murden, for your silence on the subject of Mr. Valmont's threatened disposal of me. I am everywhere received like my former self. Oh, had I met one repulsive look or supercilious brow with your servant Mr. Montgomery, I surely should have run mad. Miss Ashburn knows it all, and I hate her most righteously. I allow that she is a fine woman, but her beauty is spoiled by her discernment. I wish Mr. Valmont would refuse Sibella Miss Ashburn's correspondence. The dear girl is already too eccentric. Yet could I now gaze on that lovely face, could I now clasp that enchanting unresisting form to my bosom, had she 10,000 faults, I should swear they were all perfections. Murden, you never saw any one who can equal Sibella Valmont. Her charms cannot pall in possession. ever a source of new desire, of fresh delight, adoration must ever be her lover's tribute. Arthur, I will make her my wife. Whom would you suppose I have, to my very great astonishment, found here in Mrs. Ashburn's family? No other than Janetta Laundy. I first saw her at the opera, where I overlooked her with the most studied neglect. She quitted the party abruptly, and then the Duchess de N informed me of the cruel reverse of fortune in the Laundy family. Janetta, with so much beauty, she, who lately shone conspicuous in fashion, taste, and elegance, is now absolutely reduced to the mortifying state of a humble companion. Upon my soul, I was shocked, and notwithstanding certain recollections, I could not help feeling a strong degree of interest and pity for her. A brilliant party whom we joined at the supper table of your uncle Sir Thomas Barlow banished Janetta and her misfortunes from my thoughts, but as I was stepping into a chair to return home after I had handed the Duchess and Mrs. Ashburn to their carriages, a man put a letter into my hand. The letter was from Janetta, written in the true spirit of complaint and fondness. She implored that I would see her, asserted her innocence with respect to the Duke de N, and, recollecting the continued attachment of the Duchess to her, I was inclined to doubt the evidence of my senses, and half resolved to give her an opportunity of justifying herself. Again the circumstances came rushing into my memory and brought conviction with them. I determined to contemn and despise her, and steadily to refuse the interview. She spared me the trouble, for on the next morning, while I was dressing to dine at Mrs. Ashburn's, a second letter was given me, in which Janetta, with mingled love and resentment, bids me a final adieu. At Mrs. Ashburn's table, Janetta Laundy had no rival in beauty. She enforced the homage of many eyes, but she received it with so graceful a reserve that those who would otherwise have been jealous of her attractions were irresistibly impelled to own her worthy of admiration. Toward me her countenance expressed nothing but a frigid restraint. Once I approached her seat, and she found an immediate pretence for withdrawing. And, shall I confess it to you, Arthur, I was in a small degree mortified. It has not been merely 1 day, or 2, or 3, that Janetta has upheld her determination. I have been astonished at her inflexibility and perseverance. I have almost doubted that she could really love me and be so firm. Scarce a day passes in which we are not together, for Mr. Ashburn is extravagantly fond of Janetta, and never moves without her. Mrs. Ashburn selects her parties as I best approve, and consults me on all her engagements. I attend her everywhere, and thus Janetta and I are frequently in the same apartment, in the same carriage, side by side, and, considering former circumstances, you will not imagine these can be very desirable situations. It occurred to me one morning that I ought in justice to make Janetta a present, notwithstanding her allowance from Mrs. Ashburn is really splendid. Accordingly, I sent her a £50 note enclosed in a letter, written as I think with delicacy and propriety. The note was accepted, but the letter remained unanswered. 2 evenings after this, we were at Ranelagh, where Mrs. Ashburn, joining the Ulson family, Janetta and I walked a round or 2 alone. She then, with more coldness than I could have thought possible, thanked me for my present, and hoped my generosity would prove no inconvenience under the alteration of my affairs. By heaven, Arthur, her speech was a thunderbolt. I was dumb for the space of many minutes, and then stammering, incoherent, blushing with shame and anger, I protested her meaning was an enigma that I could not unravel. Hanway at that instant came up, and every opportunity of further conversation was at an end. And how do you suppose I aimed to settle the business? To prevent the cruel supposition from being whispered from one to another around the circles of my friends? Thus I did it. I took another banknote of £50 and wrote another card, in which I alleged that I could only understand Mademoiselle Laundy's hint as a reproof for the smallness of the sum I had before sent her, and entreated she would now receive this as an atonement. I acknowledged the whole was scarcely worthy her acceptance, but I hoped she would consider I had less at command than in expectation. I added my fervent wishes for her happiness, but said not one word of love. Still I have no answer. How wantonly cruel it is of Miss Ashburn to throw me thus in the way of torment and contempt! No one but herself could have told Janetta of the alteration in my affairs. 'Tis false. There is no alteration. For have I not £400 in my possession? Where are you, and what are you doing, Arthur? By heaven, I never think of you without astonishment. You, whom fortune favours, you so highly gifted to charm, to be sacrificing the age of delights in a barbarous solitude, what upon earth can be your inducement? Your uncle pines for you. Certainly you must be either immoderately sure of your power over him, or desperately careless of your interest. All who concern themselves in your fate apply to me for the explanation of your mysterious conduct, and, finding I am no more informed than themselves, they tease me with their conjectures. Come, Arthur, come, banish melancholy and misanthropy till age shall have cramped your vigour and palsied your faculties. Then cast your dim sight upon the flying pleasures which you are no longer able to pursue, and rail, and be welcome. But now, while the power is yours, hasten to partake, to enjoy. The wealth of a nabob gilds the path before you. Beauty spreads her allurements for you. Come, insensible, marble-hearted as you are, to the enticements of beauty. At least come to interest, if you cannot be interested. Excite the sigh, the languor, which you will not return. Be again as formidable as you once were, and let the meaner candidates who triumph in your absence sink back to insignificance and neglect. Does not the prospect fire you? I know it does. Or you are unfit to be the friend of Clement Montgomery. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 15 from Lord FILMAR to Sir Walter Boyer. 1, 2, 3, or 4 pages, by Jupiter, cried I as I opened your packet, Walter, and I ran over the first 10 lines with a devouring greediness, for would not any man have expected, as I expected, when I had so lately written you 2 letters upon the projects and hopes that dance in gay attire before me, that your epistle must have contained comments innumerable, hints useful, and cautions sage. Neither comment, hint, nor caution could I find. Nothing but 4 sides of paper covered with rhapsodies, which have neither connection with, nor likeness of anything in heaven above, in the earth beneath, nor in the waters under the earth. Yet, negligent as thou art, still must I write on. My fancy is overcharged with matter, for I have done wonders, Walter. Yesterday at 10 o'clock I talked with Lady Monkton's housekeeper, who once was Mrs. Valmont's housekeeper. And yesterday at 4 o'clock I talked with Mr. Valmont himself. Turn back to yesterday and observe me in Sir Gilbert's post-coach arrived with due state and precision before the venerable doors of Valmont Castle, accompanied only by my father, and attended by Griffiths, armed as all outward points like a beau valet, and like a skilful engineer within, laying wait to spring a mine for his commanding officer. With measured steps, Mr. Valmont approached us 3 paces without the drawing-room door. He conducted us to his lady, who on a rich, heavy, and gilded sofa sat in melancholy grandeur to receive us. But the niece, I hear you cry, not a single glimpse of her, I suppose? Yes, Sir Walter Bowyer, I have seen her. Seen her? Why, I thought, pshaw, what can a baronet have to do with thought? Marked you her eye of heavenly blue? Marked you her cheek of roseate hue? Do you still doubt? Then shall I proceed and fire your imagination with the graces of my goddess, all enchanting, nothing wanting, for I have gazed my fill, yes, on her picture. Why, look you, Sir Walter, am I not her predestined lover, and has she not 6,000 per annum? Pray, madam, by what artist was this portrait done? Said I to Mrs. Valmont, while the squire and earl were gone to visit the nymph of the south wing, with my imagination stealing after them on tiptoe. Not by any artist, sir, replied the lady. It was the performance of Clement Montgomery. It is drawn from my niece. Then she must have the honour greatly to resemble you, madam. Upon my soul, the likeness is astonishing. Up rose Mrs. Valmont. Why, indeed, Lord Filmar, though I never observed it before, there is something of me in the turn of these features. But indisposition, sir, the cruel hand of sickness has made sad havoc with my face. And she pushed a little backward the hood, which had almost hid her remnant of beauty. In short, dear Walter, I dined at the castle. My father saw the lady, and I saw her picture. My father says, and so says the picture, that she is very handsome. By the answers to a few questions artfully arranged to Mrs. Valmont, but more certainly from the result of Griffiths' steady inquiries among the household, I learn that she is a mere savage, and loves her fellow savage Clement, as she ought only to love me. Loves her fellow savage Clement, you exclaim. Not less strange than true, Walter, and if you would know more, listen, as I did to the aforementioned housekeeper. Of all the youths my eyes ever beheld, said Mrs. Luxmere, I think Master Clement Montgomery was the handsomest, and so affable, my lord. He used to steal into my room once or twice every day to eat sweetmeats, when Miss Valmont or his tutor did not watch him. But who does this Master Clement Montgomery belong to? Said I. To Mr. Valmont, my lord. I'll tell you exactly how it was. Nobody, as far as I know, had ever heard of this young gentleman till just after the squire's niece came to the castle, and then the squire took a journey, and brought home with him a fine handsome boy, and he gave a great entertainment. All the rooms were filled with company, and after dinner he led in Clement Montgomery, and bade everybody look on him as his adopted son. Some people think indeed that he is the squire's blank. Mrs. Luxmere affected to titter. You are of that opinion? Said I. Certainly, replied Mrs. Luxmere. Nothing can be more certain. Old Andrew has lived 25 years with Mr. Valmont, and he can't deny it. Beside, if you were to see Master Clement, my lord, you would swear it. He is so handsome and so genteel. And is Miss Valmont handsome and genteel and affable, Mrs. Luxmere? I know very little about her, my lord, although I lived in the castle 9 years, said the housekeeper, with much abatement of her warmth. Mr. Valmont ordered both her and Master Clement not to speak to any one of the household, and she never came into my room in her life. Master Clement used to come so slyly, and many a nice bit has he been eating beside me, when Miss Valmont has been roaming the house and grounds in search of him. She has a suite of rooms entirely to herself in the south wing, and is waited on by Silent Andrew and his deaf daughter. Where is Montgomery now? Said I. Oh dear, my lord, you can't think what strange things have happened to him. The squire sent him abroad, and he stayed 2 years, and he came home, they say, so grown and so improved, it was charming to think of it. Yet that tiger-hearted Mr. Valmont has disinherited him, and sent him to London to work for his bread. Poor dear youth! I know it's true, my lord. Enough of Mrs. Luxmere. It is true, Walter, that this dear and handsome youth was brought up in the castle with Miss Valmont. Every creature in it bears testimony to his good nature, for he would not only eat sweetmeats slyly with Mrs. Luxmere, but he would slyly ride with the grooms, tell stories with the butler, and so completely elude the vigilance of the squire and his tutor, that his contrivances are still a famous topic in the servants' hall. Not so Miss Valmont. She never tempted the domestics from their obedience, nor invited them to familiarity by that sacrifice of her integrity. I like this part of her character, nor am I at all inclined to give credit to the supposition which prevails among the servants of her being deranged in intellect. A little too hardy of nerve for a countess, I confess. She roams, they tell me, in defiance of storm or tempest, in the woods, nay, even in the echoing galleries of the terrific castle, at and after midnight. Some say she has conversed with apparitions, others only fear that she will one day or other encounter them, but all agree that, while he was here, she adored Clement, and since he has been gone, she, to an old oak, for his sake pays her adorations. We talked of this Montgomery yesterday at dinner. His being disinherited is all stuff. He is Valmont's idol. Valmont praised him to the skies, not what he is, but what he is to be when all the squire's plans respecting him shall be completed. Yet he has faults, it seems. Wonderful. And cast in Mr. Valmont's mould, too. What are his faults, think you, Boyer? Why, he admires the world, lack a day, at 21, but he is to be cured of this defect. Oh yes, Mr. Valmont possesses the grand secret. He is quack royal to the human race, and possesses the only specific in nature to make a perfect man. Were I in Montgomery's place, I would wind Valmont round and round my finger. Care I for the nymph's loving her Clement, think you? Ne'er a whit. Did he win her by caresses, I'll not be behind hand. Or were sighs and flattery his engine? I can sigh and flatter too. Ay, surely the practice taught FILMAR may stand a competitorship with Valmont's pupil. In 2 months or less she shall herself decide upon our merits, and acknowledge me the victor. None of your croakings, Walter. When did I fail of success where I chose to attempt it, even among beauties armed with cunning and caution? How then shall I fail with this unadvised, this inexperienced damsel, whom, doubtless, a man of less might than I could draw round the world after him in a cobweb? Should uncle Valmont rave when I have secured the prize, I'll send him among the tombs of my ancestors for consolation. He loves family, and there he may nose out a long list of worm-eaten, rotten heroes, whose noble scent can inform him that even the blood of the Valmont may be enriched by uniting with the offspring of the dust of the Filmars. My necessities are urgent, Walter. The day of sealing my last mortgage draws near, and if my invention is not more fertile on that account, at least my resolution is more undaunted. Were time less pressing, I might grow coy with expedient. As it is, I must snatch at bare probabilities, and in faith, be it the wildness of the design, be it ambition, avarice, or be the motive what it may, I grow more and more enamoured of the heiress of Valmont Castle, and more fearless of whatever risks I may encounter to obtain her. Congratulate me, Walter, on my firmness, and believe me, in a very considerable degree, thine, FILMAR. End of Section 32.
Section 33 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 2, Letter 16. From Clement Montgomery to Arthur Murden. I write again and again to you, Arthur, and you remain silent. Yet a fate so various as mine makes even communication enjoyment. Various, did I say? No, it was but my apprehensions that were various. The fate was certain, established beyond the reach of change. Mr. Valmont ever designed to make me his heir, and designs it still. Yesterday brought me a welcome letter, and a more welcome remittance. I am known to be your protector, Clement, says Mr. Valmont in his letter, and it is necessary for my honour that you should preserve a degree of consequence among men. Moreover, money is the master key to the confidence of men. Use it as such. Gratify their wants, real or artificial, and they in return will soon display the sordidness, the ingratitude of their hearts. Precious doctrines these. And Arthur, I being wiser than the sender, have dismissed them, to keep their fellow maxims company in a close shut drawer in my secretary, where they shall rest in peace until I turn snarling cynic also. But the intimation, Arthur, the cash, Arthur, I have not hoarded those in a drawer. You hear that it is necessary for Mr. Valmont's honour that I preserve consequence among men. Ah, dear sir, leave me ever thus to the support of your honour among men. I will not complain, though you preserve wholly to yourself the felicity of being locked within the walls of Valmont's castle. I yield the building, and am content alone to aim at preserving your honour and dignity with the valued produce of its rich acres. This is the first time that Mr. Valmont's letter to me have failed to mention Sibella. Heaven avert the omen, if it be one. Yet surely, for Miss Ashburn advised and I commanded, surely she will be silent. Murden, 'twas one of the blind mistakes of fortune that Sibella and I should love each other directly in the teeth of Mr. Valmont's designs, and both so absolutely within his power. Hey ho, I have been just taking a view of her picture. What a divine face! Some day I will make another copy of this miniature. The hair, beautiful as it is, falls too forward and hides the exquisite turn of her neck. How can I endure to conceal the greater beauty and display the less? Ah, should those lips, lips promising eternal sweets, ever move to the destruction of my hopes, should they betray me to Mr. Valmont, then, Arthur, must they never again give joy to mine. For however Sibella's wild energy might inspire me, while reclined at the foot of a tree, to vow this and to promise that, of fortitude and forbearance, here in the centre of delights, I feel that Sibella is as much a dreamer as her uncle. 1,000 wants occur that I knew not in her arms, wants which possibly her refinements might call artificial, yet to me is their gratification so endeared as to become necessary to my existence. Sooner would I quit life than live unknown and unknowing. Misled by the power of beauty, methought Sibella spoke oracles while she talked to me of contentment and independence. Whither might not the thraldom of her enslaving charms have led me? 'Twas wonderful I escaped ruin, wonderful that I had strength to persevere in opposing her intent of declaring to her uncle the secret of that contract which crowned me with happiness, while it laid the foundation of a world of fears. Could you see her, and could you taste the enticements of her caresses, you would wonder too. Heavens, how will my happy years roll on, should I become securely the inheritor of the Valmont estates! For then will I reward my fairest, then will I make her my wife. Oh, that I could find some magic spell to charm her to silence, to deaden in her the memory of the past, so that I might peaceably enjoy the present without torturing apprehensions to assail me of Mr. Valmont's discoveries, of Mr. Valmont's resentments. But enough of the name of Valmont. Faith, Murden, my thoughts are never so near the castle as when I write to you, and the reason is plain. I fly to my pen only when a cessation from pleasure threatens me with lassitude, and to such a cause I am frank enough to tell you, you owe this my letter. It is now 1 hour past noon, and I went to bed at 9 this morning. My limbs acknowledged a most unusual portion of weariness, but the gay shadows of the night's diversions flitted before me in tumultuous rotation. I had moments of insensibility on my pillow, but not of rest, and, after making a vain attempt of 2 hours to find sleep, I rose and ordered my breakfast. A thought of writing to you succeeded, for tempestuous weather will not let me ride, and haggard looks forbid me to visit. Mrs. Ashburn's fortune must be immense, and, on my soul, I adore her spirit. She does not suffer time to steal by her unnoticed, nor wealth to sleep in her possession. I believe her very dreams are occupied in forming variety of pleasures. Their succession is endless and perpetual. Yesterday and last night I made one of a brilliant crowd of visitors who thronged to Mrs. Ashburn's. Her new house was purposely prepared for this occasion, and no ornament that taste could devise and wealth approve was wanting to render it complete in elegant splendor. A suite of rich apartments were yesterday morning thrown open for the reception of near 300 persons. It was a breakfast worthy to be recorded among the enchantments of a Persian tale, and every mouth was filled with applause, and still would the breakfast and concert have been the universal theme, had not the more novel and splendid entertainment of the evening deservedly claimed this superior praise. Mrs. Ashburn's cards had also invited the company of the morning to a masked ball for the night. The masks began to assemble about 11. Mrs. Ashburn had laid her commands on me not to appear till I judged the company would be assembled. No small tribute this her command to the vanity of your friend Arthur. She had chosen my habit. She had added to it some brilliant ornaments. I will be honest enough to confess that to the utmost it displayed my advantages of person, and Mrs. Ashburn believed the effect of the whole would be striking. I represented a winged Mercury. My habit of pale blue satin was fastened close around me with loops, buttons, and tassels of orient pearls. These, amounting to a value I dare hardly guess at, Mrs. Ashburn absolutely forced upon me for the occasion. Thus resplendent, I joined the throng. Buzzing whispers of the Mercury, splendid, charming, etc., etc., ran round the walls. But if the Mercury excited their astonishment, his own surprise and delight was doubly, triply excited by the enchantments which seemed to take his senses prisoner. Methought in the morning I had quitted a palace. What name, then, could I devise to express the fanciful grandeur of the present scene? Everything was new. Such dispositions had been made that the form of the apartments appeared changed. How the pillows, lights, music, refreshments were disposed, you may amuse yourself, if taste will so far aid you, in imagining. As for me, I have no power of description. My brain whirls from one dazzling object to another, and leaves me but an indistinct crowded recollection of the various beauties. Mrs. Ashburn was unmasked. Janetta Laundy had shone a bright star of the morning, but what cloud had now dimmed her rays I could not, with the best of my endeavours, discover. I detected the Duchess de D, and essayed to gain some tidings of the recreant star, but she laughed me off without a tittle of information. Suddenly the bands of music make an abrupt pause. Everyone looks round, silent and surprised. A pair of folding doors fly open, streams of light burst upon the eye, the rich perfumes of the East pour forth their fragrance to the sense. The altar of taste appears, raised like a throne at the upper end of the temple. Rows of silvered cupids present offerings and point to the goddess who presides at her own altar. I knew her form well, 'twas worthy of the goddess. Her robe fell gracefully behind, loose from her shape, which a white vest sprinkled with golden stars admirably fitted. Her plumes waved high over a coronet of budding myrtle and the half-blown rose. Her cestus glittered of the diamond. Diamond clasps confined the fullness of her robe sleeves a little above the elbow, and her fine arm borrowed no ornament beyond its own inestimable fairness. In short, Arthur, who could look on unmoved? 'Twas Mrs. Ashburn's triumph of wealth, but Janetta Laundy's uncontrollable triumph of beauty. I have many times wondered by what charm Janetta could arrive at such unbounded influence over her benefactress, for certainly Mrs. Ashburn has a plentiful share of vanity, and is ever aiming to excite admiration. How, then, can she forgive the youth and charms of her companion? In vain Janetta last night assumed a double portion of that cold haughtiness of demeanour with which she now receives my advances to familiarity. She personated the goddess of taste, and men would pay their loud and daring homage to the divinity. Mrs. Ashburn became piqued. She spoke pettishly to Janetta, and endeavoured to disperse her admirers. At length she beckoned me from a distant seat to which I had retired, somewhat fatigued and dispirited, and delivered the goddess to my protection. We danced together. We did not separate during the rest of the entertainment. "This is as it used to be," whispered the Duchess D.N., coming up to the sofa on which we sat. "But you, Chevalier, are so faithless," added she. "Oh," said I, fixing my eyes on Janetta, "your grace misplaces that accusation. I am constancy itself. You ladies, indeed, who know the power of your charms, are not to be satisfied with the homage of a single lover." "Your insinuation, sir," replied Janetta, "is easily understood, and if I am happy enough to escape interruption from the company, I shall take the present opportunity of freeing myself from your charges. The Duchess will condescend to aid me. I believe Mr. Montgomery will scarcely doubt of the testimony of the Duchess D.N. "Ah," replied the Duchess, "defend me from lovers' quarrels. For heaven's sake, my dear, do you suppose that you engross all the charms of to-night, and that poor I have no better employment than to shake my head, look grave, and bear a solemn burden to your serious speeches? Tell the story yourself, child, and if the Chevalier can look on your face and mistrust you, make him a gay curtsy, and follow me, my dear, into yonder circle." When the Duchess was gone, Janetta relapsed into her reserve, and, had I not become extremely urgent, would have deferred the explanation. Yes, indeed, Arthur, I have wronged her most shamefully in my suspicions, but the story is too long for me to relate in my present record. I drag through one heavy sentence after another, intending that each shall be the last. Now, having by this effort brought on an increase of weariness, I'll e'en try what repose a couch will afford me, and then away to Mrs. Ashburn and Janetta. Clement Montgomery. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK, Volume 2, Letter 17, from Lord FILMAR to Sir Walter Boyer. Say, dear Sir Walter, to which of the gods shall my hecatomb blaze a burnt offering? Behold, entering within those gates, I see the Valmont coach. I fly to greet the welcome visitants, more welcome to me than gold to the miser, than conquest to the warrior. Lie still, thou throbbing mischief, down, down, ye struggling expectations, and let the for once spiritless countenance of FILMAR conceal his hopes. 'Tis true, Boyer, as anything that's most true. Here in this very Monkton Hall is Mr. Valmont, ay, and Mrs. Valmont too, and here I mean to keep them. Only to-morrow, though. To-morrow, Walter, hail the dawn of to-morrow. Whips cracking, horses flying, and thy friend driving as fast as four can carry him into £6,000 a year. If you want cash, call on me any day next week. You being a particular friend, I'll oblige. But to anyone else, Somerville now, for instance, or Nugent, it will be cursed unfortunate, but I shall have had a hard run of late, or I shall be building and want to borrow myself, or there will be great arrears on my estates not yet paid up. But see, here comes a bowing, cringing tradesman, who in my days of worse fortune has buffeted me with his purse-proud looks many a time and often. Really, Mr. the amount of your bill seems a little enormous, but I can't fatigue myself with looking into these matters. The steward pays you. Ay, be not troublesome. And throwing myself along the sofa, I may probably still deal with you. Sibella, my dear, raise these cushions under my head. Pshaw, child, you are devilishly awkward. There, pooh, throw that gauze shade of yours over me. Sit down and watch, lest Ponto or Rosetta should leap upon or disturb me. By the by, Walter, as I am determined to reform when I'm married, and become an obedient, hopeful son and nephew, if Uncle Valmont should think, and pray heaven he may, my wife's, O Lord, what a shudder! There, 'tis a radical cure, I assure you. I seized a square piece of paper, and writing thereon in large characters £6,000 per annum, placed it exactly opposite me, and the qualm vanished. Walter, you shall see wife written on my page. My wife! Oh, I declare this scrap of paper is a charm of infinite value. If Uncle Valmont, I say, should deem my wife's education incomplete, and desires to have her longer under his tuition, I will yield her up for 1 year, or 2, or 20, if he pleases. There's forbearance, there's magnanimity. Dub me a hero, Sir Knight, and place me among the foremost. Talk of conquering a world, indeed! Why, philosophers of all ages have agreed that the truest heroism is to conquer self. Dub me a hero, I say. I grant you this is all rattle, that is the manner, not the matter, upon my honour, and poor forced rattle too, but I must be mad, for I cannot be merry, nor yet serious. My gadding spirits are whirling this enterprise round and round without ceasing, sometimes tossing the dark side toward me, and then, ere I can make one retracting reflection, smilingly presenting to me its advantages. At that still time of night, if my plan fail not, when graves yield up the semblance of their dead, my courtship is to begin. Once begun, it must go on, and the second setting sun beholds me a bridegroom. Close your door, Boyer, stir up your fire, and I'll tell you. Not now, though, for enter Griffiths. The gentlemen have walked out to the grounds, my lord. Mrs. Valmont and Lady Monkton are alone. Right, Griffiths, I understand your hint. My lord, it will certainly take, returning, shrugging his shoulders and laughing. The butler hates Squire Valmont, and enjoys the thought of playing him such a trick. The lads will have to strip and turn out to-morrow, I doubt not, for this day's frolic. Then I must provide for them. 'Tis our frolic, and not theirs, Griffiths. Should our plan fail, it cannot fail, my lord. Well, go, mind you give more water than wine at dinner. And now I steal from a back door, make a circuit round the house, and crossing the lawn, join the dear, good, kind, informing souls in the drawing-room. You shall hear from me again presently, Walter. I am gone in reputation, I mean, to seek the Earl, the Baronet, and the simple squire, but in propria persona, return to my chamber to tell you a story of stories. The ladies were in the very heart of it when I entered. Luckily, I had waited a sentence or two outside the door, or I should have had no clue to bespeak a continuance of the subject. Mrs. Valmont was suspicious of me, but having persuaded her that I am a sober sort of youth, not at all given to hard-heartedness and infidelity, she proceeded, and I had the good fortune to listen with wondering eyes and gaping mouth to the particular account of how, where, and when Miss Valmont, my wife that is to be, saw a ghost. Stay, let me recollect. A ghost is, I believe, a terrific animal, dressed in chains, howling, shrieking, and always withdrawing in a flash of fire. Yes, that's a ghost. This was something more gentle and complacent. Mrs. Valmont makes nice distinctions. I remember she called it an apparition of a spirit, first appearing in the shape of an old hermit, then in that of a young handsome beau, first walking man-like into a wood, next bouncing up fiend-like on a sudden in an armoury. Ay, it was a spirit Sibella saw. She, poor little barbarian, is no better acquainted with the qualities of an apparition than of a man, for simply enough she complained to Mrs. Valmont of the disturbance given by this said shifting phantom to her meditations. To be sure, Lady Monkton, said Mrs. Valmont, one must laugh at most of these stories, but we all know from good authority such things have been seen. Indeed, I did not altogether credit the very extraordinary accounts I had heard of the disturbance the Valmont family had many years ago received from something that they say inhabits the ruin on the rock. And even when my niece, who in such affairs is ignorance itself, told me her story, I would not be convinced till I had sent 3 men servants to search the wood and the ruin. If anything human had been there, it must have been discovered. The affair of the armoury I only mentioned to my own woman, for I well knew it was impossible that any substance of flesh and blood out of our own household could get into the armoury. What can be said, Lady Monkton, but that it is to answer some wise purpose or other? Does Mr. Valmont know? Said I. Surely, Lord Filmar, you must judge poorly of my discretion to suppose that I would tell Mr. Valmont such an affair, for besides that there is a shocking degree of impiety in people's disbelief when the thing is indisputably true. He would torment the servants incessantly by sending them at night into those places, and perhaps he might abridge the poor child of her rambles around the park. Isn't Miss Valmont afraid of being alone? Asked Lady Monkton. Afraid? Ha, ha, ha! Why, she has not one idea, Lady Monkton, belonging to a rational being, I assure you. She is not afraid of anything. Well, really, her want of understanding is not at all marvellous. Shut up in that horrid abode, I preserve a part of mine only by reflecting on former days. The young lady's conversation, then, is not much relief to you, madam? Said I. No, indeed, 'tis her absence is the relief, my lord. Mr. Valmont was much more kind than he intended when he ordered his niece not to frequent my apartments. It is 1,000 pities, for the child has a fine person, and is, that is, had she anything like manners, and were not such an absolute idiot, I do think she would be very handsome, etc., etc., etc. Some frolic of Master Clement Montgomery's, I presume this apparition to be, Walter. Yet surely she is not idiot enough to tell of herself in such a case. Ha! Woman still, whether in solitude or society. I well remember the fellow I saw tripping near Valmont's moat. Yes. He, Montgomery contrives to find secret admittance into that well-defended place, and she contrives a rare, finely imagined tale to turn the people's wits, the see-me side without, and throw a veil impervious as darkness around themselves and their pleasures. Yet, hang it, no. Montgomery said Mrs. Valmont was abroad on his travels when this affair happened. Beside, there is a degree of invention in the story which must have been beyond the capacity of so ignorant a girl. Heyday! Why, I am anticipating 48 hours, and already beginning to feel myself accountable for my wife's adventures. Peace be then to the apparition's ashes. After the knot is tied, and I and my bride are travelling homewards to receive forgiveness and golden blessings, I shall probably want something to keep me awake, and the child must tell me the story in her own way. Hark! The dinner bell. My part in the plot will soon commence. Be content, Walter, to trace it in its several progressive steps toward the catastrophe. I have not patience to detail what it is to be, and then sit down to relate what is. Adieu for a few hours. So far, so good. Nay, better than good. The very elements have conspired to my success. Such a storm of hail, rain, and thunder I never beheld at this season of the year. The darkness was tremendous, and Mrs. Valmont's shattered nerves felt its effects most powerfully, notwithstanding the pompous harangue delivered by her caro sposo against such terrors. In the midst of this scene entered Mr. Valmont's gentleman, who, bowing reverently in a low tone of voice, begged to know if his lordly master would vouchsafe to be drawn home by one pair of horses. He came, Walter, with 6, for that, unfortunately, the postilion was very drunk. Drunk? Exclaimed Mr. Valmont. Did you say drunk? The man bowed and looked sorry, then ventured slowly to insinuate that he did not deem the coachman perfectly sober, though not absolutely drunk. He might be able to drive a pair of horses, perhaps. I shall have my neck broken, cried Mrs. Valmont. Then all my sorrows will be at an end together, and you, sir, may be for once satisfied. Madam, what mean you? Said the frowning dignitary. The remedy was obvious. To remain at Monkton Hall for the night was proposed to Mr. Valmont with great earnestness by Sir Gilbert and my lady, and at length acceded to by him with due reluctant solemnity. Mrs. Valmont smiled through her terrors. To you, Walter, I give a sober, straightforward history, but in the opinions of my friends below stairs, I am fast approaching towards the honours which the squire's postilion and coachman have already purchased. I affected to grow very frolicsome early after dinner, and am at length become, with the help of claret and burgundy, as properly intoxicated to all appearance as I find necessary to the carrying on of my plan. However, I am not yet retired for the night. Presently I mean to descend, and give them such another specimen of my ability as shall make my departure so essential to their repose, that they will not attempt to recall or disturb me. A messenger, Bowyer, is gone to the castle to give notice of its master's absence for the night. He carries other tidings there also, tidings to me of great joy. The servants of Valmont Castle are held in such constraint by their proud master, that to enjoy the pleasures which are permitted in other households, they are ever scheming. The squire's absence is a festive holiday, and Griffiths was invited by the butler, with whom he has purposely scraped an intimacy, to partake of the joy of to-day. Why the invitation was neglected you may divine. By the messenger now sent to the castle, Griffiths informs the butler that, as Mr. Valmont is safe at the Hall, and Lord Filmar is safe in bed, the night is their own. He begs they will prepare for mirth and gaiety, bids the housekeeper and her damsels put on their dancing shoes, and promises to join them early, accompanied by his brother, who plays an excellent fiddle, and is the merriest fellow alive. Such is the substance of Griffiths' message to the domestics. Doubt them not, Walter, they will jump at the opportunity, and swallow my bait with all the greediness I can desire. It is now past 9. My pulse begins to beat riotously, as if I were drunk in earnest. Poor undiscerning souls! I have looked in the glass, Bowyer. All the uncertainty of my success trembles in my eye. All the tumult of hopes and fears sits on my countenance. Yet these animals cannot perceive it. Would it were over! The scene is almost prepared to shift. I am dismissed from the parlour, and, as Griffiths tells them, am at rest. Now I wait but his summons. He is gone to hint among the servants here the advantage he is about to take of his master's infirmity, and hypocritically to request some one will make an excuse for him should I by chance awake and ring my bell before he returns. The coast securely clear, I quit the house, join Griffiths at the lodge, and at the corner of a little town, only a quarter of a mile from Sir Gilbert's, we are to find Griffiths' brother waiting in a chaise. This brother, who would not have been here if we hadn't sent for him, was only a common footman a week ago, but the 2 days he has passed at the inn in our neighbourhood has transformed him into a man of property, and he does not choose to go 4 miles in the rain without a covered carriage. Had it not rained, he would probably have received a sprain in his ankle or his knee. The grand business over, for which his assistance is required, he puts on the FILMAR livery, and becomes my footman. I was going to say my wife's, but there's hazard in that. Gratitude may beget love, and violently grateful will she be, no doubt, to the man that has helped to make her fortune. Walter, I am no coward, yet I say again, would it were over. I will put this paper in my pocket. Should I get undetected into the castle, I shall have many hours of waiting, and to write my thoughts will certainly relieve me during the tedious interval. I hear Griffiths' signal. I come. Adieu. Safe in the castle? 'Tis just 11 o'clock. 2 will be the earliest I dare attempt to seize my prize. 3 hours, 3 ages, I may say, to undergo all the misery of expecting, in every blast of wind, the destruction of my project. Wind enough, how it rolls! Floods of rain too! A horrid and tempestuous night this! We must procure some covering to shield her from the storm till we reach the chaise. I will mention it to Griffiths, that he may be quite in readiness. I should be sorry were she to suffer by the storm's inclemency. Does she go unwillingly? She suffers enough in going. Goes she willingly, still she deserves not to suffer. Why, thou cold whining Filmar, where is thy manhood? Only the last stroke wanting, and that the easiest to accomplish, and thy scheme, thy darling scheme, is perfect. Thy very valet claps the wings of exultation, and sings the song of triumph. Shame, shame, rouse thyself. Cast a look forward, Filmar. Yes, Walter, I am here happily supplied with a lighted taper by the dexterity and contrivance of Griffiths, securely stationed in one of the best apartments, where even the mirth of the servants cannot reach me in a buzzing murmur. There is no hazard that any one of them should quit his diversions to wander among the mazy recesses of this mansion, and I do rejoice abundantly in my security. Yet, Walter, I may rejoice and feel the benumbing effects of this cold, gloomy dwellings too. These old buildings are admirably contrived to fix odd impressions on the mind. I do not at all wonder that every ancient castle is haunted in report. Another such night in another such place, and I could swear I perceived shapeless forms gliding around me. I listen 1 minute to the variety of sound produced by the gathering winds, and the next find it hushed to so dead a calm that the sound of my breathings alone interrupts the silence. Such, think of it, Walter, such are my employments. I wonder whereabouts this armoury lays. Griffiths could tell. The castle is amazing large, yet Griffiths is perfectly skilled in its geography. He described to me, as we came hither, the situation of Miss Valmont's apartments. They are nearer to where I am now stationed than to any other habitable part of the building. The spacious gallery into which this room opens runs the length of the whole front, excepting the wings and the towers. Narrow, long passages connect the wings with the main building, and the passage nearest my side of the gallery conducts you by a short flight of steps immediately up to Miss Valmont's abode. But this is not the road we are to take, because in a little room within that passage sleeps her attendant, Silent Andrew. and we choose not to pass so near him, lest perhaps these resounding walls tell him of our footsteps. Ours is a more intricate path. The adjoining antechamber will lead us to a narrower staircase. Descending this, we shall cross some of the lower apartments, and making a circuit, gain the bottom of the west tower, from whence alleys and winding stone stairs will introduce us to the end of Miss Valmont's gallery, opposite to that we must have entered had we gone in the straightforward direction. We deem it advisable to descend with our charge the same way, and to leave the castle by a little door in the west tower. It is, to be sure, on the wrong side, and will oblige us to carry our burthen, if the young lady should not be disposed just then to make use of her limbs, so much the further. Griffith's brother is a strong, bony, dark-looking fellow. Strength will be necessary if persuasion should fail, and I cannot spare more than 10 minutes to try the effects of my rhetoric. I will enter first, and should a shriek of surprise or shriek of rapture, remember my person, Walter. Escape her. The closed doors, distance of situation, and sleep of security will prevent Andrew from hearing. Indeed, should he, mal à propos, interfere, it is only the extra trouble of binding him to good behaviour. It did once enter my thoughts to bribe this old fellow to our purposes, but the attempt might have wrought a discovery. Fearing nothing, he suspects nothing. Absence of all care and a warm nightcap lull him to repose, and pleasant be his dreams. Ours all the hazard, ours the reward. I have promised £500 to Griffiths, and £100 to his brother. My share of the plunder is to them a secret. Now, though I allow the damsel one squall, yet I positively interdict any repetitions of the sort, and, as you know, I immediately became the arbiter of her fate. The sooner I accustom her to implicit obedience, the easier it will be to both in future. Walter, I mend. My flagging spirits begin to bound and curvet. Oh, when we are once seated in that chaise and four, which now waits our coming in a retired corner, not above 100 yards from the other side of the moat, how will my imagination outstrip the speed of the horses! Dost thou talk of pursuit, Walter? No, no, I mock pursuit. Supposing we get not away till 3 or 4, we still shall have 6 or 7 hours advantage in point of time. Then the old dons won't dream which way we are gone. They do not know what you and I do know, the great reward attendant on my deed, and sorrowfully remembering the wickedness and sinfulness of their own youthful hearts, they will unrighteously judge of me, and sit down piteously to lament the loss of the lady's honour, whilst I, like a good Christian and worthy member of society, so far from diminishing, am increasing her stock of honour, for the honour of a virgin is but a single portion, whereas, according to wise institutions, the honour of a wife is twofold, she bearing her husband's honour and her own. Pray heaven the cargo be not too mighty. Where is Lord Filmar? Says one of the party assembled at 10 to-morrow morning to breakfast in Monkton Hall parlour. Tell Griffiths to let his lordship know we expect him at breakfast, says the Earl. I told Mr. Griffiths, my lord, replies the footman. One servant will always lie for another, but he says his lordship is asleep. This produces many pleasant allusions to last night's intemperance among the good souls, and they go to breakfast without me. Now, in the steward's room, one wonders Mr. Griffiths is not come home, a second wonders at my good nature and his faults, and a fourth wonders I do not awake. Amidst all this wit and wonder, another hour or two passes, and then 2 or 3 more probably in the surmises occasioned by the discovery of my absence. The servants of the castle in the meantime are employed in their usual occupations, not at all surprised that their visitors had quitted them early unseen, because it had been so intended by them. Andrew indeed waits Miss Valmont's summons for breakfast, and deems it somewhat tardy. He concludes her walk to be unusually pleasing, and eats his own repast in peace and quietness. At length his thoughts verge towards the extraordinary, and he inclines to seek further. No, Andrew, 'tis in vain you search, no fair wood nymph greets your eye, no voice answers to your call. I, assemble them, hold your convocations in the great hall, crowd closer and closer, whisper your suspicions, lest the dread ear of Valmont catch the tidings that she is gone. Who shall carry these tidings to Mr. Valmont? Not I, not I, not I, answers every voice at once, and up to the hall door drives his coach and six. Away fly the pale culprits, jostling against each other. Confusion retards their speed, and the dreadful secret is in part betrayed. Fie, Mr. Valmont, fie! Don't swear, don't call hard names. Can't you hear him, Walter, declaring his rage and threatening his vengeance? I can. Ill news flies fast. Mr. Valmont's horses are not unharnessed. Turn your eyes to Monkton Hall. See the squire enter. See the earl turn pale, the baronet attempt to look sorry, and see them, as I before observed, sitting in judgment on me, and putting their own black constructions on my innocent praiseworthy intentions. Assuredly, Walter, could I have commanded every circumstance in my own way, it could not have happened more favourably. Mr. Valmont's porter is ill, and has been removed from the lodge into the house to be better nursed. 2 grooms were deputed to take care of the drawbridge. Mr. Valmont absent, we found it down, and down it remains now. With what art Griffiths drew off the postilion, while I got into the chaise. The lad had not a suspicion he carried more than 2. I crouched to the bottom as they got out, and Griffiths whipped up the blinds in an instant. He gave me one complete fright, for we had agreed the postilion should follow them into the house to be paid, while I freed myself. Imagine how I trembled to hear them discharging him on the spot, and he thanking and wishing their honours good night. Stop, my boy, at length cried Griffiths. Hasn't thou got a wet jacket? Yes, indeed, master, replied the postilion, 'tis well soaked. Why, you griping old fellow, this was addressed to the butler who had come out to meet them, you grow as stingy as your master. Why don't you offer the lad a little inside clothing? Come, postilion, come, you shall go in and drink my health in a bumper. But first, my boy, lead your horses under that arch, and they escape being wetter. Then, singing, he led the whole train into the back part of the castle. Now this thought of the arch was the luckiest imaginable, for had any of the grooms by chance stayed loitering about the yard, the chaise was then so effectually screened, they could not have seen me descend from it. Turning on the right side of the arch, I crept along the front of the castle, crossed the inner court, and the hall door, with one gentle push, gave me admittance. Had the door been fastened, I must have waited there till Griffiths could steal an opportunity to let me in. In this part of the castle 'twas dark as darkness itself, but as I had been in this apartment before, and came by the great staircase, I found my way hither without trip or stumble. Griff, I fancied, nay, I'm sure I heard a noise, yet all is silent again. It was like the creaking of a door, and like something falling. Rats, probably, the midnight tenants of the mansion. Good God, how slowly the minutes move! Only 17 minutes and a half after 12. Astonishing! That must be hail, surely. I never heard rain drive with such impetuosity. The casements tremble. I could almost fancy the building rocks with the tempest's violence. What wonders will not education, custom, and habit accomplish? Miss Valmont, I dare say, feels no horror in listening to such sounds, nor tracing these murmuring galleries, lonely staircases, etc. I should not exist 6 months in this castle. She must indeed be a strange, unformed being. Her portrait that I told you of hangs in this very room, and on my conscience it would persuade me she is an animated, intelligent creature. But I know 'tis impossible, and now and then, when the £6,000 per annum gets a little into the shade, I anticipate fearful things. It is fortunate, Walter, that she has the advantages of person, for on that account I shall have a little the less reluctance in showing her to the world, and a little more pleasure in attempting to humanize her. Yet I fear it would be but gawky beauty neither, and that I abominate. Robust health, no doubt, strong limbs, hanging arms, a gigantic stride, and the open-mouthed stare of a savage. Oh dear! I must be fond too, I suppose, as we travel towards matrimony, but I don't feel the least inclined to fondness. No, although I shall seize her unattired in bed, perhaps. No, not one wild wish or mischievous thought will enter my bosom. My pulse will continue to beat evenly, my blood keep in its temperate course. I shall be a perfect anchorite. For me she can have no enticements. My merciful, do I dream, or, Boyer, am I not in Valmont Castle? Did I not come hither to carry off the niece of Valmont? And was that bright vision the Sibella Valmont whom I have so traduced? Hush, Walter, repeat not my crime. If thou hopest for peace in this world, or happiness in the next, it could not be her that I came in search of. Yes, but it was her. Angel as she is in form, her heart is the heart of a mortal still. Oh, Clement, said she, and spreading one hand upon her heaving bosom, sighed deeply. She addressed herself to that picture. Art thou safe, my love? Terrifying dreams disturb my rest. She saw me not, for her back was toward me as she entered. Heaven preserve my Clement, said she again after a pause. She would have continued thus soliloquizing, but I, to gain a view of her face, attempted to change my attitude. My cursed coat had somehow got entangled in the chair, and threw it against the table as I moved. She turned around, and I, as in the presence of a goddess, bowed lowly to the very ground. She then approached nearer, and my eyes retreated from the scrutiny with which she viewed me. The examination lasted more than a minute, and all that time I was racking my invention to find words to address her, but I might as well have been born dumb. I had neither articulation nor sounds to articulate. Mark me, sir, said she, and I, like the idiot I had been describing her, bowed again. Mr. Valmont may bring you here, may make this castle my prison, but my will is free. I tell you, sir, I am beyond your reach. Remember it, I am beyond your reach. And away she glided. Mr. Valmont may bring you here. Why, who the devil could she take me for? I thought Mr. Valmont brought nobody here. I am beyond your reach. Say not so, sweet saint. I would not have you now beyond my reach for a king's ransom. If she should alarm the house, Walter, hark, no, 'tis nothing. She knew me, yet knew me not, defied me, yet is a stranger to my purpose. What can all this mean? Ha, then it may be true that this frightful place has deranged her intellects. Certainly that is the case. She looked a lovely lunatic, wrapped up in a loose gown, her hair streaming at its length, and arisen in the dead of night to apostrophize to her own picture. Yet I am not deterred, Walter. I'll undertake her restoration. Expect me in London immediately. I unsay all. I would not yield her up to her uncle, no, not for an hour. Is she returned to her bed, I wonder? Oh, my moderation is given to the wind. The time draws near. I heard the clapping of distant doors. I cannot write. I can hardly breathe. Boyer, they shall neither of them touch her. I will carry her myself. I could not bear to see their arms encircle the sweet girl. I'll enter her chamber first. Her face they must behold, but with the same zeal that I would feast mine own senses upon her other charms, will I hide them from the profanation of vulgar eyes. The great clock striking 2 has just filled the turrets with its sound. Griffiths has been with me. Their gayer sports have ceased. Punch bowls and story-telling succeed the dance and song. Their animal spirits drooping with excess and fatigue, their old midnight habits return. Mysterious tales of ghosts go round the circle, and each becomes desirous of seeking rest, though fearful to separate. A few more bumpers, Griffiths says, will at once bring them courage and sleep. He bids me assure myself of success. Griffiths and his brother are to have a chamber in the front of the north wing. All the domestics, he says, except Andrew and his daughter, lie in the back part of the building. Within 2 hours, my lord, said Griffiths as he quitted me, your triumph is complete. 2 hours, Walter, 2 hours of yesterday were nothing but 2 hours of this night. Now, you do not know the length of hours, Boyer. How should you? When you come to this line, my dear Walter, fill to your friend's prosperity. My 2 agents are here. The light is already placed in the dark lanterns. Not a sleepless eye in the castle, but our own. All, even old Andrew, partook of the libations, and resigned their senses to seal my triumph. Griffiths has shown me a gag. It will not sure be necessary. Should it, I will heal those lips with kisses. My lines stagger. No wonder I'm on the summit. Now, I only stay to seal this letter. In the first town we arrive at, after daybreak, it shall be committed to the post. Go or send instantly, and stop all proceedings on the mortgage. Adieu, adieu. Rejoice with FILMAR. End of section 34. End of the second volume.